Okay, so we should now be live on both TikTok and YouTube. TikTok was on earlier, and then I just got YouTube live. So we are going to be starting a brand new colony. So to be clear, what I am going to be doing is I am going to be doing the random research, no starting research mods. We are going to start as a tribal colony who will be ritualists, and we're going to pop the anomaly thing right at the beginning. I'm actually really scared of the Revenant on this one. The other early anomalies, I'm like, okay, those shouldn't be too bad. Like, they'll be rough, but manageable. But trying to take out the Revenant with bows and all that is going to be rough. It's going to be rough. All right, so we'll go ahead and get that started. I am going to start with Cassandra. I'll put that back on Strive to Survive and put it on commitment mode. Tribals get the animatry, so you might help. Yeah, I don't know how well the psychic powers work on the anomaly stuff. We will generate the whole world just to give ourselves more options of that. I also, for my own personal interest of trying to get more trade partners, I'm going to just choose a bunch of these. I believe Civil Outlander starts as neutral, so we're just adding more factions to our world. But as you can see, these ones are mostly just things. We have random research, no starting research. So that means I won't get to choose my research. It'll just happen randomly, and random research, or sorry, no starting means I start with literally nothing. P music adds more music. Self-dying makes it so I can have my people die their own clothes. Don't stop the music. I mean, the music keeps playing. And then Fahrenheit and Celsius basically means you'll see both units present. So whatever your preference is, you'll see the unit. So this game is RimWorld. It is a colony building game that is mean and evil and awful and terrible in the best kind of way. It markets itself as a story generation game, and by that I mean it punches you in the mouth and then you recover and you have a story to tell about it. So I want to find preferably a temperate forest tile. We're going to do a not mountainy tile this time because we did a mountainous tile last time. And I'm curious how much of a difference that'll make. But I would like to find one where I got a bunch of people in the area, because I kind of want to be able to have a bunch of people we can trade with. Oh, this is looking nice and dense up here. Yeah, we'll have a not year round. I think that's fine. Unless we go like a couple tiles over and it goes year round. I don't think it will, though. Is that hotter or colder? Hotter should be down. That close, they'll get mad at us for being too close to them. They don't go to arid. Yeah, I did see that geological formations is updated. I'm a little worried about geological formations mod and its interactions that it might have with the with Anomaly itself, or like the various events that pop up. Like, for example, if I chose Rift, which is just a super narrow channel. Oh, here's a good spot. Because the green ones will be hostile with us to start, but we can befriend them. Tropical rainforest? No, it's not a good spot. I was thinking that was temperate. Yeah, because you're neutral with us. Somewhere around here might be good. Yeah, okay, so we got a year-round temperate forest tile. We've got a couple hostile areas with us. I believe they're hostile with us. No, they're actually neutral as well. We got a bunch of neutral. We've got some hostiles. They're all in range and all that. And all that good stuff. We do have a lot of pollution down there, which I think is going to warn me about. Oh, no, it wasn't unhappy with it. Okay, so we are going to be doing a fluid ideology. We'll do Archaist. We'll do the Ritualist, which is the new one. Revenants are way too tanky, in your opinion? I don't... So I think they have to be tanky, to clarify. Because if they're not tanky, it shows up, you murder it right at its first showing up time, and then it's just over. So I do think it needs to be tanky to be relevant. And I'm going to set that to extremely slow. Gonna punch myself. You think tanky and high evasion? Yeah. I think it's okay though. Like for me with the other colony I did, we were able to handle like the first one gave me some grief because I didn't know what I was doing with it, as everyone who's dealing with the first time is. Which is no surprising. But once I got past the first encounter with the Revenant, we were able to handle the Revenant pretty easily. But that was after we had gone, all right, so this is how it works. How am I going to tackle this? I'm not going to be super picky about our pawns, but I am going to try and get pawns that aren't just... Oh, okay, I'll take you. I'm sort of saying I won't take, like, go super picky, and then it gives me super immune hard work or great memory. Thanks, game. I won't say no to that. That's probably fine. Probably fine. I'm mostly trying to avoid the ones that are just going to get into a fight constantly on their own. Okay, so what do we even have? So it looks like we got passions for everything but mining, and most of our skills are not terrible. So we're in a pretty good shape here. So we got someone who is kind, who can't socialize, who's good at construction, crafting, and medical. We've got a super immune hard worker, great memory, who is absurdly good. The murder ball on the other end, that's just terrifying presence every time you see it. Yeah, no, that's what I'm curious. The Revenant is the one I'm the most scared of on this one, because I don't think I'll have the damage to deal with it. So what do you do in this game? So the idea behind the game is, depending on your start, you end up on what's known as a RimWorld. It's kind of a backwater, awful, crappy, terrible planet where there's pretty much every unimaginably awful thing going on, and you just want off the planet. There's a couple different endings, but basically, you want off the planet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so you're trying to facilitate that. We've got Pretty, which, honestly, to me, Pretty's a bad trait. Beautiful's worse, but Pretty's a bad trait. Because usually what happens is everyone hits on that person endlessly, and then you get social fights all the time because of it. In this case, they're 13 years old, so that probably won't be as big a deal for at least a little while. We've got a body modder. That'll be pretty neutral for a long time. Great memory, trigger happy. So honestly, these are not bad pawns. Okay, so we only have one incapable of medical and one incapable of social. Okay. So I'll go ahead and get in here and get started. But yeah, no, the Revenant I think is the early game scariest one. And then the murder ball. The murder ball I just love because it's so absurd. The gods were very angry. The blood machines came at night. They swept through your village, cutting and burning your people with their blade and devil fire. Only a few of you escaped. Now, after a harrowing journey with no friends to turn to, you must build a new home in the wilderness like your ancestors did. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here. So first, allow everything. So we chose a map that has a road, so we got a little road going through the middle of the map. We got an ancient danger down here. There's the anomaly temple building kind of thing. And otherwise, a pretty benign map. Real big area with high fertilizer. So if we look here, there's a really big area I'm going to be able to grow in. So I think we're putting our base around that. That is really nice, actually. I think that's the largest I've had without being on, like, swamp or whatever. Okay, so let's go look at our pawns real fast before we start handing names out. You've got some shooting skill. You've got some shooting skill. We're gonna move you to the right. So you two are melee, you three are ranged. So grab a bow. Grab a bow. Grab the pila. You grab the knife. And where is our Equa? You grab the Equa. Alright. So what I'm going to do now is I've started doing this now. Which is take off everyone's stuff right here at the beginning. Switch it to this. Fix all our priorities. Okay. So we need someone to be a cook, And I've just come to realization we don't have a good cook. I think Zane will be our cook, because then they can cook as their primary, and then they can hunt as a secondary. So that's them. Frog is basically going to be our hauler cleaning person. So that actually works out, having a dedicated hauler cleaning person right at the beginning. You're clearly going to be our construction person, and then you'll craft as a backup as you have availability. You are going to be... Alright, so we're going to be really hurting on our research front, which isn't a great thing. So you're going to grow stuff as your... No, actually, do you want to do it that way? Let's not do it that way. You're going to be our growing person. You're going to be terrible at it. For right now, Hawk is going to help you. But then this will be our researcher later on. And we'll just put these as low priority. Okay. So we're going to be hurting on the research front for a while. That's fine. So the first thing I'm going to do is I need some amount of food to happen. Let's just do it so it's easier to see. So we're going to go up here, and we'll get a rice field going. And then meanwhile, everyone's grabbing their equipment. And I like the idea... Oh, that's not going to be able to be built heavy ground on that, is that? No, so that's a crap spot. Alright, we'll build below it for our base. So we're going to start... I'm going to put this road to use just the way it is. So you make a fairly large room here. That'll just be a room to chuck stuff in and all that. It's where we'll sleep for right now. So we got beds for everyone. And the whole room will just be a stockpile that accepts anything. We'll put a dumping stockpile behind it for rock chunks and all that. You don't see the character? Like from their view? No, it's a top-down style game, not a first person. They did give us a cat, a Yorkshire Terrier, and a Husky. Regrettably, I do not see these animals surviving, because none of them are particularly useful to my cause, and, you know, if it's not useful to your cause, they don't get to stick around. So let's also queue up to destroy the steel structures nearby. Do you have another steel structure here by chance? You look like you're steel. And the reason I'm destroying the steel structures is that'll give me some quick early steel. Alright, so we got the fallen monolith. So who is the person who is least needed right now to get that off the ground? Because that's one of the things we said we would do, is just immediately get the monolith. Alright, let's have... Actually, wait, didn't we have... Yeah, so Frog here is our hauling person. So go investigate the fallen monolith and make that happen, so that we get the scary, spooky stuff going as early as possible. Alright, let's pick up the speed a little bit and all that good stuff. But yeah, so I'm going to let them get the rice going, then we'll get potato. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Frog thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines in its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Frog focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Frog's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space around. The black shape forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yeah, keep focusing on it, it's fine. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get our character's name. As a reminder, over here on Twitch, if you do exclamation mark join, we will get a person named after, well, we will get you in the queue to have names drawn from. As the monolith twists and changed, Frog is overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, she understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Frog is convinced she can learn more given time to study the monolith. We now have all the anomaly stuff unlocked. Cool. As well as we have a gray pall. A blanket of gritty fog has descended on the area. The fog smells ancient somehow, and it stinks. It stings the skin. Unnatural grayness invokes a sense of dread. Alright, so let's get to naming people. So, for our first contestant, our melee pawn will be popping in here. There are Pretty Melee Pawn who does construction, cooking, and plants. And that is going to be going to Captain Sanity. Let's get that going, so... Alright, so there's our first pawn. Then we next up have Hawk, who is also a melee pawn, a body modder who is plants, crafting, and intellectual. Probably going to be our researcher. And that is going to be going out to Craven Horde. And our third contestant is good at construction, crafting, and medical, and is kind, but incapable of social. And that goes out to Viper. And after that, we have our trigger-happy, great memory pawn, who's good at cooking and social, but is incapable of doctoring. That's fine. And that goes to Sniper Spice. And then finally, we've got Frog, who is super immune, hard worker, great memory, who is good at art and social. Gonna be our hauler, is what they're gonna do. And that goes out to Pavamonster. And that is the colonist we have for now. So what'll end up happening is if you didn't get chosen, when we get a new person in here, we will open up the queue will stay open. So if you put your name in the ring, it'll still be there for the next one. Alright, next up, we'll get a potato field going. And I did see that we had an introduction. Good evening, y'all. I've been playing RimWorld over the past 2 months and had the base game for a few years. Got the Biotech DLC on your first April. And they bought the rest of the DLC. You enjoyed the game a lot. Gotcha. I will warn you, is if you're still relatively new to the game, Anomaly is difficult. Very, very much Anomaly is kind of a hard mode. Alright, so butcher any creatures that we have. We have over 100 hours in the game? Gotcha. So you just started. No, I'm teasing. Welcome to this channel. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, no, I'll definitely say messing with the Anomaly stuff is the first one. Do we have... Okay, so we don't have any Harbinger trees yet. The good old meat-eating trees. Okay, so they should be hauling our food back here. Yeah, so we still have the pemmican laying around here. But what will happen is, as we need food, we are going to knock off our animals one by one. Because I just don't need what they're offering. But yeah, so we are going to slowly expand this farm. I'm going to try and use this entire fertile space here. And basically base our colony around it. This spot here being poor for building on kind of does suck for us pretty bad. It's mud, so we can't really build decent structures on it. But we will get there. Usually what I do in these runs, first I'll just make an enclosed space so we can just chuck stuff on the ground here and make all that happen. And then I'll expand from there. But that's fine. Now, as far as determining our leader, who has the highest social? Probably go with Pavamonster, because both of these two are at 5, but this one is very passionate about it, and really... There are haulers, so they don't have a whole lot of other stuff they need to work. Man, I just realized the person who has the global work speed bonus is the person who doesn't really have anything they do for global work. Boo. I mean, technically it'll speed up the speed they clean, but still boo. Harbinger tree has sprouted. Excellent. Create a corpse area. Set to low priority. That way, any corpses that we aren't going to use, we chuck under the tree there, and I'll go here, we'll leave it on normal, but we will not allow rotten. So what'll happen is they'll bring animal corpses over here. If we have the time, we'll butcher it, make food, do all that. If they don't, they chuck it under the Harbinger tree, and we let our meat-eating trees grow. And actually, while we're here, set the strawberries. Set the corn, and we'll leave that for now. I want to keep them focused on edible food. We got the whole rice field planted first, so that's now on its timer. And I'd like to get the field stove built before I turn around and start doing the like getting rid of any of the animals. You know, put a light there. Now, you're probably wondering about the random research, no research mod. The big thing here is if you look at this, I don't have a research button. Normally, I'd go here and say, I want tree sowing. Random research means I don't have that. They just go up to the research bench and they start going. Now, we also have the anomaly thing. It's the same issue. I'm not sure how that works with this, though. I assume it works, but there's kind of a weird thing where there's like two different things going on at the same time. But the point is, I'm at the mercy. It's basically like handing Randy Random the keys to the kingdom when it comes to your research lab, which is awful. Because I get water wheel almost every time when I don't have a river. So I get technology that's physically unusable. It is what it is. All right. And so they're just having a party out in the open. Makes sense. We will need some recreation stuff, so you can chuck that in the corner. We'll let them put the hoop ring up here. A sightseer has been revealed. Okay, so that's our first spooky ghost thing. It's coming after Pavamonster. So let's try to meet somewhere in the middle. Start running Pavamonster. Keep falling back. I want you all group up as best you can. Melee team, get in there. All right. So Cravenhorde took a couple hits, just a little scratched up. So that's fine. So Cravenhorde will get to bed and get taken care of. Captain Sandy, I don't have the means to contain that thing yet. So please stab it to death. Excellent. And honestly, for right now, I don't want that. So, do we have you set to take entity corpses? Yeah, that'll work. Take the human corpses as well. Because this tree eats meat. So this tree is actively eating the skeleton and everything. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, and you're already being bandaged, so that's good. So it is interesting that it's telling me I need an anomaly project, even though like I can't really do anything with that right now. It wants hugs. It wants bitey hugs. We're a strict no bitey hugs kind of place. Alright, did you get the other steel structure taken down yet, or still working on it? No, you're still working on it, okay. So once we get there, we'll get our fueled stove going, and once we get the fueled stove going, we can start working on that. And then the plan is, once we get an early start on the crops here, I will turn around from that point, and I will take the second person off of making a plan to the crops and get them onto research. Because for those who are wondering, like, why this is such a challenge run going on, take into consideration, if we look at our social here, as a ritualist, we have extremely slow research. So we research at 1/4 the normal speed, and if we look at our characters, we are also tribal. So when we actually look at our where is it here listed? Basically, we're stacking research penalties. So to say our research is going to be slow, I am under expressing that in an extreme way. Research is going to be appallingly slow in this run. Very genuinely, the meta for me researching here is going to be to read books. We're at that point. An animal has to go. Sorry, cat, you're the first to go. It's impossible to keep you alive. It's literally a meme in RimWorld how hard it is to keep the cats alive. Because they'll get hungry and then they'll hunt something and then they will die to the thing that they're hunting. It's just what the cats do in RimWorld. And then almost everything will hunt a cat. They also don't have anything they could do for your colony. They can't attack stuff for you, they can't protect you, they can't rescue you, and they can't haul. The only thing they can do is they can nuzzle with you, and it makes your people a little bit happy. Alright. You're recovering from being all scratched up. Gonna need to have a torch on the other side too. This torch doesn't quite cover the whole room. Amusing contrast to Dwarf Fortress, where the problem often is there's too many cats. Oh yeah, no, that's I found it amusing. I don't play Dwarf Fortress myself, but I've had a number of people who talk about the fact that like you get two cats in your fortress, and if you're not watching, you just get overrun by cats. The only thing you could do is the only thing they could do is make people happy, and this is RimWorld. Happiness does not belong here. Well, that's one of the things I'm curious about. I can't show you it yet, but there's a more advanced ideology thing after Ritualist, which is called Inhuman. I'm curious what that is, where you warp your people and they no longer care about social interactions and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I guess I don't actually want the entity corpses here. Or the human-like corpses here. Only food goes here. Alright, bills, make simple meals, do until you have 10. Furniture. We will add wooden stools to all of our different functionality here. And we're getting our crops all planted. So that's good news. How is the cat not dead yet? Oh, because I have no assigned to handle. There we go. I was like, how has the cat survived the morning? Sorry, Rupert. This is just the way it was going to work out. New lovers. Papa Monster wooed Sniper Spice by cheerfully making fun of his open-mindedness. Sniper Spice responded well as now Papa Monster's lover. Aww, love on the rim. Well, that cat didn't last long. Yorkshire Terrier, actually, just take care of it. And then we will start adding a long roster of things to hunt. If it's something that won't defend itself, we will hunt it. Just double checking to make sure, yeah, cooking is higher priority than hunting. So why are you still hunting? You should be butchering. There you go. Have you tested what happens when you ignore the monolith at the start? No, I haven't had the chance. But considering it literally gives you the dialogue that you're effectively cracking open the connection between worlds, My assumption is none of the monolith stuff can show up until you do that. Please, please don't feed that to Craven Horde. Okay. It didn't penalize. I think we canceled fast enough. I'm assuming eating the raw corpse of an entity would upset people a lot, considering just twisted meat gives them a pretty bad penalty by itself. Hey, Darkstrider. I hope things are going this morning and late last night. Gotcha. I mean, be careful popping your back. You could hurt yourself. Okay, so start talking to Goose here. Okay, so we can trade stuff. So take the club. I have no use for it. Give me your pemmican. And for right now, that'll do. Okay. So we're doing pretty good on getting the initial start going on. The next move is let's get ourselves an actual like break room or something of that nature. Let's see. Okay, no place we can't build. This is the road here. So you go. All right, so road's too wide. So for right now, I'm just gonna mirror this thing on the other side. And what'll happen is one of these will become a break room and the other will become a production room. You have an issue in the shape of the golden cube. The golden cube is love. The golden cube is happiness. Do not despair, for the golden cube protect. Just slowly shift that away. Get running out of space to put all the decorations. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the golden cube when it showed up. And they gave us a little bit of cash. Thanks, man. I like money. It's my favorite. Alright, so when Sniper Spice gets up, they'll start hunting around the map to deal with the stuff we got laying around. We will also want to go in here and create a production spot for crafting. Right now, I'll put it right there. Bills. Smash any mechanoids we get. Make tribalware without using the very valuable materials. Up to 80%. Make veils. Same deal. Make smoke leaf if we ever have the crop. And make a short bow. Because we want to get that person off the Pila and onto the short bow, because the Pila's aim time is so slow. But that'll take care of clothing for a little while. As we hunt stuff, we'll get the little bits of leather and all that. We will want to go in here and make a table and chairs. Oh. I should not be hunting the boom rats. Because they make fire. All right. Oh, one of the things I didn't do in our run the past couple days in Anomaly, where we did the full playthrough, is we didn't play with the flamethrower. We're getting that flamethrower. I want to lean into the flamethrower and have a good and incredibly dangerous to yourself time with it. Because everything I've seen and heard about it, that flamethrower is just begging for friendly fire. I'll get one in position here. Because if we do that and the fire spreads down towards our house, I'll put it out as we go. Where is that squirrel? Oh, it's way over there. And sorted. Okay, we got rain, so I'll put out the fire. Okay, well you tested it on your run, and you intend to do the anomaly run. Let you know what to have. Okay, well you tested it on your run. You intend to do an anomaly run. Let you know what happened. Oh, you tested not hitting the thing here, because I know this triggers it. Considering we already had a sightseer attack us. All right, so I think we're at the point, if we go to our work schedule, this person is going to deprioritize growing stuff and focus on our research. So we actually get some research happening now, since they've mostly got this set up. The next thing I'll want is, let's pop over here and do a half field of heal root. And a half field... I messed that up. I forgot I made it an odd number this time. And a half field of cotton. And a half field of dye. And for right now, put down a little fiber corn up here. I don't want a lot of fiber corn because it's pretty laborious. Because we can't make the side tea yet. We shouldn't be able to. Yeah, we're good. Alright. Because we are starting to get rice now. And with having rice, our food should be sustainable. And we shouldn't have to worry too much about that. Let's also move this in here. Put our ideology spot right there in the middle. And then you are our best social person. So before it gets too late, let's turn you to making you our moral guide. Which is the person that we could assign to do stuff like convince people that our ideology is the right way, and yada yada yada. Definitely ethical stuff you shouldn't have to worry about. Keep moving the dumping stuff zone, which is going to delay getting a lot of stuff done. Okay, so we're getting in a brand new title. This does also mean it's time to get our next structure going. So where's our fertile soil? Actually, a lot of this area. Let's leave a couple spaces in between the buildings. And furnishing. We'll wait till we have cloth or whatever. We're gonna start making some places for people to sleep. And I'll just get rid of this, because I don't imagine that'll have overhead mountain, most likely. It's a pretty small section, so we should be able to mine that away and slowly build out down here. Because that'll also be good, because we got 2 geothermals. We got one over there and one over here that'll be right in range, if we're lucky enough to get the geothermal research. Which means, since it's convenient, we absolutely won't. But yeah, and I'm not going to go with, like, making a ridiculous kill box. We're going to try and do without, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It may be one of those things that as we move along and things get rough, because I am putting a lot of penalties against myself, it might be something I have to lean into as things get spicy. Since our research is going to be pretty much non-existent. All right. We can also go in here, furniture, and put a wall light in there. And I should put down some kind of floors, but we don't have that. You notice you don't typically use kill boxes that much? No, I go back and forth. Alright, so we got no research, random research for Ritualist, Tribalists, and all that. And we're a temperate forest on a road. So we need to come up with our faction name and our settlement name. You have achieved the state of future food? Yeah, for me, we're going to have a sponsored segment later in the stream, about 2 hours, which all that'll happen is we'll be doing the normal stream. We'll just have, like, the Factor 75 badge over there. And I'll be talking about the product a little bit during that time. But otherwise, it'll be just continuing the game per normal. But there's usually during a stream, I'll take like a 5-minute break to run down, welcome my wife home, and grab food. And that'll be just the normal thing. I'll just come back with the Factor 75 and be like, hey, here's what we got. Faction name, most likely a cult. Good enough for me. Most likely a cult. Science is hard. Do you ever use spike trap hallway mazes? Basically, pretty much never. It's not never. Good enough for me. I'm gonna go with science is hard for the settlement name, because we are doing Ritualist, where we can only research at 25% the normal speed, and we're Tribalist, which is an extra penalty. So our research is going to be non-existent. Why are you not researching? What's going on with you? Oh, because you're working on that first. I understand. So you're focused on that, and this is your first time hitting the research bench. That's fine. Okay. So let's go and move, for right now, all our sleeping spots in here. So little by little, we're adjusting where things are. Oh, right, there's a production spot in the corner. To make it so our people are a little bit happier about the situation. I need a storage room. Alright, so this will be our storage room once it's built to get the stuff out of the production room. And it'll get that going. But yeah, so, the spike traps. Yeah, so it used to be a thing when I played RimWorld way back that I would do stuff like the 500%, Naked Brutality, Ice Sheet, all those kind of runs. Like the really, really sweaty runs where you're constantly being bombarded with massive amounts of enemies, and the environment is absolutely terrible. And this is all before streaming, by the way. And I used to do that, and I used to have fun with it. But after a while, it kind of felt like all your bases felt kind of the same. And so what I started doing from there is I just stopped doing that style of run. Because I felt like when you're doing those like super sweaty runs, you had to kill box or do trap mazes or, you know, abuse where you used to be able to throw like 100 really wimpy animals to tie up an enemy to like blast them with your actual people and all that, which is fine. It's a challenge, and like no beef against anyone who plays that way, because I think it is a good way to play. But it kind of got tired of all my bases feeling very much the same. So these days I tend to do a lot more like quirky challenges. Like right now the big challenges, we're doing stuff like no research, random research with Anomaly, deliberately leaning in on making our characters really bad at research and all that kind of stuff, doing those type of things. Or like one of the other runs I'm known to do on the channel is I'll set the pollution on the tile to 100%, and then I'll make a whole bunch of rules about basically not being allowed to do all the things that people do to mitigate pollution, so that I have to depend on just the Pollux trees to like slowly chip away at the pollution and all that and make a colony around it kind of deal. But I like those kind of challenges nowadays because it gives me actual variety of challenge versus a lot of the other ones. You can change the mechanics, but ultimately it comes down to I need to make some way of handling really tough scenarios when it comes to that. And I know people are like, oh yeah, but you can do a no-kill box run. But usually with those no-kill box runs when you're doing the challenges, you just trade one cheese for another, either using like turrets to force the enemies to go different routes, or using traps to go on that, or doing a very built-out trap maze. Like it all depends on what you're doing. And again, no judgment on all that stuff. I've done it myself as well. But most of my challenges these days are way more based around, you know, environmental challenge, situation challenge, that kind of thing, than just straight up all that. Oh, I wasn't expecting to go so... Why do you keep going so far left? Hey, come on. We're gonna shoot at you. Alright. Unfortunately, they are a waster, and I cannot get them what they need to survive, nor do I have a prison. So strip them of their clothes, in case any of it's any good. They're probably not. Nope, those are what we refer to as terrible. Hey, stop crawling on the ground, it's creepy. Look, the Harbinger trees hunger, and they demand flesh. It's not on me. I'm just trying to take care of my trees. Papa Monster. Look. Let them die and then sweep up the blood. Alright, pretty soon that room will be done and we can move our storage in here. And then long run, I'll make my kitchen next to a freezer and all that. I'm not going to worry about the freezer until I have electricity and AC. Because with random research, no research, you have no idea when you can get it. You could literally build the ship before you get AC if your luck is really bad. It's just, what do you end up getting? I'm also this time avoiding doing like one giant individual building and going with a bunch of smaller ones, because that'll be more interesting. You also see me a lot do stuff like this, where I avoid just making, like, I'll make squares sometimes, but you'll see me make kind of like slightly off channels. This is nothing like a meta strategy, a strategic thing. It's purely aesthetics to make my buildings less boring. So I'll mix it up a little bit here and there. But it is just a choice I make for the sake of keeping the buildings more interesting. Alright, so that zone's there. This zone is now low priority. That way, over time, they'll move everything over here. Then we can just delete that zone out. All right. And we're going to start getting our next building made and all good stuff. Hey, Fluorescent, how's it going? Yeah, not exactly, exactly, Cerise. I do feel like when you start doing stuff where the combat is like the primary threat, you do that for a while and eventually a lot of your challenges start to feel a little samey. So I try and come up with challenges that force me to do very different things. You work on your senior project all day and finally get to play some Anomaly. Nice. I hope you have a good time with it. I'm going back and forth. I do think Anomaly might be my favorite DLC. That said, I do think, especially for new players, Ideology or Biotech. I think Ideology is probably the best for new players and Biotech next. But if you are an experienced player, either or. Would definitely be my recommendation for the first one. But yeah. You start doing the same thing when you start building rooms and building different shapes because you've gotten bored with everything being squares. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, this is objectively not as good as a square. I'm robbing our people of 4 tiles, which means the interior space is smaller, so you get less of a bonus if you're on that fence. But at the same time, you know... Our research is crawling. And you might notice down here that I've got the bar showing I partially researched something, yet you don't see it here. That's the random research mod. I won't know what research I'm doing until I believe it's around 95%. And here I know exactly which research I'm going because I'm only eligible for 1. But later on when I'm eligible for more, I won't know what research we're getting. Ooh, uranium? Yes, please. I'll also mark the steel for mining, and I'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna mine this whole thing out. My hope is there'll be none of this that's considered mountain, because then I could possibly put my ritual room down here, where the road just kind of ekes around the outside of it. I think that'd be a nice design aesthetic, as well as not a bad position for it. Because my plan is I think we're going to have like a street here that's going to have the houses, and then a street here that's going to have the houses, and then we'll have the ritual room right here in the middle. This will be our production and our break room. This will just be storage. Probably in the long run, I could see putting the freezer up here, and then the kitchen down there. So that, you know, they can grab all the stuff from the growing area, run it to the kitchen, into the freezer. The break room, I'll probably build another door on this side or whatever, so it goes right down there. I will need to make a temple as well at some point for ideology stuff. Alright, so furniture. Build a light leather double bed. So I can get better sleeping arrangements starting. Who do we have for mining? Oh, we literally don't have anyone set to mine. Who should I give mine? We can put mining on you, because you'll fill that in when you're not... when there's nothing left for you to do there. You're never going to have time to mine. We'll put mining on you. You'll probably not have time for it, but that's okay. Same for you. And honestly, same for you. I don't expect much mining to get done at all. Solitary Knight, not going to be dealing with the Fallen Empire stuff, betrayal, or joining them. That's just not what I'm interested in doing in this run. But we'll get there. One thing we do is no trees in the building perimeter. Cool, so we got a better bed. So Pava Monster now has their first actual bedroom. And I am once again moving this forever and ever, which is not helping anything. I should have planned where I was putting that at the beginning instead of moving it constantly. Okay, little by little, we're gonna get all these beds and all that moved over, get everyone sorted out. Because I'll put one more over here, and we can put two more over there, and that'll make it even on both sides, and get that all figured out. Now, because I'm building it this way, it's gonna be a lot more spread out. I'm kind of going with this to try this as a defensive strategy where we've got lots of narrow hallways between the buildings other than the main drag here. So that as I get chased, I can drop in, block the hallway. The downside is with this, then they could circumvent and come around if there's too many, which is a problem. But I'll deliberately make areas that there's longer paths they have to do to circumvent us. Let's see, as a traveler, you do enjoy trying to run a more naturally gaining psychic powers rather than on the Empire. Yeah, where is our psychic tree, by the way? Alright, that's pretty close to the edge of the map, so it's a little bit of a dangerous tree. I will put some meditation points there, even though my better judgment says I probably shouldn't. Oh, you're not a good spot. We'll just do that on one side. I think I might enclose this in a little area. Yeah, I'm going to end up building a wall around this when I get stone with the door on this side. It'll penalize the rate we get our research and all that. But, there, so it's just the tree itself. Alright, we're starting to understand the tree a little bit better, or the monolith. Cravenhorn has had a breakthrough in studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where or what it connects to. Cravenhorn is convinced that studying the anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Neat. Yeah, I'll tell him to mine all that nearby. Honestly, I'll queue that one to mine up because it's basically all steel. We'll avoid the edge of the map ones because those ones get a little bit risky. Because steel doesn't rot, they almost never steal it. We'll leave all these components up where they are for right now. That's fine. Ooh, here's a question. So if we were to place... So that's how big the area around there will be for my usual design. So we did the 2 gap, it would bisect that. Alright, so we're not going to worry about that right now. We'll build the next one over here. Okay, and keep hunting everything on the map. All right, the dangerous animals nearby? Nope. So we're relatively okay. That's all you gotta do is keep an eye on to make sure nothing dangerous. Alright, transport pod Dina. A stew keeper named Dina is crashing a transport pod nearby. Dina is suffering from paralytic abasia and will be unable to walk. She will recover naturally after many days. There's also a chance for a lucky quick recovery. Paralytic abasia can also be cured with a special operation requiring a large amount of Glitterworld medicine. She is willing to contribute once she has recovered, but will not leave voluntarily. If you don't want Dina, you can banish her, sell her into slavery, or leave her to die. However, your other colonists may find this disturbing. Alright, so let's look at you. Slow learner body modder who is an amazing cook and capable of crafting. Honestly, I can work with that. And individualist as your ideology is pretty benign. How badly hurt? Oh, it's just paralytic abasia? That's right. Okay. So we will say, yes, I am accepting you. Go. We need to go and get you another bed. Because getting an extra cook is always good. So you start having like 3 cooks for a small colony or something like that. Then you start getting a problem, but usually you'll always have like one of those cooks will have something else they're good at that you can go, okay, well, you're just going to do this other thing instead now. All right. So I've got you here. And so our next cook, it's not actually empty. That's just a bug I've got to fix on my end with the bot. And just too many projects and not enough time. So we've got Donkey Duff. Welcome to the colony. And we can get your schedule and all that sorted out. Oh, everyone should have recreation set to the end of the day. I like to do that because they'll usually eat during the recreation time. So it's a good way to get them to eat before bed. So that they don't throw a hissy fit while they're trying to sleep. I think that's a trade caravan. Alright, so you can... Well, not yet. But you can take over that. And we'll have you take over the cooking a little bit. Yeah, I got options with them. Alright. Oh, is that the... No, that's not the Empire. Yep. So when they get over here, we'll trade them. Pop Monster will be the one to facilitate that trade. We want to wait till they're closer, because otherwise we'll have to haul the crap much better. Please don't shoot past the guests. Okay, let's see what we have here. I have literally nothing they're interested in buying. So even though they have these books I would love to get for us to read, I physically can't afford them because I can't... They literally don't want to buy anything at all from me. There's some fun stuff in here, though. Nothing... I mean, the only thing it can make happen is a little bit of plasteel. Maybe the 2 Glitterworld. I could do a singular Glitterworld. Where did the Glitterworld go? There it is. Did I mention that search functionality being in the game is one of the greatest additions they've ever done? I cannot express how immensely useful that is. Alright, so we're just doing good on our food now. So we can just not worry about that. So we've got a normal quality bow, so replace that. And you'll get a bow as well. Let's go ahead and have them make an extra bow. Keep leveling the crafting skill and have a spare weapon just in case. You're the only streamer you've seen use the search functionality? Well, that's the thing. It's new, so many people have trained habits now that taking the time to search, it's just, we've been trained for so long that it's just not a thing. I imagine it'll be one of those things that over time, as people play more, they'll gradually get more used to using it. Trying to leave enough so I can support the ceiling when we go there. And we'll just keep correcting it to remove roof as they chip that down, because I want to get that rock chunk just out of the way. Yeah, so now they got a nice, glorious dirt floor. But once we get more wood in here, I'll start going and putting down wood floors and whatnot wherever we can. Yeah, no, because the thing that used to frustrate me with before we had the search functionality is you would be dealing with some fight and you'd have like a person who's got like a Zeus hammer or whatever, and they'd get downed or have a break or something where you have like your fight is spread out or whatever. Or just any of the things. They get in a social fight with someone, and they get knocked down, and by the time you realize it because you're fast-forwarding, they're not where they fought. And you're trying to figure out, like, where did my Zeus hammer go? I've got a Masterwork Zeus hammer here. It's really important that that gets to be not outside and rotting. And you'll just allow the entire map, and you'll sit there and you'll just look around and be like, where the heck did it come from? And eventually you can find it, but sometimes, like, it'll get destroyed into fire, and you'll be looking for it going, no, this is important. Where did it go? And it's super annoying, versus here I could just be like, Zeus. And then you know it'd pop up. There's been a number of times I've had items that I really needed that I'm like, where did it go? And just running around trying to figure out what happened with it. So we've got a good one, as opposed to a normal one, so go ahead and grab that. Alright. It's gonna be really hard for me to guess. I'm thinking this is one of the lower level ones here, like the 400 and 500 research point ones. How do you get the search functionality up? It's just part of the game now. Like, no mods, no anything. Oh, that is really bad for you, Sniper. Okay. All of you, keep running. Put you on hunt. Okay, Sniper Spies start turning that way. Okay. Alright, now you gonna stay down? Or you just kinda downed? Oh yeah, you're gonna die in two in-game hours. So Craven took a hit. How bad was it? It was a decent hit, but not terrible. And you are not our doctor, so we'll have Viper take care of you in a minute. But you could also hit Z, and it'll bring it up. The shortcut key is inconvenient for me, because I'm using a Dvorak keyboard, so Z is like the far right. Go to bed, please. You're bleeding. But yeah, otherwise you can just click on the magnifying glass. It's really useful. So like, for example, if I'm like, oh man, I'm out of components. Is there some place I can go? Oh, compacted machinery. There's a vein. Like, it's absurdly useful. Especially with stuff that's just hard to see sometimes. And it is smart enough, it won't show stuff that you don't have, like, the visibility. Like, so example, say there's a Mech Resurrection Serum in the Ancient Danger, I can't see it. Now I got a raid coming, we'll just let everyone sleep for a minute, and then we'll go take care of the raid. How much more difficult is travel over a normal crash land? You never tried it? The big thing is you start with less tech, and that your research speed is penalized. That's kind of the big thing. I wouldn't say it's that much harder. It's a little bit slower, but I wouldn't say it's too much worse. Because you can still just get regular colonists as well. And honestly, getting decent weapons in a lot of runs is not really that big of a barrier. Because all you have to do is manage to win one fight where they've got some decent one. So no long-term food preservation until later then. You normally start with pemmican, which is kind of like a not quite as good it's just like a not quite as good packaged meal. Alright, so that can't get infected. You just got bruised. You got bruised pretty hard, though. Knocked you down to about half health on that. But yeah, so normally what you'd start is you'd start with pemmican, but I have the no research mod. Pemmican lasts for a long time. It does eventually rot, but it goes for a long time. Now the downside is it's very nutritionally inefficient. Oh, we need to go to our assignments. Get all of our stuff set to do that. There we go. Adjust it so we don't waste our good medicine on stuff that doesn't need good medicine. Drop medicine, which is night. Yep, and we used it almost immediately. Some of it. But that's fine. Pretty soon we'll have enough growing to get our heal route going. Till then, we're stuck dealing with what we gotta deal with. And the reason I haven't bothered building another house right now is I don't have the material to make more beds. And so we'll just wait. You're hauling slave... Oh, from taking that apart. Yeah, because we go to these ruins. And do that for some early block. Is there any other ones we want to tear up? Because we have no idea if and or when we will we'll get lucky enough to get stone cutting. Because random research. Now, I'm not going to take that one apart because that's the Ancient Danger, so I take it apart. We're going to let awful things out that'll probably murder the heck out of us. So that's fine. Since we already know we're going to have another person get equipped with a bow, let's go ahead and add another bow to the queue. And it'll get that going. Yeah, so you got 2 seasons worth of Paralytic Abasia. It can wear off early. I don't have that happen too often, but it's not never. Get the chunks of stone away from where we're at, that's fine. Yeah, like I said, I think we'll put the kitchen here and put a freezer back here. Is I think what's going to be the plan. And long term, that is going to have the wall be multiple tiles thick. You lose a little bit of the highly fertile area. Yes, that'll be what that is. For right now, because we don't have refrigeration, we'll just hold these doors open because it doesn't matter. But yeah, later on what I'll do is I'll make the walls on the outside all too thick. And then the reason you do that is they're more insulated. Right now, because they're wood walls that are terrible at insulation in the first place, I'm not going to worry about it. But that'll give me a place to store food so that as we get stuff like stone, wood, steel, and all that chucked in here, we don't have to worry as much. I'll also move the kitchen stuff in here as well. You could put a torch in that wall. Because little by little, we'll expand this place out. I'm building quite a bit more than I probably should in this phase of the game. But it's kind of one of those things till we get some technology locked in. There's not a whole lot else for us to worry about. Okay, so we've got one person with an axe. They're a delicate wimp. Okay. That's your choice to attack. So, just gonna say thank you for the upgrade. So now Craven Horde, instead of going into a fight with a little knife, now has an axe. So, sure. Alright. Probably do a lot of Psychoid for Psi-T and for selling stuff later. But for right now, same as before. If it's in the perimeter, cut it down. We will ultimately put an outside wall. I do think what I'm going to deliberately do is make, like, one of the entrances to base up here, where we have all the mud, and then just put, like, a defensive position back there. And then maybe do that on the other side as well. But I'm not planning on doing, like, the kill box thing, where we have our whole, like, firing line. I'm just going to probably give them just straight-up cover. It's like, put, like, a wall, like, just on here, just, like, a wall there, and a wall there with firing lanes on it. And then just have the entrance there just wide open. Like, I'll make a door I can close in a pinch. But that won't be the intention. And normally, ideally, you don't want to have the butcher spot in the same place as the cooking table or the stove. And then the reason for that is the butchering, when you butcher an animal, it makes a big mess. And then you turn around and you cook in a room that has a big mess, and you get food poisoning. These days, with having someone like dedicated to cleaning, it's not that big a deal. As long as you manage it. I also end up not butchering nearly as much as I used to, because I just make giant grow areas, and I usually don't worry about hunting that much. Where's the cougar at? Okay, cougar's still out on the edge of the map. That's fine. If you get ghouls, that ends up changing, though, because the ghouls only eat meat. So it ends up being a lot more of a consideration. But yes, I'm already sitting at, like, 1,200 raw food. So, not too much of a worry. Meanwhile, let's go to zone, stockpile. Clear. Important. Food. So now we're going to start putting all the food in here. Even though there's no real benefit for this room versus that room, I'm just more or less trying to organize it for later. And I think our next move is we're going to start flooring places like the break room so we don't get as many penalties. To try and make it nicer. Same with this down here. Even though it's a little dangerous to make all your buildings out of wood, when you have random research, no research, you're going to build your buildings out of wood until RNG is kind enough to make it so you could use something other than wood. That's just how it works. Alright, I still do need more leather. Hey, White Jaguar, how's it going? So yeah, we'll go ahead and keep them hunting to try and get that leather. Well, actually, we're about to get those. Yeah, it's still fine. Let's see if that'll pick a fight, get itself a little bit hurt, and then we can go in and finish the job to minimize our risk. Yeah, close, keep the inner door locked open till we have air conditioning and all that. There's no reason not to. I do want to keep the outer door locked, though. That way random animals don't wander into our food storage and start eating everything. All right. Okay, and Tim will be home pretty soon, at which point we'll switch over to our sponsored segment. I'm just waiting to do that, because as I mentioned, there's going to be 2 hours during this stream that will be sponsored by Factor 75. Pretty much it's going to be the exact same thing we're doing right now. There'll just be the Factor 75 badge on the corner of the screen over there. And, you know, we'll just plug the product and all that good stuff. Today we're not going to go through the ordering and everything. We already did that part because it's a sponsor that has like 2 segments to it. We already did the first segment about a week ago. This one we actually have the food in the fridge downstairs. So mostly it's going to be talking about what their product is, and then I will show you the product. But like the showing the product will probably only be like 2-3 minutes or whatever. But it does support the channel, makes this all possible. So I do appreciate it where, you know, where people are willing to be like accepting, tolerant, whatever. Oh, it sounds like Tomb's already home. Alright, so what is going to happen here, chat, is I'm going to take a quick, like, 5-ish minute break, which this is normal for the stream. Around 9 p.m. EST, I take a quick break. My wife gets home from work. I run downstairs there, welcome her home. We figure out dinner, and then everything goes on. We're in an ad break anyway, so it's a good time for it to happen. So let me go ahead and do that. When we get back, we'll get to the sponsored segment, and we can go from there. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Zombie's got no chill. Ooh, that was That was much closer than I should have let get. I was trying to not run, so I wouldn't waste any more endurance than I had to. That was really close.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
Bentley, be ready to get the heck out of Dodge. Because everyone else is expendable. If Bentley goes down, the run ends. That is not good. Bentley, keep running, buddy. Yeah, we just killed our run. Because mechs never leave. Yep. Yep, when they broke the door, that kind of just screwed us. Because, I mean, I should have dropped back here and bottlenecked them there. It's too little too late now. They're fully surrounded. Oh, well. This run has been taking way too long to do anything anyways, so I'm not super upset that it's ending. Been a long time coming. Alright, Train, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Oh, it's alright. Is getting blasted again. Sir Ice Mage has taken the lead and is immediately spun out. Oh no, never mind, that was someone else. And Sir Ice Mage, I think, has taken the win for us at the last second with a bot right on your tail. Wait a second. No. Shenanigans. No. No. Shenanigans. What is this? We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. Start blasting if the situation permits. And then drop the gun again. And just repeat that process as we play through. Panzang, I've only killed about 32,000 zombies in my game, and I have more than 40 crowbars. Just well, I think we just killed ourselves. How are we still alive? What? When did I get bitten? I tripped, but I didn't see the actual bite animation. Well. Go on. I'd like to see how this plays out. I feel like we have one major problem in this whole thing. I like this continuing to extend it, not like trying to back out and try and find a different route. Clearly the issue is I can't actually reach that spot. But you can see where it's putting the outline, where it's trying to do whatever that is. No. Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that? And 3, 2, 1, it'll be fine. Hey, you're finally awake. Yep, they got me by the border. Well, I can't actually get out of the hole. I'm having to unstuck myself. Oh, that's honestly pretty underwhelming if I'm gonna be honest here.
Oh no, they've already trashed it. Taking injury because reaching the window and getting us. Like, we're not getting out of the car. And we're dead. Okay, car kills don't count.
There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Did I... Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. The radius they hear you smaller, it lowers the chance per step of you being heard, which is not great. But yeah, and it also, sneaking does nothing for being able to be seen, only heard. So if you walk, if you're thinking you're gonna do stuff like Assassin's Creed, where you like, you know, you start sneaking like directly in front of a guard or something, and the guard's gonna be like, "What? I didn't see anything. Did you hear something?" That's not a... Like the endgame campaign that they expand, that's fine. I don't hear many people complain about that because it's usually only like 4 or 5 leagues before they do a reset kind of thing. So they'll like expand on it or add a new layer to it or completely overhaul it. Like the endgame part's fine. It's just the campaign with innocence and sin and all that. They're like, all right, look, man, I'm real tired of killing innocents again. Get out of my way, man. Pack. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time. Ah, but this key, you can only use it once. Once you have used the key, it's done forever. And you're like, but why? Is it a very poorly made key? And I understand it's game mechanics to make you have to go back and kill the boss again, so you have to do the tough fight. Because otherwise you get into the Escape from Tarkov thing where you get your hands in the really good, like the really good key, and then you just farm the really valuable plays. That said, ho, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. All right, so sorry about that. That took way longer than I anticipated. I thought I heard Tomb arrive, and I went down there and she wasn't there, and it's like, crap. And right around the time I went to go right back upstairs, she arrived. And so I made the food real fast, and then Tomb's had a really tough day. You know, it'll be on her how much she does and doesn't want to share it on that. But she had a tough day, so you know, chit chat with a new minute. Yeah, we won yesterday. So let me change because I'm supposed to be. We are now in a sponsored segment. We're being sponsored by Factor 75 today. We're still going to be playing RimWorld and all that. That's all going to continue. Nothing else is going to change. The only thing that's going to change, we're going to have the little asset over here, and I'm going to explain what we're going on. So Factor 75 has been kind enough to sponsor today's stream. It's the second stream they've sponsored in the past 2 weeks. That basically what happened was not 2 streams ago, like a week ago, basically they're compensating me for doing this, but what they've got going on is you can order them. It is kind of a meal service type thing. So if you think of like HelloFresh, it's the same company, but we're like HelloFresh, you get the bag, and you know, it's got all the stuff in it, and you know, you got to cut it all up and put it together, put on your, you know, stove and cook it and all that. It takes like 15 to 30 minutes. Factor 75 is like the pre-prepared stuff. So if you think of like, for example, like a TV dinner, it is a better quality one because most TV dinners are they're okay. With Factor 75, it's never frozen. They do it all in advance. So the first stream we ordered the food. Today we actually have the food arrive. So this is what Tomb's eating, which is, it was a hash of some kind. It is a smoked Gouda bacon shredded chicken hash.
That was good.
And let's see. Yeah, so like that's the food you're actually getting. So like, you know, that looks legit.
Mm-hmm.
It smells legit. The green beans in that smell really good. Meanwhile, the thing I got is I got a truffle mushroom pork chop, which is, you can't actually, it's not picking up too well because the sauce is white and the plate is white. But yeah. So like they're legit. And for the record, I have been a customer of Factor 75 in the past.
Yeah.
It was like 5-6 months we used them the first time.
It was a long time.
Yeah, it was like a good 5-6 months or longer, somewhere around that. The first time they sponsored us about 2 years ago, that I got it, I used it for a good long while. And I don't remember what it was. Like it was it our 10-year anniversary cruise? We had some travel we did. They were like, oh, we need to pause it. And they're like, all right, let's just pause it. And then we just didn't.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was something around that. We just chose not to renew it because I had gotten... Because, you know, a lot of these meal kits will have kind of a commonality in their flavor. And I kind of like, I'm ready for a break. But yeah. So it's good stuff. I definitely would go with that. But the promotion they've got going right now is I have a link on the bottom. Oh, I need to turn on their bot. Give me 2 moments.
Did you tell them about my tooth?
I told them you had a tough day and that I would let you decide how much you wanted to share.
Because like people were saying really nice things in the chat.
Yeah, no, I just basically said, you know, however much you wanted to share.
I mean, it's not whatever. One of my crowns, not only popped off, but it like disintegrated into a million pieces. So I don't have it. So, and this happened after the dentist closed for the day. So I called, but you know, they're not there. So it hurts because it's just like a raw little nub with no cap on, with no cap, no, what's it called? What did I just call it?
Crown
with no crown on it. And every time I breathe, it hurts because like the air flowing over it hurts. And yeah, I'm excited for this food, but I'm not sure how it's gonna go. So
you'll probably want to wait till it cools off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
But it does smell good.
Yep.
But yeah, so I was frustrated because I've had a lot of dental issues that have been frustrating me.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
She has had a lot of work done to deal with like grinding teeth when she's younger and all that.
I didn't grind them. My mouth was just shaped badly.
Right, I'm sorry. Correct. her bite wasn't right, and they corrected her bite, but it did damage, so she's had to have a lot of work. Yeah, if that's an emergency repair, they need to do it now. She did call the number, and we expect her to hear back like right away in the morning, and just the very first time. Like, I'm hoping you'll be able to see if they can get you in right away, even if you have to like juggle with a coworker or something.
So that's the thing. It's like, okay, even if they were like, okay, we can see you right away, it's like, I have a job. So then it's like, okay, how am I gonna schedule this around my job? And like, you know, and it's just annoying. The whole thing's just annoying. And it's gonna be at least 2 trips because again, the tooth like crumbled into a million pieces. So it's not like they have another tooth to put on there. So they're gonna put a temporary tooth, and then they're gonna be like, "Come back for us to put on the real tooth," and I'm gonna be like, "Ugh," because also our dentist isn't just around the corner. It's like not quite an hour, but it's like a 45-minute drive away. So it's like,
Mm-hmm. All right.
Thank you, Factor.
Yeah, and thank you, Factor, for giving us good food. For the record, Factor did cover for all this food for us, but the deal they've got going on with Factor 75 is if you use the link below, or you'll see the link put in chat every so often. Did it already post? Yeah, it posted just a couple minutes ago. But if you hit either of those links, it'll take you to their page. The first order is 50% off, so that first week's food, 50% off. The next 4 weeks, I believe, are 20% off. And then they'll give you 2 wellness shots, which it's like a vitamin shot thing. It's like it's got your vitamins and antioxidants, whatever. But it's like if you think of like those breakfast shake things, it's like that, but it's more fruit juice than a shake. Same idea. That said, it is only available in the US. So to everyone outside the US, I do apologize, but that is what it is. And someone just ordered. So thank you so much for that. It does have an alert sound, but it's super quiet. Well, that's interesting. It did the chime, and then it updated the graphic, but the count it'll figure itself out. But yeah, it's all it said. But yeah, I have used them before, so it is a whole thing. So if you have any questions, I have used their product for a long time. Price-wise, it's going to vary where you're at so far as how it compares to your local costs and all that. For me personally, the price is, if I go to the grocery store and I buy all the ingredients, that's certainly cheaper. If I go to the grocery store and I buy like their super duper budget, like TV dinner style thing that is like the grocery store brand, that's still typically cheaper. But the moment you start stepping into like the nicer pre-prepared stuff, Factor then becomes competitive where it's often a little bit less. It is a thing where you pay like a month, or you pay, a weekly rate or whatever. And you can like then do have like nice, if you want to get steak, you can pay an extra to get steak or whatever. But you can go in there and you pay like your weekly rate, and you get however many meals. So you could like, for example, we got 6 meals a week. I don't know what it costs off the top of my head because I looked at it and I moved on. They're basically covering the first one for me, and then I get the same deal all of you get, and I'm going to keep using it for a while. But you pay for that, and you basically get to choose your meals. They'll have like, here's your selection of like 50, 60 options, and you say, I want these ones, okay, and all that. But the added bonuses, they do give you those wellness shots too, per order for as long as you are subscribed, forever, and all that stuff. Yeah, and you don't have to go to the store. So you don't have to pay for like gas and all that kind of nonsense and deal with all that. But yeah, so it's a good deal and all that kind of stuff. They are compensating me for every single time someone does sign up. So full disclosure, I'm being paid both for the initial promotion of just promoting in general, as well as every additional sign up. I do get paid extra. It's pretty generous what they're doing. So I do thank them for that, for sponsoring the channel and all that good stuff. And if anyone has any questions, by all means, feel free to ask. And let's go ahead and get back to the game, because we are still playing the game and all that. For the most part, we're just going to talk about the product a couple times during the next 2 hours. And then we will have their graphic up here. I do know it covers a little bit. Honestly, it's not, for RimWorld, it's not in a terrible position. It is kind of slightly over this, but not enough it's blocking it. But when you consider RimWorld has information here and there, and I'm even covering information, and there's menus all over the place, and there's information that shows up here, and then you have your characters. There really isn't a place to put stuff on RimWorld. So you really want to watch you play Anomaly, but you haven't got far in it, and you're trying to avoid spoilers. So this is a colony super duper early. and we're going to be pretty slow, so you shouldn't get too many spoilers on this run. Well, at least not right away. Versus if you're watching the other run we were doing, we did actually finish the game yesterday on Anomaly. We finished the Anomaly ending. I won't spoil it. No meal picks in the noms on Discord. Oh. That's a good thing I should do. So let me see if Tomb has enough left for me to picture. One moment. Yeah, so luckily she was letting it cool off her thing. Yep, so let me take 2 seconds to put that there. Because like I said, like that's part of one of the things I like about the Factor sponsor, is there's a lot of sponsors like, we want you to show off our product. Cool. And then they won't give it to you unless you pay for it. I'm like, well, no, I want to shut off. There. I just went, Factor has arrived, and I put pictures of both of them. The lighting isn't great. The lighting in the other room is like... Tomb likes the lights bright, so when you turn on all the lights, it's almost like going into a doctor's office. But yeah. So we got that in the Noms channel. But yeah, anyone has any questions, by all means ask. I do know it is basically an additional ad in the stream and all that. It helps pay for it. The way I look at it, I do this kind of stuff. It means I don't have to harass people about, you know, subbing and doing bits and donating and all the other things. It lets me make someone else, you know, let someone else pay to support the channel so I don't have to beat up the viewers. But normally, for the most part, normally the only sponsor we do on the channel is typically just games. This is the first non-game sponsor we've done in almost 2 years. But it is a product I've used and I stand behind, so there's that. Alright, so we do have another bed has gotten done. We're still waiting on that one. Let's go ahead and get another bedroom going. And for the record, putting them 2 tiles apart isn't quite wide enough for them to not spread fire across at all. That said, having 2 tiles between them, it'll mitigate a lot of that. I'll have to put other stuff down in between, like stone or whatever, so the fire is a little bit slower. But that's fine. And a big reason why it's taking a while is I'm using just the plain leather. Because of the different stuff we're getting, it's taking its dear sweet time. Alright. So I'm thinking for the compound area, let's consider this as far to the left as we're willing to go right now. So that'll be this perimeter. I do feel like I'm going to need to go down a little ways, so let's go down to around maybe here to get that geothermal in there. That'll be an entryway. We'll keep the actual temple thing inside the perimeter. Well, actually, where's the tree? That's fine. We'll go over this way. This is going to be a big area. And then I want that. So that gives me more than enough room to expand as much as I want. That is a huge area. The main trending workshop item right now is My Little Pony mod. Of course it is. But y'all should still subscribe because of the Plus programs thingy. Rual gets it. Yeah, that was one of the things that was a big thing. Like, they offered to sponsor it as a good sponsorship deal. It was like, I'm also doing the Plus points and all of that. And then, like, the 2-year sub-anniversary or partnerversary came up, and all of these things are happening at the same time. And generally, it's not a good idea to overlap these kinds of things. Not even overlap. Oh, hey, we gotta be careful. We don't want to hurt our trees. We're gonna go a little bit farther wide. I don't want to hurt our meat-eating trees. The meat-eating trees are friends. There we go. Yeah, so that's going to be intended perimeter. That is a really big perimeter, for the record. But I'm not going to worry about trying to enclose it quite yet. We'll want to do that, mostly so we can try and get stuff here. And then what we'll probably do is right along here is I will make a defensive line. It's not going to be a proper kill box. We'll make it sort of that way. I just want to force them to go into the mud a little bit. So it's like not really going to be a kill box. It's not fully enclosed, but it will be a point that we kind of force the enemies into a narrower path. Knock out the bridge? I might do that. I mixed on the bridge because I do like, because that's literally a road going through our base. But yeah, that might be a good idea. Oh wait, that'll be floors. Yeah, so it'll be a road up to here. We'll have a break in the road, and then the road will resume. And this will just be a door out here. We won't make a big fancy area on this side. I am assuming that the random research is working with Anomaly, but I have no means of telling right now. So that'd be 5 rooms, and we're gonna need a total of 6. So let's go ahead. And get the house on the other side done. Alright. Because I also want to close it out so when it comes to stuff like cougars and timberwolves and bears and other dangerous animals, that I can use that as a containment method. Because I could put doors there. I actually kind of want to put, like, either the, we don't have yet, like, either the fancy, like, two wide door there and over here, or, like, the security door for containing stuff, put those as my doors, even though it's probably very impractical, just to deal with it. And how are we doing on wood? We're done. Transport pod crash. A plank cutter named Rosalind has crashed in a transport pod nearby. If she survives the impact, she'll be badly wounded. Rosalind is not affiliated with any faction. Rescue her and hope she joins freely, or capture her for the recruitment or slavery purposes. Okay. So you're actually not hurt too terribly bad. You're a careful shot who doesn't shoot. And you can do plants, animals, and all that. I mean, sure. Who's our doctor again? Papa Monster? Hey, Papa Monster. Go save this person. We won't force recruit them. Okay, so we just detected the ancient danger. That's fine. Craven Horde has made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Craven Horde wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. The monolith provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Because that would give us the second person to deal with plants, which is usually a pretty good thing to have happen. Don't clear dirt. Oh, you're not my doctor? I'm looking at the wrong thing entirely. You're my doctor. That's still fine. They carried. You tend. Cool. We'll go to our medical assignments real fast to change some of the defaults. There. And you're patched up? Good. Alright, we'll see if they end up joining us or not. Yeah, so we got a little bit of stone from taking apart most of the stuff around here and hauling the bits over. Our research is dragging along because we are doing the Ritualist ideology, which has a severe penalty to the speed of your research. And we are Tribalist, which is a second penalty to your research speed. So we are dealing with that. Void Curiosity. Craven Horde has begun to fixate on the Void and wishes to investigate it using Void Provocation Ritual. Use the Void Provocation Ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects or be connected to Bioferrite Harvester to generate Bioferrite. Research Void Provocation, then place the Psychic Ritual spot to perform the ritual. We don't have any of the technologies necessary to do that yet, so that's cool that you're into it, man, but also it's not going to happen very soon. And we are grabbing the stone and just dumping them all down here little by little. It's just what we're going to do until that. We do have the meditation spot set around the tree. Until I get the stone, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, we can go down here and disassemble those. Disassemble this. Do that. Oh, I actually got rid of the meditation points. And they joined. That's convenient. Alright, so we got a brand new person in the colony. So let's take a quick look at what they've got here. We'll check their ideology here in a minute. So they can handle animals, so you're not going to handle animals anymore, Viper. They can also hunt. They can grow stuff. So they're primarily going to handle and grow stuff. Which, like I said, that will free up... I mean, having two people work on that should be good. That does mean I can probably bump up the priority here and bump down the priority there. Okay, so Roslyn, we'll bring you over here. We'll hit our button real fast to draw this. And Cerise the Mage, welcome to the colony. And we will have you grab yourself a weapon. And we'll queue up the production of another weapon. It already is queued up, so I won't worry about it. Alright. And get yourself set to recreation. So what is your ideology? Okay, transhumanist is one I cannot facilitate. Not anytime soon, at least. So we are going to have to deal with that. A heat wave will probably kill us because I do not have passive coolers and I can't go out of my way to do that. So we are just going to have to take our chances with it. So we're going to go ahead and try and convert Cerise the Mage. But yeah, because we are doing random research, no research, I don't have passive coolers. A heat wave can be potentially fatal for us. If we do hit a heat wave, I'm probably going to dig into a wall and have our people try and stay in there. All right, effective. Knocks you down 30%. That's pretty good. Alright, and avoid cutting down these trees. And we're getting to the point that we're pretty soon going to finish our very first research. We're getting close to the end of the first in-game year, and our first research is about 2/3 done. Oh, that tribal starvation. Why is no one feeding you? Please feed them. So we're not doing Ship to the Stars, so we're getting rid of that. Okay. This is a good chunk towards the whole tile challenge, the amount of space I'm taking up. We're going to be taking up like a fourth of the map with how wide I've made that perimeter. That's a very bold amount of space I'm going for there. Alright, food binge. I can live with that. I've got plenty of raw food to replace what you're going to eat, so that's fine. Okay. Psychic Soothe. Excellent. Oh, didn't we have someone who had, like, really strong psychic ability? No. That was I've begun recording a run I'm going to do for the YouTube content, which is a more extreme like an even more extreme challenge. But it's probably one that wouldn't be fun for stream, because there's going to be a lot of waiting for things to happen. Kind of like when you're doing, like, Naked Brutality, Sea Ice kind of thing, where it can be extremely slow. So I begun recording that for YouTube. But, on that one, I got a psychically sensitive person just out of my starting group. This is a better starting group than I have in that one. But the other one is pretty decent. Yeah, so you're getting 0.9 per go of that. It says you require 5. I'd assume you'd have it by now. So that might not be working, which becomes problematic. If that ultimately is broken, I think I can work with it anyways. Yeah, because we're supposedly researching this. We'll see. It only jumped to 9 a moment ago. It was lower before. I can still work with that, even with random research, no research. And the way I can work with that is books. We get offered books reasonably often that we can research it that way. I can also disable the random research mid-run using dev mode if I need to. I'm hoping that won't be necessary, though. Because the random research is supposed to be set up to work with 1.5 and everything, whereas the no research mod, that's one that, the no starring research, they said, you know, it's not supported yet, but, you know, it clearly works. We started with no research. I don't know why it wouldn't work. And for the record, I actually really do enjoy playing no research, random research as my start. Because it forces you to pivot your play style at the mercy of whatever the game gives you in any given run. So that can be a lot of fun. Alright. And as a reminder, we are being sponsored by Factor 75, who does pre-prepared meal kits. You just sign up, and you get to pick your however many meals a week you choose, and they deliver to them. They're kind of like a TV dinner, but like actually good quality. They're never frozen, all that good stuff. I mean, part of the reason I was like, oh yeah, I need to remember to say that, because I'm getting hungry smelling this, so I'm going to eat a little bit of that while we're while we got this going on. I'll mute the microphone so you don't have to listen. But yeah, they got good stuff. Like I'm eating, it was a truffle pork chop and potatoes. So, I'm going to do that. But yeah, so your first order is 50% off, then it's 20% off for your next, I believe, 4 orders. And then they also throw in these 2 wellness shot things. I have no idea how good the wellness shots. I was going to drink that on the stream, but they actually messed up my order. Like, all the food was fine, but the wellness shots are missing. And they reached out to me and were like, oh, we messed up. We didn't get you your wellness shots. So here's $10 credit and everything. You know, get that all sorted. And so I don't know if I'm gonna like the wellness shots or not. I can't tell you if they're good, bad, or otherwise because I haven't had them. I wanted to have them on stream so I could be like, yeah, it's good, or not my thing, or whatever. But because of it, they're free, and I got $10 for it. So I like getting the $10, but it kind of sucks that I can't give you my honest opinion on it because I haven't had one yet. It does mean I'll end up getting the 2 next time. But that is the thing for the lifetime subscription. You will get them. They're like a vitamin drink thing. So the idea is you'd have it as like your morning, like you drink it like a breakfast shake thing where you get your vitamins for your day or whatever from it and all that. But I can't speak to how good they are. But they have a couple interesting flavors. There's a greens one, there's like a cayenne one, and all that kind of stuff. But whatnot. All right, let me go ahead and get a little bit of this food while we're kind of in a pause. And, I mean, the game's still running, but while we have nothing going on, I'll be right back. But yeah, like I'm having a pork chop. It's not tough at all. It's really good. Like, it's actually really good. I haven't had the potatoes yet, but the pork chop's good. Alright. Okay, so we got Shamblers approaching. So we got zombies, and then we also have refugees who have a child who want to show up. So we're going to deal with the zombies first. Well, the Shamblers. They're basically zombies. We're going to deal with them first. Heat stroke? Why do you have heat stroke? Why is it so hot in there? Because there's nothing I could do about that, actually. New research available. Draw Shamblers. Alright. So there's 3 Shamblers. Let's start dealing with that. There are melee people up front. You're all terrible shots and should be ashamed of yourself. You've yet to land a hit. There you go, you got one. And the third one's still down there. All right. Well, luckily we're practicing our shooting on relatively not dangerous enemies. Heaven help us if that was someone with a bolt-action gun. Okay, so you took a hit, just a bruise. Alright, cool. Yeah, you're getting heat stroke. Yeah, so where I mentioned that a heat wave would be exceedingly dangerous for us, we're pushing the fence of heat stroke just with normal summer. Oh, that is not my favorite. Keep running, Craven. You two get in there as fast as you can. Alright, get back in there, try and finish it. Okay, so... You're just bruised, so you finished the job. Oh, never mind. Is it already dead? Okay. So Craven got scratched up pretty bad. Yep, you did. You are a brand new person. Yeah, so Craven needs to be patched up in a hurry, so hopefully they go straight to bed. They did. You start tending them immediately. Okay, you're already on it. Okay. That's because we had one regular medicine and a bunch of tribals, so they grabbed the one regular medicine, used it, and then switched to the tribal medicine. Cargo pods. Bunch of pemmican, I could live with that. Why do... Oh, who is our cook? Sniper Spice. Oh, because it's out of wood, because no one's cut down a tree yet. Cut down a tree real fast. Actually, cut down two. That way we can get Sniper Spice cooking real quick. Because I don't want my people eating raw food any more than necessary. Alright. Probably go here and jump it up to 20 meals. Okay. One thing we can potentially do is if we get alpaca on the map again, or muffalo. Actually, we do have muffalo, don't we? Try and get ourselves some muffalo going. And then we can give them like a pen to live in. Like for right now, I had a caravanning spot. I don't remember where it was. Or not. Right now, what I could do is we can get the muffalo. Just plug them in over there. You can put a wooden marker over here as well. But then what I'll do is I'll make like a Muffalo pen over here. What happened to Duff? Oh, Donkey Duff arrived with paralytic abasia, which means they started paralyzed on the map. Please feed them, they're starving. So it's they arrived that way. Here, are we the autonomers? Is that our ideology? I think so. Let's check the... Alright, so it needs to be a free ritual spot. Okay, lectern and all that. We won't worry about that because it's going to have a terrible result for right now. But I'll need to get a bunch of that stuff sorted out. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, you're in pain. Your barracks is awful. You ate without table. Your sleep keeps being disturbed. We're working on it, man. Okay. So cancel those. And the reason we're canceling those is we now have cloth. And I can get cloth to happen way more reliably. So that way we can get beds for everyone. Like actual beds. Well, not beds, sorry. Bed rolls, not actual beds. We're gonna get our first research done relatively soon, though. And that'll be good. You can also go ahead and get an art table going there. Even though I don't plan on using it right now. Doesn't hurt to have it. Okay, so we got a Muffalo. Okay, so we got both the Muffalos, so that's good. Alright, what type of stone do I have in the tile? I have limestone and granite. Okay. A decent amount of granite. Let's see how far I can get with the granite to making this border. So I've got 251. There's 125. 125. And I don't really have the other stuff, so that's fine, so I'll make the rest once I have some wood out of wood. And that'll be the starting Muffalo area, because I'll make the outer perimeter granite so it's durable. Because it's going to see action. Meanwhile, let's have a talk to you and see if you have anything we want. Okay, so take these worn out clothes and the Pila and the wake up. And I will take your little bit of medicine. Also, let's go to assign. Who's our doctor again? Papa Monster. So for assign, Papa Monster will carry 3 medicine. Glitter World. Thanks, man. I'll take some Glitter World. Okay. I'm guessing that's not working right. Like I said, worst case, we'll lean on the books. That'll be fine. As long as we can get a book for like the ritual circle thing pretty early, that won't be that bad. Because while there's some really powerful stuff in there, we got plenty to work with even without that. And as we get our books to drive ourselves mad, that'll be a route to fix it. We'll definitely want to try and get Pavamons or anything to help improve their movement speed as early as possible. Since they are doing our hauling and all that and cleaning, they're going to spend the most time just running around constantly. So anything we do to help pick up the pace will make them that much more efficient. All right. You can potentially put containment up here at first, or down here. This actually might be a good spot for containment. You know what I'm betting? I'm betting random research. It's going to also choose from the second tab. Hey, Grichard! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in, raiders. And what were we streaming today? Wait, what? We got some friendly fire that Sentient Cookie accidentally deleted the raid message. But yeah, no, sorry on the timing of that ad break. They do land on the hour, and unfortunately you did get caught right as it happened, so I do apologize for everyone who got caught in the ad. You obviously can't hear me now, so I'm going to say that again once we get there. It is what it is. Twitch makes us run ads. It is basically like you got hit with a bad pre-roll. So, my apologies. I don't have any real, like, when I say you don't have control over, I can manually run them, but also ADHD things, I'm not going to remember to manually run them, which means pre-rolls, and unfortunately the reality is pre-rolls are real rough on your channel viewership. So it is kind of what it is. Alright, and you are again not being fed? No, you are fed. What? Alright. So we are going ahead and getting that all built. Alright. So we've got our plant growing up to the point that we can now do heal roots. That should be all good there. So we have 2 refugees. So let's look here. They do have a child among them, so that does mean that they won't be able to betray us, so that's good news. You can help with construction. Actually, you'll do mining. And the kid, we're just going to put the kid on full recreation for their schedule so they can learn in case they go to join us. And that'll just be the way it is. We should have sleeping spots for them, if I'm not mistaken. We'll also go under schedule and Oh, you can't. We give very low chance of plant cut. Well, not chance, priority. So we'll get a little bit of mining done, which has been way overdue. Alright, you're playing RimWorld, you have all 4 DLC, a couple quality left mods, and was playing with Crowd Control 2, Twitch integration. You usually have Twitch Toolkit, but waiting for it to go unstable on the workshop. You did a tribe start with Cassandra, going well so far. Gotcha, we're doing the similar, just no Twitch Toolkit, and instead we're doing random research, no research. Complex clothing for the very first research. Heck yeah. And we got an exotic trades good. So for the very first research, we're getting this run. It's looking like complex clothing, which is a real good one for us to get. That is a very excellent one. Complex furniture, complex clothing, and stone cutting are my, like, if I could choose out of the 3 first. Yeah, random research, no, and no starting research are mods. Random research, I'll show you how it works here in just a moment. So you want almost nothing I have, so it doesn't do me any good that you have wonderful things, because I can't. The only thing I can give you is the muffalo I plan on using for their wool. So I can't trade you right now. Yeah, so with random research, it's a mod. Oh, that's interesting. They've got the big cancel icon. That's new. So I could cancel this and it'd probably re-roll. Interesting. By chance, does random research affect anomaly research? I don't know. It doesn't look like it's working, but I don't know. I'm honestly willing to deal with it if I have to get the research through tomes, because that still thematically works for me, even though that'll be very painful to get anomaly research progressing there. But yeah, so what ends up happening with the random research is if you look, there's no research button here. And all that. Oh yeah, if you didn't catch, I have a bot that actually, like, eliminates when someone says anything referencing cannibalism, mostly because while I do play RimWorld, and it's, you know, getting those kind of jokes in RimWorld is fine, it got to the point I would play everything and get cannibalism jokes constantly that I got tired of it. So I made the bot just replace it with tacos. But yeah, so you're saying you're new to RimWorld and you don't know a good way to get rid of the clothes. So when it comes to getting rid of clothes, you got a couple of options. One, you can trade/sell them as one option, whether you go to someone else. Another thing you can do is if they don't want them, I can run over to a person like this. Let's just run down here. So I could trade with them. So I can go to this person and be like, I don't want anything. I could also go to gift, and I can potentially give more there if they don't have money. So that's another way of dealing with it. A third way is if you build a campfire, you can go to the list of things to do campfire, and you could say destroy apparel. And you can go in there and say destroy apparel if it's tainted, destroy apparel if it's, you know, worn out enough. Craven Horde has completed a study of the monolith, the structure conduit that links to the void. The reality hidden under every point in the space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence, a terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With it open, Craven Horde believes he could go through and either close the conduit or harness the dark power. The monolith provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. You know, they're just work like 1 silver each. Yeah, and if you do this hub giant amount, you can clean the taint off them. Yeah, now when you get into modding, there's lots of options, but in the base game, it's you either burn them or you trade/give them away. The tainted ones usually can't. That is one of the things that is dealing with that. You can also just make a stockpiling location just out in, like, the water or out in the weather or whatever, and just make it for tainted clothing. And they will slowly rot away. And as a reminder, we are being sponsored by Factor 75 today, so they are being kind of sponsored stream. They basically do kind of like a prepackaged meal type service. So if you think of, like, you know, TV dinners, except for TV dinners are generally pretty lousy. Factor 75, they're never frozen. They're actually decent quality. Like I'm eating one right now, and they're excellent. I've used them a lot in the past. Me and Toom were customers of them for over 5-6 months the last time they sponsored and all that. But yeah, you're vibrating with anticipation when it updates. Oh, just talking about mods. But yeah, so they're absolutely excellent. It is a US only deal, but the promotion they've got going on is your first order is 50% off if you use the link on the bottom. The link people are mentioning in chat. You get the first order 50% off. They have like they call them wellness shots. It's like a vitamin beverage thing. You get those lifetime for the whole lifetime subscription, 50% off for your first order only, and then 20% off for the next, I believe, 4 orders. But it's one of those things that you pay a weekly rate, and you go on their website and they have like 50, 60 different things to choose from. You say, I want these ones, and they arrive in a box, and you just heat them up. You can microwave them or put them in the oven. She was like, Factor 75 is amazing. You've been getting the meals for about a year now. Yeah, no, I mentioned before, I've had a couple people who they sponsored us about 2 years ago. And that I knew people signed up for it. And, we had some that used it for a number of months. We're talking 5, 6, 7, 8 months. A couple used it for over a year. And I think I have one person who has literally been using it ever since then. Okay, so complex clothing. That is a real strong first research. Considering with this mod, with the random research, I had a run where I was at Starflight Basics, had all but like 2 or 3 things out of all of this, and I had not gotten complex clothing yet. And it was rough. It was really rough. That is how you got your start with a factor was your code? That was 2 years ago, She-Wolf. I hate to hurt your perception of time. That was 2 years ago. Just shy of 2 years ago. Hey, what mod gives you no starting research? It's called no starting research, actually. Very specifically called no starting research. What a name. It's funny when that happens. Like, there's Don't Stop the Music. It's something like KV Don't Stop the Music, so it's those ones and all there. You swear sometimes mods are oh man. That is the thing. Yeah, so now that She-Wolf's out of themselves, She-Wolf is the person I was thinking about. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that She-Wolf has been using it ever since I first got sponsored by them. So there's like your promotional plug there that they signed up 2 years ago, and they're still using it now. And like I said, I know a number of people who got past a year that they were using it. And then there's been others that I know used it for like 4 or 5 months. Me and Toom used it for 5, 6 months. We only paused it because like I want to say it was our 10-year anniversary cruise we went on to celebrate being married 10 years. That we were going to be on a cruise for a while, so we had to, say, hey, I, like, skip the next week. Oh, not you. You. Hey, like, skip next week. We're not going to be home. I don't want to sit out in the sun. Yeah. No, like, very genuinely, they show up, it's in like a little plastic container with like a tag board sleeve and like a, the thin film over top of it. And all you do to heat it up is if you want to microwave, you just poke a bunch of holes in it. You put it in your microwave for 2 minutes. Boom, done. If you don't prefer microwaving, which is totally fine and fair, or you don't want to heat it in the plastic tray, totally fine and fair. It also has instructions for putting it in your oven to cook it in your oven. You can do either or. I didn't microwave today because I'm lazy. Betrayal offer by Nelly, and you're willing to give me 2 advanced components. So don't get me wrong, your offer is generous. At this stage in a game where I cannot handle electricity, advanced components is a pretty big offer. Okay, so what we're gonna end up doing, super fresh stuff, Frozen. Can't say You have not gotten one bad meal the whole time? Yeah, I haven't gotten any bad meals. When I used it for like 6-something months, the only things I ever ran into was we had one where there was a meal missing. And like I said, I let them know. They compensated me and they said, hey, we're sorry. Here's your money back on that meal and all that. And, you know, they got that all squared away, which, you know, that's about the best you hope for when something like that happens. And I had one that had gotten damaged in shipping that one of, like, the box in delivery got beaten the crap out of. And, like, all the stuff inside was fine, except for one was, like, looked like the seal may have gotten broken. And the same thing, they're like, hey, don't eat it. If the seal's been broken, don't eat it. We'll send you a new one. Or, sorry, they didn't send me a new one. They will make it fair, that kind of thing. So they, again, that's usually the default, is if anything's wrong, they will just cover it. They'll be like, hey, they missed my wellness shot things that they gave me for free. That they contacted me on that and said, hey, we messed up. They weren't in there. Here's $10 credit. They were free and they gave me $10. So it's like, sure. I can work with that. So I've had a couple of times that things got messed up, but they've always done right by it. They've always got sorted. And that's after, like you said, using them for a number of times where they deliver every single week. You know, sooner or later you're gonna get something wrong. As long as the company does right by it and says, hey, we messed up. This'll, like, let's make it right. Yeah, so I didn't get the sample of the drinks, so I can't tell you if they're good, they're bad, or otherwise, because I honestly don't know. The food I've had plenty of times, so I could definitely promise that and all that. Yeah, no, I remember reading about that a while back, that they had, one of their suppliers had an issue, so they basically canceled a whole bunch of the orders of the thing that the suppliers was the problem. That sort of thing does happen. Not a whole lot you could do about that stuff. But again, like I said, they've always done right by it when that kind of thing happens. That they turn around and go, okay, you know, we'll refund it. I've had it sometimes where they'll be generous on the refund, so it won't even be like a straight-up refund where I spent $10 and they gave me $10 back. I've had it sometimes where like, all right, well, we're giving you a credit for like, you know, 15 or whatever. And to be fair, I never hit like a point of contact where that they know I'm, you know, an influencer or a sponsor kind of person. Like I don't use some internal contact. I go to the support thing. So unless they got behind the scenes that they know, because I want to make sure whatever experience I'm getting is authentic to what you're getting. That way, you know, if I'm promoting a product and like they treat me like gold and they treat you not as good, I want to know. Yeah, I haven't had their smoothies before. Well, I can't speak to them. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to mute my mic because my food's sitting here and it smells good and I want to eat it. All right, Grishard, you have a good one. Thank you again for that raid. Oh yeah, and they also do a thing when you go to a website. If you have any like dietary stuff, you're like, oh hey, I need gluten-free. Oh hey, I'm vegetarian. Oh hey, you know, insert whatever. You can choose those, and it will filter your options to accommodate. They do have that. Okay. At first when it said Brawler, I'm like, Brawler Undergrounder. I mean, so this part I'm not excited about. Undergrounder, we're not going to be underground, so they're going to get upset about it. Gourmand is annoying. Because it makes them good at cooking, but they want to eat a lot, and they'll just randomly have a break where they pig out, even if they're happy. And Brawler would be fine, except I already have a bunch of melee one. Oh yeah, no, that's literally what I'm eating right now, is the truffle mushroom pork chop. That's funny, because like literally, to show you I'm not just BSing. It's oh, you can't read that. Yeah, so it literally is the truffle pork chop thing. It's good. I'm enjoying it. Alright, what are my options? Okay, we'll take them. I'm getting a little bit melee strong. We're also gonna need more sleeping spots. Okay. So we got 2 more people that we need to keep an eye on. So let's get them some recreation schedule. And fix all this. Did I have it? Yeah, that's right. I had like a default one. So they're not gonna hunt. Actually, they can hunt if they want. I'm not gonna have you 2 craft. You're just gonna haul and do all that. I'll put you on plant cut as well, so you can cut down trees, because I need that. These are just people I need to keep an eye on, all that. That's what we get, those, yeah, I do the chef's choice. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the chef's choice is like, these are just what they recommend kind of things. Oh, so you can all be free. The pen is sorted. I'm gonna have to go up here. This is gonna have to be another grow zone. We'll take you, hay grass, and go here, storage. Do not allow hay grass. Storage here. Do not allow hay grass either. Just drop it on the ground for them to eat. Hey, Mossy, how's it going? Okay, so we do have overhead mountain here. I was really hoping we didn't. Because that is a real big bummer. Because overhead mountain means I cannot remove the ceiling. I was hoping that was small enough to get away. But you do avoid the steak and seafood meals, though, because the steak, for me, has to be blue in the center. And that's how you like your seafood. You don't eat due to cholesterol? Due to cholesterol. Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna need more bedrooms. Getting everyone like bungalows. Getting our bedroom going there. Doesn't overhead mountain disappear with enough cave-ins? If it does, that's news to me. I was under the impression that overhead mountain was forever. I mean, obviously in real life that's how it worked. You could just keep caving in until there's like literally nothing above. It'd be super dangerous. But to my knowledge, you know, it is forever kind of thing. Let me put some columns on the corner of the overhead mountain just for right now so we can mine everything out below it. And then we'll figure out what we're doing to deal with it. Let's see, overhead mountain is only removed with dev mode or mods in 1.4. You don't see any changes going into 1.5 or Anomaly. Yeah, I didn't expect so, because like the whole idea with overhead mountain is the idea is you've got too big of a thing that your characters can that you won't be able to realistically remove kind of thing. So the idea is it's supposed to be permanent overhead. Major break on you because you are depressive. Excellent. Lovely. New lovers. Wade wooed Cerise the Mage by telling a story about alien contact. Cerise the Mage was attracted and is now Wade's lover. That is not a good idea because Wade doesn't live here. So unless you can convince Wade to stay, you're setting yourself up for heartbreak. Oh yeah, if you click on the little house icon on the bottom right, light green means it just has a roof over top of it. Dark green means it's mountain over top of it. Just like if you hit the toggle terrain affordability, you know, red means it's got basically nothing. And then you've got like, I don't actually have an example of yellow or orange here, which means it's got like light or medium. Yeah, these down here are useful, or like you can check the temperatures. I should turn on the thing that they rebuild it before I forget. You can have it where it'll show all the stats of the rooms if you mouse over them. So I can see that all these rooms are pretty terrible. Oh, that one's moved up to mediocre. Ooh. Mediocre. You can see like how ugly or beautiful a tile is. Lots of good stuff down there. You can hide the zones, so if you don't want to see the highlighting of the different fields and all that, you can turn that on and off. What? Why are you starving? Get up and get yourself some food. Okay, whatever. Wade was like the alien, like a big green booger in a southern accent. What? Over here in cursor will also put text in the bottom left. Yeah, you also have text in the bottom left. So if I put my mouse where it says overhead mountain, you'll see it says on the bottom left, right above where it says 2 out of 3 months, it says overhead mountain, wooden column, that kind of thing. I have no idea what any of that was about. Build complete to make a short bow. And that'll be for Donkey Duff when we get to that point. Yeah, it's a normal one, so there's no reason to prioritize grabbing it. Alright, so once again, we're going to go here and say remove ceiling. Strider, I have no idea what that has to do with literally anything. That just seems like being mean to Southern people in general, unless you're referencing something I'm not understanding at all. Okay. So I've got the hay grass going. We'll want them just to pile it up there. Are you set to take hay? I want you to not take it. Okay. The big thing is I have nowhere that's going to accept hay, so they'll harvest it and just dump it on the ground here. So that way we can have more hay growing in what is. Later on, I'll put shelves to put the hay along the edges here, and that'll help. They're going to need a bigger pen than that. That's just all the granite I had, so I couldn't make more. Because we don't have stone cutting yet, so we're just making do. And I don't have... Actually, we do have a lot of wood now. What I think we should do with this wood to start with, I'm gonna regret this. Totematic boards. So that's 1,600 will be needed. Get to work. You got a lot more trees to cut, and you'll get there. Eventually. Someday. Okay, and you're ready to take another round at trying to convince you to be into our rituals. Yeah, it definitely seems like the random research is not working with this. At least I don't think it is. We'll leave it going. It's fine. But yeah. So that's curious, because I did look at the notes for the random research, and people were complaining that you could kind of cheese the research by canceling it, like where we, with like this, that I could cancel it out. Looks like they fixed it. But yeah. And as a reminder, we are being supported by Factor 75. There's a link that'll keep appearing in a lot of different places. But yeah, it's a meal service. It's good. US only. First order is 50% off. 20% off the next 4. And then they toss in like these little vitamin drinks they call wellness shots. They'll toss in 2 a week for as long as you're subscribed. Yeah, so I think that'll be fine, because what I'm going to ultimately do is I'll make this into our ritual room. As you're very sad, it appears they fixed putting a shelf in the cooking station interaction spots. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. Yeah, no, it makes sense that you can't do that, though. Yeah, we need to get them out of there pretty soon. And even though I am going to build a room here, the reason I'm putting up the columns for now is I just want to be extra careful to not get a cave-in. I can't tell you the number of pawns I've gotten killed by dropping a roof on them. The 1.4, it had to be partially constructed building that plays the shelf. Yeah, so it's very clearly a bug. Alright, 2 melee pawns. Are they arriving immediately? Yeah, attacks immediately. To be fair, we have a lot of people here, so I think it's reasonable that it's attacks immediately with that. It's honestly still pretty mild raid. Alright, so get our melee people. Normally I don't like to do this, but drag you over here, drag you over there. Some melee people in the front, except the kid. Get out of here. Ranged people in the back. We can actually put the melee, just mix them in here. Because they don't have to climb over the rocks to get to us. Alright. Yeah, so this will be a ritual room in the long run. Okay, fight's over. You've got 1 pretty bad cut to your torso, and you got some bruises. Everyone else is perfectly fine. Relatively mild fight. Oh, don't worry. You'll get to have a date with the meat-eating trees soon. Okay, and you're already going to 10, so that's good. Remove roof some more. Alright. That does mean infestations will target our ritual room, which should be interesting in its own right. How you doing, Owl? Having a good time? Please stop making a mess. I'll have to have Pava Monster clean up after you. Okay, everyone's all patched up. Alright, and with that, you get to be tree food. Because you got our wonderful trees over here that slowly eat people alive. Well, I mean, not alive, it eats them dead. It won't actually eat them alive. But it does eat people. Cool, you're upset about the unsightly environment. Cool, have a good time. Please stop upsetting Craven. At least the crazy rambling doesn't actually do that much. Run wild? No, that's such a terrible one. Okay. Prison. You. I know the odds aren't good. Is there anyone else who's got better chance? 30, 49, 20, 30, 30. Alright, do your best. The rest of you, get ready to subdue. Oh, nice. It went well. Upset over a dirty environment. Please take that axe away. Alright, so we're going to... I don't want you as a slave. There... Oh, right, I have to tame you. That's right, you're a wild person. I was so confused at first. I was like, wait a second. What's it want? Royal Ascent, we're not doing the royalty ending, so don't worry about that. Alright, so we have to have people work on animals for a while so that we can eventually go and, tame our colonist again. Cash valuables, I'm not gonna do it, it's fine. That's pretty annoying. And what was Craven Horde doing here? You were plants and crafting. Grr. So they're probably going to be in there for a while, unfortunately. That's the reason I'm trying to get a floor down here, because that'll help with the mood problems we're dealing with. And they keep getting ravenously hungry even though we have food. It's fine. That's just RimWorld things. I've been expanding too much and not making my places nice fast enough, and those are the consequences. We are making clothing. They're probably the research person. They were the research person. The only research person. Intense pain because food poisoning. Fair enough. Their intelligence was 15. Yeah. And we needed 7 taming to be able to get them higher. Wait, you can't? Oh, wait, that's shooting and that together. So it'd be just handle. So we've got 5 handling on you and 5 handling on you. So Cerise the Mage, if they keep handling animals, will eventually be able to do that. That's a mad boom rat, so I'll deal with that real quick. Cool. So, trying to think of the best way to put away a couple points in that. What is your animals at? Right about to hit 6. We've got a Gore Hulk Assault. We should be good for this one. Put ourselves here for the range bonuses. Or for not for the range bonuses. For the defense bonuses. Get you 2 over here. Why are you going that way? We're up here. We're over here. It's fine, I'll just distribute them in there and we'll switch positions. Yeah, I'm going to have you go ahead and toggle that door real fast and go hide in the corner. Where are you going? What are you after? Is it them? Oh, you're just breaking my stuff. You're just like normal Raider AI. I figured they'd target people. It doesn't make sense to me for random demonic things to be like, I'm just gonna go in and beat the crap out of your stuff because reasons. It's not friendly fire now. And I don't have containment, so we want to finish them off so they can't get back up. Okay, sorted. We got new research there. And that's fine. Oh, you are still in your corner. Go get yourself fed. Are you eating one of the factories ready to make blend smoothies? They're amazing. I haven't had one of those yet. Alright. Refugees are leaving. Cool. So we're good there. Betrayal reward retracted, that's fine. Okay, so one more conversion should have Cerise the Mage moved over. As we start shearing the Muffalo, that should take care of that. And honestly, as the Muffalo start having problems because that food is still coming in, then that'll also be care that Cerise the Mage can do to level up. So hopefully we manage to get ourselves up to 7 relatively fast to bring Craven Horde back into the group. It also means we're not going to see much progress here for a while. But yeah, once I build that, I'll remove the columns. But that'll be a little bit, probably. I do think it's important that we get our break room looking nice so we get the mood bonus, and then we'll start going to the houses. Our next research is making some progress, but now we've lost our researcher. I can substitute someone else in, but I don't know who I want to. Our cook, maybe? It means we'll only get a little bit of research. We probably won't get any meaningful research done. But everyone else, I don't want to give up my people growing food. The cook still needs to cook as their primary. I still want to keep construction moving along. We'll put everyone to have, like, a low priority to do that, and if they find time, we'll start seeing who gets the availability. Nice. Instant fruit smoothies are excellent. Okay. Incompetent cook. It happens. And we're once again feeding everything that's humanoid or entity to our Harbinger trees to let them do their thing. The fruit is flash frozen, so they tell you to keep it in the freezer and not thaw. That way you get a nice thick smoothie when you blend them. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've mostly only done the meals. Like I said, I've been pretty happy with those. You get a chance, and you and Tomb would like fruit on smoothie? Yeah, no, I can see trying that at some point. Probably also be a good way to mix things up a bit when you're like, you've had like the meals a whole bunch of times. I'd see that. Okay, so we are definitely getting a lot of Muffalo, so that's good news. We're gonna go here and say only 2 adult males. That will keep it. We'll let them otherwise just continue to reproduce. That'll eventually be a big problem that I'll have to address, but for right now, I'm gonna ignore that problem. Okay, so we've got 2 more available beds out there. So get rid of 2 of these here once they wake up. So that way they go and use those other beds. Now you can put a proper bed in here. Okay. I'm trying to decide where I want to put the next set of houses. Because like I said, we got geothermal there that's going to get in the way, and a geothermal down there that'll get in the way. We got the ritual room going in here. I could definitely put one down there. So let's go ahead and shrink this to be over there on that right. Food binge because you're depressive. Understood. That's your idea. You wanted to try some of their other offers, and instead of going with like dessert option on the side, you wanted the fruit for healthier for you. I mean, that sounds like a plan to me. If it's convenient, I'm more likely to do it as well versus, you know, if I have to go out of the way. Yeah, take lots of time. Alright, we're at six animals now. Almost the point we could try and bring bring Craven back into the fold. Knocked out a couple hundred XP each time we shear one of the Muffalo. Alright. We have entirely way too much food. Don't worry about hunting for a while. We got Exotic Trader. We might actually be able to sell something for once and maybe buy something. If we're really lucky, we'll be able to buy some books for research. If we're lucky. I've not been so lucky because they haven't wanted to buy anything from me, really. At least nothing I've been willing to part with. So we've got melee and crafting, intellectual, passive cooler, or a telescope. Well, let's see what we can make. So I don't want to give it the glitter components. The Muffalo. So those are calves. I'll give up the 2 Muffalo calves. Yeah, no, I'm glad you've enjoyed. Like I said, it's been one of the sponsors. Like it's not been one of the. It's been the sponsor that worked out the best for the channel. Just in the fact that, you know, people actually enjoyed it, used it, whatever. So let's see. I can afford none of the books, but we are getting a little bit of money, so that does help us. So at least I'm getting some pocket change out of this one. Because they've been really struggling to actually get stuff that people want to buy. So while it's not enough for me to do anything this time, at least it's a little bit. Like, if we get a bulk goods trader, I could drop a ton of food on him. Can't get over how time flies? Yup. It really fast gets away from you. Alright. Failed to convert them by 0.4%. Thanks, game. That's fine. It just means one more conversion, or anyone randomly talking to Cerise the Mage about the ideology, and they'll be switched. Alright. Okay, so dinner is finally done. And all that good stuff. Like I said, that was me getting factor 75, which we had the truffle mushroom pork chop, and then Tomb had the smoked Gouda bacon shredded chicken hash. She definitely got a larger volume than I did, but like her plate was full. But I mean, it's a hash. Usually when you go to a restaurant, you get a hash. It's a big pile of stuff. All right, so can't do anything with the Thrumbo. I'm not enough taming to be able to tame any. So they can just chill in the area. I don't particularly want to kill them to try and get a Thrumbo horn. It's not really that important to me right now. Yeah, you're already feeding them, so that's fine. Yeah, no, time is ridiculous. That was the same thing as, like, I knew it had been a long time since I did a not game sponsor. And so I had one other not game sponsor since the factor, which is like an eyeglass group, which their offer and their prices and all that were amazing, but it was such a big barrier to have people like go to their optometrist, get their prescription, to then go online to then get their glasses, that one didn't really do well. Let's see, can wall them in for when you do get 10. I've had, if they start getting hungry, that they'll smash the wall down and they'll go out. You can get away with it if it's a big enough area and they can keep fed, but a lot of times, after a while, they'll eat all the stuff in the area, and then once they get hungry, they'll smash their way out. Okay, we've got a warg way too close. So it's got to go. You're not gonna shoot it? No, it's like just 1 or 2 tiles out of range. Alright, you'll be the warg poker. Oh, fine, we'll chase it. I wanted to make it climb over the rocks to slow it down. Because wargs can absolutely mess you up. Oh, it's a warg with a bad back? Alright. Good job, team. Yeah, the reason I got rid of that, it was basically in my town, it was going to cause problems. Yeah, no, that's they do add in new recipes regularly. And like I said, when you go to pick, it's something like 50, 60 options that you get per week to choose from. And, you know, and to be fair, like certainly when you do that, you're going to look at it and go, okay, well, maybe you don't like certain ingredients. Like maybe you're not into asparagus and there'll be a couple dishes that have asparagus and okay, they get knocked off. But usually, even if you're a fairly fussy eater, you can get yourself at least a handful of options each week. That's good. Nah, I'm good. Getting colonists I don't get to look at first. Nah, I'm good. How is your animals coming along? Alright, so you got a ways to go. I'm surprised the animals aren't being flagged as starving yet. Also, you can kill that rat. It's going to be in there and doing stuff. We are going to have like a rotation going on here, the hay grass, but I don't think that's enough to sustain the amount of muffler we're going to have in there. Because eventually Craven Horde's going to break out. Yeah, so Viper does construction and crafting. And then the other person's also a crafting person we just haven't had. Good amount of fruit. You get about 3 smoothies out of 1 cup of fruit. Nice. Okay, we ran off the rat. Okay, and we're about to have our break room nice, so that's going to be one of the things that's been helping our mood breaks, because now, very impressive rec room and dining room, so that's just plus 10 mood that we're just going to be sitting on without having to worry about it anymore. You get a lot more efficiency from a small pen fed by hay grass. Plants and pen can't support as many animals. Yeah, no, that's, by all means. I mean, that is hay grass literally doing its job. Alright, let's talk to you two. Is there anything I have you want? You can have my short bow for pocket change. I don't really want to sell the cloth right now. Selling a sniper rifle, it's a shame I can't afford that. And I'll take your medicine, because I could always use more medicine. Alright, and the break room is fully floored and whatnot. Yeah, but soon enough we should be able to do that. Yeah, so the issue is I don't have someone committed to crafting, because our only good crafting person that is available is also the same person who is our only good construction person available, and the only one else who could do it is our growing person. We don't have the spare there. But when Donkey Duff gets up, we can potentially go and have them be a crafter as well as this, because these are guests. And they're going to leave not too long, I believe. 6 days, that's a little while. So we're just going to have to deal with that kind of stuff and make that happen. Yeah, and we got all this. When we get stone cutting, we're going to go through these relatively fast, but research is going to grind. Yeah, I got some people set to be able to do it. Our cook is the one filling in for right now when they're not cooking. Alright, well now that they got that, what I'm going to do in the meantime is we don't know when we're going to get stone cutting, so just... cut across here, and I'll need to add some doors to it. Let a door on either side of the pen. There'll be a pair of doors there. Pair of doors here. One for this corner. One for that corner. One roughly in the middle. Same over here. Same over there. Put an extra door there. I think that's okay. And that's part of it, is they are researching this, and I think the anomaly research is just not working with the mod. Which is the mod problem. Oh, you're not the person I'm looking for. You are. And this should be Cerise Mage into the fold. But that's okay. Because I believe they'll still be gaining... Yeah, they'll still be gaining intellectual from that, so that's fine. And how are you doing on animals? You're not the right person, it's you. Still hasn't done the next round of getting the, what's the word? Shearing. There's a major break risk on you because you're depressive. Always and forever. Ed Shearing? I'm guessing that's a person? Because I don't know what we're talking about here. Oh, let's make 2 of those marked as medical. Actually, let's make half of them medical. There, we got a party going on. Yeah, so like one session of shearing is almost 300 XP. So that is going to go pretty reasonably fast. It just sucks that I've lost my researcher until then. That was because of mood break, because I didn't get a lot of this sorted out as early as I should have. Like, me making this giant pseudo freezer was not really a good use of time. I still did it, but that set back a bunch of time that I didn't need to be doing. I've got too much planted here. It's fine. The marriage is on. Papa Monster has proposed to Sniper Spice. The 2 are agreed to get married, are now engaged. Nice. Yeah, so you 2 are engaged. And then Cerise the Mage has gotten engaged to someone who is only here temporarily, has left the colonists. Okay, so they're going to do a ritual to summon awful things to attack me, so we're going to drop everything we're doing, and we're going to just rush up and deal with them before they can do that. You grab the axe, and meanwhile the rest of you put a stop to this. Boy, so they're getting married and he leaves? Oh no, that's the other one. The one who's getting married already left. It says you're attacking, yet you're standing still. Oh, you're in a trance still. Back off, scatter. Okay, you group up. There we go. You haul that back, because that's actually decent. Alright. But yeah, no, it was the one, they became a lover of one of the refugees, and then the refugee left. And so it's like, okay, I mean, that was certainly a choice, I guess. Please tend to them right away. You got cut in the eye with an axe. Yeesh. Would be nice if it influenced their decision a bit more. Yeah. I think it's fine because there's no penalty for it. Like, if we look at this, there's no mood penalty or something they're getting because the person has left, which is certainly a thing to discuss. But at the same time, oh, that was all right. Well, I mean, I guess technically as a faction leader because they were a group of 2 refugees, so their faction would be the 2 people. But still, yeesh. Come on. I need more of them to need shearing. Another thing I'll probably have to do is I'm going to get the wall first, but then we have to build a roof around the outside to help reduce the spread of fire since our walls are made out of wood. And if you don't have a fire break, that's just begging to lose your outer perimeter anytime you have a bad storm or whatever. Plus, I think in the long run, if I can get my hands on the flamethrowers and all that, we're going to have fun with that. Mix of 50 of 0-50 plants equally. Yeah, I think, oh. So because we helped Wade last week, they sent us an Insanity Lance. Okay, cool. Sure. Let's see, wellness shots for Factor are okay. Not a huge fan of them, but I'm not the person who like those health drinks of lemongrass or kale. Yeah, because I saw they had the one that was like the greens one, the one that was like cayenne, and then the other one was like a fruit flavor of some kind. Because that's part of like the current promotion they've got going on, and that's the reason why I basically said I can't answer how good, bad, or otherwise they are, because the pepperwood is spicy. Yeah, no, it's cayenne. I expected it to be spicy. That was the one I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I like spicy food, but spicy drinks is always something that, I don't know, I'm not as sold on. Alright. So we can't really give up any more of them. Medical book, which is nice. Sadly, like, I like that we're getting all the exotic traders later on. But, that's whole thing. Did the axe you grab, was that? Yeah, it's a normal quality axe. Starvation. Because Viper has to feed you. You should be getting a... Oh, you're literally right about to get up right now. Oh, that's going to help so much. Because of that, we'll start getting some crafting done to get some clothes made and all that. Because they had Paralytica Beja when they joined, so we've been sitting here just struggling so much. Hey, and Donkey Dove is finally able to run around and do things. And they are immediately running out and having recreation because they have gone the entire time here bored out of their mind laying on the ground. And they'll end up making their own bow, because I think we have another one queued. No. Go ahead and queue up another one. Oh, we had another one in here, but I'm not seeing it, so whatever. Oh, I think we sold it for a couple extra bucks because I just haven't had much to sell. Let's make these out of slate. Oh, I see why it doesn't match up the way I expect it to. The space is too wide. Because the idea is this is going to be the defensive line that the stuff goes to the door, and this is the where we fight. It's not like a proper kill box or whatever, but it is just a defensive position. The road would go through here. I'll leave those doors open when we get down to that point, but we're not quite ready for it. I will run in here. And these are going to be dandelions. Because don't need a food or anything out of them. I just need a plant that'll stay there for a while. You don't need to harvest dandelions, you just put them there. So that should work pretty well. Long run, I'll obviously want to make the wall not wood. But this is what we got right now. The reason I want to plant those is so we knock down all the trees and bushes and all that so I can't use them for cover. Give us cover, deny them cover. I'm also going to do this. To avoid having trees block my side. And then we'll make limestone. We'll like replace the road they've got. And we'll make a limestone road that goes down through this way and around. But that'll be later. And you're still making clothes, that's fine. They're going to be making clothes for a while because genuinely our people have not had access to good clothes or anything for a bit. Distress signal. Let's see, you've intercepted a distress signal from a nearby camp, floating league. The frantic voice begs for immediate assistance. To defend against this threat, they offer everything at their camp in return for help, including shards of a powerful arco technology. As the voice tries to explain the threat, yeah, so that could be a fun one. We don't really have, like... I want to get things more stabilized before we do that event. It's a good event, though. Alright. Yeah, we can get that out of here. Alright. Eclipse, that's fine. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add this. Face mask. Don't underestimate the face masks in this game. They actually do give you defense. Very, very amusingly, if you actually look at the face mask stats. Where are you at? It's fine, I'll just queue up another one. You look at the face mask stats. It actually does give you a tiny bit of armor for sharp and heat for your head, as well as a tiny bit of extra insulation. But then, like, the toxic environment resistance is huge, 50%. It makes it so you can't quite fully ignore stuff like toxic fallout and all that. Very low key, like doing my pollution runs, I learned to deal with toxic buildup a lot more. And face mask is like the big, you know, when you're doing your challenge runs and there's like that point where you're like, here is when the run is off the ground. Getting complex clothing and the face masks is with the pollution run when it's off the ground, because then you can actually afford to have your people run out in the pollution for a couple of seconds to do stuff. Versus otherwise that toxic buildup will slowly kill you. Alright. Yeah, they're getting that perimeter done at a relatively good pace, so that's good. Keep running up over here. Where are you going up over here? Oh, they're probably grabbing, like, all the brick from where we tore up the floors and everything. Yeah, because at this point we've deconstructed everything but the ancient danger along these sides of the map. I guess spot of flooring we didn't tear up over here. Yeah. And how are you doing? About to break 1,000. At 7,000, we can get Craven Horde back. But once we do the perimeter, I'm going to start flooring all the bedrooms. That way, again, we can get more of the mood penalties knocked out of the way so that the risk of breaks gets to be lower. It is good that we're getting a lot of crafting done, and if we're getting the crafting done here, that means Viper is also... No, sorry, not Viper. That means you're also getting time to haul in that. Oh no, actually, that means you're researching. Yeah, and you've gone from being red to being just not red. So we are making slow progress. Very slow progress. Because the person's pulling split duty. Vagabonds need aid. They want 21 herbal medicine. We could do that. Where are you at? There we go. Cool. Is there anyone else we need to convert here? Not really. Are either of you low enough that I might be able to make a move? Probably not. Can we conversion ritual you? Never mind. They're out here anyways. Just go. Oh, right! I totally forgot we were getting a colonist for doing that. I don't even remember what you do. So you can also cook, and you can construct, and you can mine. Alright. So that'll help out a little bit. Because I'll have you worry about the construction and the mining, which will let me potentially have you focus a bit more on crafting side. Okay, I think that'll be good. Now let me deprioritize you on the cooking entirely to focus on research. Alright, yeah, that's a good win. So let's go ahead and get beats named here. So here we go, that'll be... Lechi, Tenma. Second guessing my spelling. And so now I'll just go over here and say, yeah, I'm going to need you to make 2 bows if you don't mind. Oh, we can also get rid of the tribal wear and veil, because we're not going to make those. Alright, so we've expanded our crafting, we've got a bit of a better balance, we should be able to get some more research actually happening, which is a big win. Okay. So, grab a bow. Grab a bow. Oh, wait, don't grab a bow. No. Hang on. Go back out here. Drop your bow. I forgot you were a brawler. So instead, grab an axe. We don't have you set to hunt, do we? No, we're good. Please. Oh, there's nowhere to put it? Come on. I wish there was a clear the door kind of command. Because you can't really tell to pick it up. Having melee is better anyways. I mean, sure, let's, let's do this. And who's still awake? Go haul that out of the door. Because right now, they're gonna wander away otherwise. That's just like, wander away, but why? Because they dumped stuff in the door. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna shrink the zone just away from the door to hopefully make that not happen again. Now we delete that spot, because it should mean it'll have to fill up this whole area before it'll do that again. I mean, 2 melee pawns good? Yeah, the thing was Craven Horde is also a melee pawn. So we're really melee strong at the moment. Now, granted, this is an actual melee pawn versus a bunch of people having a bunch of stuff going on there. That said, right now, Craven Horde isn't one of our pawns because they went wild. There. They can all have their own rooms now, so let's just kick them all to their own rooms and be done with it. Okay, so I got 2 people growing. I've got a construction mining person. We got a crafter. We've got an artist. We've got a researcher. And we have a cook. So I think we're in relatively good shape. There's a cold snap. I actually don't mind the cold snap. If we have to, I might need to add fires to keep things warmer. This will help with moods, though it'll be laborious to deal with. It'll also mildly help with heat. And then if I need to go into other rooms and put like an actual fire in it to help out, we could deal with that. Now, and as we increase the population, we should start to get to the point where the rate we're getting ahead on food will come down. I'm also not worried. If we have a bulk goods trader show up, I can sell that food for a giant pile of money. It's part of the reason I am just letting that get out of control and leaving it that way. Yeah, so it's keeping the rooms at about 50, while outside it's about 30. Oh, close the door on that one. Go ahead and close the door on that one for right now. Poor drifters. We've got 2 drifters here. I don't actually have enough places for you to sleep, so we're going to go ahead and plunk down our pair of beds. And we will accept that. They are both adults, so we're going to make them drop their weapons. Because it does mean they can betray us. You know what? That means you can tame people. So do that, and you're just going to haul and stuff. So that means they should be able to tame Craven Horde. So we'll hopefully be able to get them back. Alright, it's getting too cold. Temperature. Campfire in this room. And that room. Set you to do recreation as well. Alright. So it'll help keep these rooms from getting way too cold. Some of these other rooms are gonna get rough. We just gotta watch to see if Craven Horde starts getting hypothermia, because that's when I'll have to build stuff there. You I'm assuming they'll qualify as both Warden and everything. Come on. Successfully tame them. Alright. We'll work on it. Okay, and we're on the last little bit of the perimeter. And then once we get that closed off, we'll be in much better shape. Oh, that's a ritual's like mortal what? Okay. So Cold Snap's wiped everything out. Take us a little bit to get past that. Combat supplier, alright. Yeah, because at least then I could force the fight on this end. It's vaguely killbox-esque, while not being like the full deal where, you know, you funnel them in, do the whole path or whatever. We're literally just building on the road and just making kind of like a security checkpoint. Okay. So take all of these extra weapons. I don't want. We'll keep the Equa, just in case. So you're willing to give me 24. Thanks, man. I appreciate your pocket change. Yeah, it's basically, we just made a checkpoint here. Put like a little firing line. And I just did enough so that they can't just go sideways and around it or whatever. They'll still go down to the edge. As best they can. Which means most of the fighting will probably happen right here for melee. So it might even be a thing that I put my melee people, I station them there, so as they run to the side to get to that spot, we can just intercept them there. That's fine. How are you doing? Okay, you're starting to get hypothermia. Is it getting any meaningful capacity? It is. So temperature, you get a fire since I can't let you out of that room. Disease flew on a whole bunch of our people, because of course disease flew on a whole bunch of our people. A bunch of masks, okay. Alright, and it wasn't on Viper, but it was on everyone else. Who else needs medical treatment? All the other ones? What are you doing? Okay, so you're tending to people. It's just taking a minute because you gotta grab the medicine, run to the person. So I still only have one competent doctor. So they're just gonna try their best. Okay, Cold Snap is over. So do not refuel, deconstruct the fire. Do not refuel. And do not refuel. Okay. So the downside is that was Sam. Sam was the one that was taming. Thanks, game. The one person who's able to tame Craven Horde is one of the ones that got the flu. That's fine. Was it both of our wardens that got it? Okay, that should be fine. At least one of them isn't going to have it. I'm still going to have Sam manually try and tame even with the flu. We'll just do it. Alright, Pava Monster's gonna have a baby. Alright, try and tame them. Okay, that's fine. That's all I want you is to attempt to tame them. Alright. And the perimeter is fully closed off. I need to get back to tending to everyone. Keep an eye on if we see anyone start losing. Other than Sam, I can't help them if that happens. If that happens, we do have we have one preach health we could potentially put to use. Alright, so you're winning yours. You're barely winning yours. You're very handily winning yours. And you're very handily winning it. So Itchy Tenma is the only one that's at any risk right now. You are not the same ideology. And you are not going to be converted in time. Alright, so Itchy Tenma's just going to have to fight it. If it gets close, I do have 2 Glitter World that we could hit it with a Glitter World and hope for the best. We're gonna wait on that. We have a bunch of people with the flu right now. And you're not being treated, so let's fix that problem. Oh, they treat you out there? Hopefully it was a good tend. Get to that and then feed them. Alright, so that's a good tend. Relatively speaking. Of course, they got up to get food themselves. That's fine. We have another person who needs tending and feeding. Well, on the bright side, our doc... And again, as they're trying to get fed, they get up and get their own food because they're getting too hungry. And who is our cook? Donkey Dove's our cook. So that's the reason why nothing's getting cooked right now is our cook and our backup cook are both sick with the flu. Yeah, so you're fine. Itchy Ten was the only one in danger. They're still not in a great place.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Sam's getting their own food real fast, and then they're gonna need medical treatment. Just so many people need treatment so often. Oh yeah, good news. Mom had your staples removed the other day. All 80 of them? Yeek. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad to hear that they're making good progress in that. Stop going for a walk, go to bed. Now's not the time. You're the one who's at the most risk of not surviving your flu. I need you to be, of everyone here, the one who is the most cooperative as a patient. Let's not take the gamble. Next one, she's getting a glitter. Because that was a bad tend, and we're about halfway through. So I'm going to hit her with a glitter. That way we can make sure we knock out one good tend to get like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% ahead or whatever. Which should shore it up. Because she's the only one I can't preach health to, because she's not our ideology, as we just got her. Yeah, no, I can't, because unfortunately she just joined, it was a different ideology. So we haven't had the chance to convert her yet. Eight hours, 1 hour. Alright, you slept for 30 seconds. It's time to do the rotation of treating everyone again. Sam being in a daze, that doesn't help. Alright, we're getting hit you with the glitter. Double check. Yeah, we're gonna hit you with the glitter, you're less than 1% ahead. I want to see a really good glitter. I want to see 130%. Don't fail me. You delivered. You very precisely delivered, in fact. Oh, industrial. Very precisely delivered. Alright, we're almost through the flu. Just got a little bit longer. And then Viper will get to do something other than running around and feeding people again and again, and treating them again and again, and getting absolutely nothing else done. And then we'll start getting our food cooked again, so we're not eating raw food. We're getting there. Viper actually getting a tiny break to do something other than medical? That doesn't sound right. How are you doing? You had a strong lead on yours, right? Yep. So let you do your treatment, and once you're not treating someone, we'll make you manually treat Sam, since Sam's not gonna cooperate. Oh, are you already doing it? Oh, you're cheering them up. That's fine and all, but they need to eat. Alright. Cool. Yeah, so that one Glitter World bought us a 6% lead. Okay. Anyone else? You still need to be treated. Okay. So we're down to the last few tens here before everyone's better. So you're immune. Sam's close. Itchy Tenma's close. And Donkey Duff is immune. Okay. Let's see, something on your Discord popped up and you were typing and couldn't see what I was typing. Okay. Alright. Treat Sam. Getting close. Medical emergency on Sam. That's fine. You're gonna make it. Medical emergency on Itchy Tenma. Extreme break risk on Sam. Research known noble apparel. That's not really what I need right now. Alright, get you treated again. It's getting ready to expire. Okay, and with that, we have Sam is sorted. And then Itchy Tenma is gold. They're like ahead by 8%. They should be fine. Not really. I did have to dip into my into a glitter world, but that's not unusual when you have like a disease go through that. You end up having at least one person needs an extra little bump or whatever. New recruit Craven Horde. Heck yeah, welcome back, buddy. Did you lose all your priorities? Yes, you did. So you are our researcher. Which means you can be free to not do that. And instead, you can help out with the cooking and the hunting. All right, I think we're good with that. So we're a bit over provisioned so far as our hunters and all that go. There's another axe in here. We probably sold it. Well, there's the Equa. Go grab that. Yeah, no, I've never had the command be the exclamation mark PP. I know a bunch of people do, it's just, I made mine plus and I just didn't give it an alias or whatever. Good to have Craven back? Yeah, I was really worried he's gonna jailbreak and then I'd try and stop him and kill him because that would be my luck. So I'm glad that did not go that way. But that does mean I've actually got a proper researcher now. Again, so that'll go a long way for helping this. Meanwhile, yes to building a roof on top of here again. It'll tell it to ignore the roof situation on the outside. Then once I filled in the room, we will get that all cleared off. Noble apparel. Thanks, game. Do I even want to choose it? A revenant? That's what I'm most worried about. All of you. I assume it's going for Captain Insanity, so you run away. You get on there. And the rest of you... This is gonna be real bad. Alright, so try to cut it off at the pass. We're too slow. The others get in there. Yeah, so problem is, this thing's got 480 life on its torso. So it's gonna be really hard to deal with. Considering you see how fast it's gone. And right now I can't do anything to deal with it too much. Do we not get... Did it not get the thing to research it? Oh, that's a problem. I don't think it did enough damage to even research, That'd be real bad if I have to do a certain amount of damage. This would be real hard to do a meaningful amount of damage with that. Because for now, Captain Sandy just is going to sleep. They won't do anything. They're just unconscious. No, I damaged it. It had a bunch of hits on it. It wasn't a meaningful amount, but it did damage it. The thing is, it's got like 480 health, and I did like 8. So take our worn out clothes. Give me the medicine. No, you can't. It'll be invisible until you have enough research done on it. As you get research, you have better ways of detecting it and all that. Man, getting a Revenant this early is not a lucky break. Yeah, no, we're nowhere near being able to do a flare pack either. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the Revenant is the one that has me the most worried with the way I'm doing this challenge run. Because I really can't do a whole lot to increase my damage or whatever. I'm just surprised. Normally it drops like a chunk for you to go. Like I said, my only guess is I just didn't do enough damage to even qualify for it. Alright, I haven't opened those doors yet. So one thing we're going to do, zone, area 1, schedule. That way we don't have anyone caught outside the perimeter entirely, where they get hypnotized without me going. Because we hit it, and then it headed down this way. Did you really social fight right now? Come on. And then meanwhile, we have Itchy Tenma. We could try and convert them. Yeah, we don't have invisible detection stuff because we don't have electricity yet. All right. So it sucks that I cannot see all of my doors at the same time. Because what I want to watch for is when one of those doors open, I know the Revenant's on its way. But I can't see these top doors at the same time. It'll be really easy to overlook them too. Can Revenant go through doors? Yes. The Revenant will go through the doors, and it will show you the open and close animation. But even at double time, like slowing it down that much, it's going to be real fast. I thought I saw something disappear over there. Like it had made the scratch marks or whatever. As far as the danger of the Revenant is, killbox are meaningless to it. Because it's invisible until you get some of the other stuff to help you out. So you have to do a little damage when it attacks you. Your pawn goes down, you research it a little bit. You know, repeat the process. And it can't use the strategy I used last time, which was to shove everyone into a corner where the Revenant had to go down long hallways to get to me. And thereby I could kind of pin it in that long hallway. And it could get past me, to be clear. But it meant I got lots of time to do that. Death Pall. A gray cloud of death descend on the area. The cloud is made of microscopic self-powered archites created by some unknown super intelligence. Where they land the dead flesh, they will enter the body and reanimate the creature into a twisted imagination or imitation of life. The dead will rise, bury, burn, destroy, or move corpses indoors to prevent them from resurrecting. The good news is I shouldn't have hardly anything dead inside my perimeter. New research available, dead life. Alright. This is making it even harder to see the doors. There's no way I'm going to see this thing. Even zooming in more. I can't really see well. Because basically, when I see the door going, I want to pull all my people into a corner so that the Revenant has to tangle with all of my people at once, knowing it's still going to get away. But at least then I can do a bunch of damage while it's hypnotizing someone. Alright, come on. Because it went down, so I'm assuming it's going to go through one of the bottom doors. Yeah, my guess will be one of these doors in the bottom here. That said, it could go wherever it wants once it goes outside, so who knows. Paid weather control. Oh. That's what I got a caravan for. Now's not a good time for that. Does a rainy thunderstorm block the sunlight, stop plant growth? I believe rainy thunderstorm reduces light that slows plant growth, but doesn't stop it. Whereas there's events that that do fully block out light, which do stop plant growth. Oh, you scared me. I saw the bison over there move, and I was like, wait a second. I feel like this thing should be attacking any time now. I wonder if you had someone who's like jogger. Oh, that's bad. You two, go try to punch it. Let me tell who it's after. It's after Viper. And Viper can't get away from being caught. So Viper, get in your corner. You two just try and get there as fast as you can. The rest of you, pack in as fast as you can. I literally didn't get a chance to get a shot off. Alright, that's our doctor. Congratulations, team. Every one of you is a doctor. When you're all equally as terrible at being doctors, you're all equally as good at being doctors. And again, I didn't get any evidence whatsoever. So went up here. And then this is where we lost sight of it. Hey, you two, I'm pretty sure we can't see the Revenant like this. Let's start running around randomly and just see what you can find. Wait, we still have dangerous animals outside? Never mind. Disregard all of that. Let's see. So the problem here is if I don't come up with a quick solution for this, my best bet of surviving is to just leave. Because I'm not even doing enough damage to be able to research the Revenant, so it's just going to pick me off one by one, and I'll be literally helpless to prevent anything about it. Because you can't just run around the map and find it, you have to do enough research first before that works at all. And the issue is, with all my people so spread out, there's not much I could do about it. If I can guess roughly when the attack's going to happen, I could literally shove here. You know what's going to happen? We're probably going to have mood breaks that are going to cause this to not work anyways. All these beds. Get everyone into the freezer. And I've got enough food here for right now. Oh, you shouldn't need to sleep out there. Did I not make enough beds? That's on me. So get everyone in there. Zone. We're going to change this zone. So area 1, all of the corners are off limits. Don't worry about, like, literally everyone. I want you just cuddle in real close and stick to just... Honestly, just you live in the fridge now. Because they had to do enough damage to accomplish anything. Let's see, that's after your last colony. You stunned it a bunch, but you couldn't stop it. Yeah, and that's the thing, is you gotta stun it enough to research it and all that. So right now, we live in here. Everyone is going to be bored out of their minds. And the reason I'm doing this is so when the Revenant runs in here to attack us, I know I can throw as much in its way to do damage before it gets away. Might want to make some wreck stuff. I will after the next attack. Actually, you know what? We could probably move this. So move you here. Just move you down here. So for right now, we're going to grab 2 of our people. You're unrestricted. So Zach. Deal with that. And Sam. Because I'm going to go on the theory that the Revenant won't attack guests or whatever, but I have no basis for believing that. Okay. Where are you going? What are you doing? Once you finish eating, we're putting you back in there. Okay. And so once they finish cooking, no one should really have a reason to go out here. Okay, zone. Area 1. Congratulations. Your home just got smaller. Yeah, that's not a bad move either. Reinstall you in here for a moment. The problem is, if I run out here and I start doing all this stuff, I do have to worry about the Revenant snagging whoever goes out there to move it. But yeah, no, getting the research bench in there just to keep research moving, not a bad call. But I want to watch this door, because if I see this door open, I know the Revenant's in here. It's time to grab everyone and shove them in the corner and just violently hit as much as possible. Was gonna ask, what are the wellness shots? There's nothing on the website. They're under the add-on section. They're basically like vitamin drink things. So if you think of like how a morning shake works, where you grab your morning shake, it's got your vitamins and yada yada. It's the same idea, but instead of being like a milkshake, it's more like a fruit drink. Or like fruit drink, or they've got ones that are more like based on, what is it? Like greens or whatever. I haven't had one yet, so I can't give you good information. You still feel like wellness shots a poor name for it? Yeah, I haven't had one, so I couldn't really answer one way or the other. Alright. So everyone is bored in here with nothing to do. Do the hypnotized people ever wake up? Only after the Revenant is killed. So that's the thing. The Revenant doesn't directly harm you, but one by one it will make your people, basically it'll down them. But it is those things, eventually, you know, you run out of enough people to sustain things. Why are you so angry? Ugly environment. Look. I'm gonna need you to just deal. This is a life and death matter. Aw, man. So, literally what this is implying is, if I keep them in here, they're all just gonna mood break. Pretty fast, in fact. With all them having their own individual rooms. I'm hoping we'll get a go at the Revenant that will let everyone out of here for a little bit to take care of their needs. Go to sleep. It'll help your... It won't actually help your mood, but it'll prevent you having a break. Thank you. You try throwing parties in there? The problems are taking... I mean, maybe. We could go here. We'd have a negative outcome, almost certainly. That'll actually make things worse. Come on, I want to see that door pop. Because I'm assuming the way this mechanic works is the Revenant goes idle for a while, decides it's time to attack, and then goes for it. That's my assumption. That said, I don't honestly know. Cool, there's Rare Thrumbo. That isn't relevant right now. But yeah, there is a delay between attacks. If I could do enough research on it, then we can go hunt it instead. But I'm not doing stuff. Does it only go after someone alone? No, not that I'm aware of. Alright, the death pall is gone. We can't stay in here much longer. Moods are struggling from the hideous environment. Alright, we're going to extend them back to go to the front part of it. So they can make more meals so we're not eating raw food. Be fast about it. I wonder. Gear. Insanity Lance. Limited use lance. It overwhelms the target's mind, terrifying perception distortions, driving them into berserk state. There is a risk of brain damage. It is long range, but requires line of sight. I'm going to try hitting them with that. I don't think it's going to work. Oh, good. They're having a wedding in the fridge. You know that Revenant's coming in the moment to interrupt this wedding, right? That honestly can do a lot, you know, a lot of help if we can get through this without a problem. Because then I'll get the bonus for attending a wedding. Ah, such a lovely wedding. It is the entire wedding crammed into a kitchen that there's exactly just enough space for everyone to stand. Like, literally, arguably, Cerise the Mage is sitting on top of the stove to get a little bit more space. Cool. I'd really like you to get back to cooking pretty soon, so you can get the meals so I can put you back in the cupboard. I'm glad you've all had this meaningful and positive experience. It ran out of wood. We're just gonna eat raw food. Because, like, after the next attack, I'm down to let them out run around for a little while to recoup. But the last attack where we literally didn't get to fire a shot, I can't do that. With as low damage as our weapons are, I have to be able to knock it down enough to get some research. I hope you're well, friend. Having a good night. Leaving you alert to finish up work. Well, thank you, Captain Corky. I appreciate that. I hope it's... Is the new DLC? Yes, we're being hunted by a Revenant, and it's a problem because we don't have the tech to take it on properly. So I'm happy to try and take the strategy of clustering all my people into one room to just ambush it the moment it comes in here. Because it's invisible, I don't see it till it goes on the attack. So we're basically using this door as our thing. I'm hoping it'll attack us in here, because it did go after people who are sleeping, which means it doesn't need a line of... It doesn't need a pat... There, it's here. Everybody. Can we tell who you're hunting? We cannot. Okay, everybody. In the corner. Beat it up as much as you can. It's got so much life. Melee team, chase. Okay, so for a moment, you are unrestricted. Do we have any dangerous animals still out here? Okay, analyze. I don't care who does it. Who's our best person who's up? Craven. Analyze the Revenant. Keep in mind, the Revenant has like 500 health on most of its pieces and that. It is an extremely durable thing. But we cannot hunt it till we do the research. Like, we physically can't see it. No, it can go through stuff. You might be able to do something like that. There might be certain materials that can't get through. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. No, you know what? I might be able to do that. So hear me out. Okay. Craven Horde has finished analyzing the Revenant flesh chunk with biosignature Veratus Q3. He has learned more about this peculiar Revenant's biology and how to identify fluids leaves behind. This Revenant will now leave a much longer trail of visible smudges when it flees. Perhaps you'll be able to find it and kill it while it sleeps. You can track it using the smear it leaves behind and reveal it with disruptor flares, explosions, EMP, or fire. So the problem is I don't have any of those things to reveal it. Because we did see that it went down... Yeah, it went down here somewhere, and then we lost it. So, okay. What I think we do, we're going to try something that is going to be a curiosity. raw materials, wood. Construction. Anyone on construction? Ichi Tenma. Stop what you're doing. Alright, never mind. Don't construct yet. What I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you grab some wood and drag that back here. Is there any wood out there anymore? Here's what I could do. We can cheat this a little bit. We'll shrink this down. You haul the wood. Any obvious space, south base? Oh, there's no way. Like, it'll just go out in the middle and just sit there. Sometimes it'll go tuck itself into a corner. Sometimes it'll just go along a wall. Without having flares or EMPs or anything to reveal it, my chances of actually successfully tracking it and fighting it out there, literally, I can't. Like, I mean, I could maybe cross paths with it. Wait, why didn't you put it in the spot? Critical. Try again. Because the plan is basically to grab the wood, put it here, when the Revenant goes into attack, and we have someone run in behind and try and do the construction as fast as possible. I'm going to have the build a block there to see if I can't physically trap it in there with me. I think they used it to fuel up the stove. That's probably fair. Let's have him top off the stove entirely. It'll disallow that wood for right now. It's walkable until that. I usually had the people walk around unfinished construction spots. We'll sit there and do that. Construction, you. Okay, try and walk through it. Okay, so they will. Good. Alright, so I'm gonna give them a moment to run around, take care of some of their stuff so that hopefully they don't get too thing. I mean, right now, each time it runs in, I'm losing access to a pawn, and I'm getting nothing in return. But yeah, no, the Revenant, the whole idea is it doesn't like to fight. Its whole thing is it runs in, it hypnotizes one of your people so they collapse, and then it gets the heck out of dodge. I don't even know if it has an attack animation to speak of. Goats join. No, thank you. How did the Insanity Lance do? I got too focused on the other stuff. I forgot to use it. Very, very genuinely, I was more worried about getting everyone to position to just do as much damage as we could. Because even if I do trap it in there, the Revenant is so freaking tanky. What are you doing? Why are you going so slow? Oh, you have food poisoning. Lovely. That'll help us in our fight. Yeah, like you had like 6 people on a nail with bolt action for a solid minute. What before we down? Oh yeah, no, we've killed a number of revenants in our last playthrough because I've already done a win in Anomaly. We just took our win yesterday, but yeah, this time we're doing a challenge mode where I don't have control of my research. I start with no research, and we're doing it with tribal start. So you can see we're taking on a revenant with pointy sticks and, you know, bows and all that. Alright, so pretty soon they're all going to go back in here. And then we're going to lock him in there again. Yeah, it's fine. We're going to lock him in here again for the next Revenant attack. Check melee DPS when it comes in. Yeah, so like right now it's already taken out 3 of our people. That would be such a tease too. You lock it in there and it's actually like ridiculously powerful in melee. It just doesn't unless it's trapped. That'd be a really cheeky thing to do. I would be totally on board with it because it is a way of like... Yeah, I don't think it can DPS as well. I think that's like the whole gimmick is that it doesn't do direct damage. Like all it does, it just knocks down your people one by one until they all starve to death because they can't do anything. Schedule. Everyone's on Area 1 restriction. Oh yeah, it just doesn't attack ever, but use the Insanity Lance and it just breaks it. So now it's just Murder Machine. Because it's definitely tanky. It wouldn't need much damage to be an incredible threat to you. Alright, so... we take a little bit of a temporary risk, let them run out here just long enough to cook food. That way we're not dealing with meat, you know, breaks even faster than necessary. The big thing is I really don't want, like, if it shows up while the person's in here, that's a problem. Because then it could potentially grab the person here. It could also be good and go past them after someone else, and that'd be the ideal scenario. Because they go past here, the person constructs that on their, you know, behind it. And then the hope is it being trapped, it would just stay in there, which I'm guessing will be how it works. Okay, so we've got enough food. So we're going to shrink the area again. Let's see, the thing is 2 pawns aren't ours. If we lose another pawn and they turn us, we're in trouble. Oh, I mean, well, that's the whole thing. Move the stove into the room. Nah, we're fine. Like, right now we're fine. I got 16 more meals made. Because my hope here is that this next fight is the last fight. Because very genuinely, each time it does this, our ability to do damage gets massively, you know, hurt. And with as tanky as it is, even if I get to the point where I could detect and hunt it, if I just have one person running around with a bow, there's a good chance it literally just tanks me until I have to stop fighting it. What do you put campfires in its route to you? It shouldn't do anything. Campfires don't hurt you in this game. Yeah, no, I'm gonna deal with the zones in a minute. I don't want to do that until it's the attacking, because they might walk out here, and if the person out here gets grabbed, then it defeats the entire strategy. It said campfires could reveal it, though? Or fire. I see. Well, it's due to attack any minute now. I would guess. Don't do that. Now's not a good time for that. Yeah, I don't have any flares. We don't have any of that tech yet. Oh yeah, I go to craft the wall and we fail it. That would be just a tease. So first thing is everyone runs back here. And well, actually, we'll split them up. We'll put one group up here, one group up there. If it goes that way, one person from that group runs. If it goes this way, the one person, you get the idea. That way I know the person running for it isn't the one that's going to get grabbed, and then, you know, we get into a whole mess because of that. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm accepting that the Revenant's going to be here anytime now. Come on. Okay, so that's already not in our zone, right? So I shouldn't need to leave that done. Let's double check, make sure our zoning is correct. So I do not want it in my zone right now. And then the plan is... Yeah, so the plan is the moment the Revenant attacks, we flee to the corners, and whoever's the closest one it's not heading towards runs for it and builds it. It's got one unit of work left, so it should instant complete the moment the person touches it, and then we get to find out if this is a viable way of dealing with the Revenant. Okay. Come on, Revenant. Have, like, the Revenant bunker. You've got, like, a freezer there with a bunch of packaged meals. Everyone just drops in. Well, unfortunately, I think the reality is, other than that one person, everyone's pretty close to zero. We'll do what we can, but I don't actually have much to work with. Come on. Stop teasing me. I got stuff I want to do that doesn't involve being locked in the freezer. Come on. I know you want it, Revenant. A bunch of juicy, helpless people hiding desperately in the corner of the freezer with their piles of food. Oh, the wait is terrible. Because I'm partly afraid it's going to trigger and pause, and I'm going to accidentally unpause and all that, which would still be fine. Like, I should be able to respond to it quickly. Alright, I'll do the stretch, but I'm not going to leave it unpaused while I do that. And the reason I'm not going to leave it unpaused while I do the stretch is just very genuinely, I need to be ready to move the moment the first door opens. That way I can get people off to the corners and all that to give me as much running time to hit that construction as possible. On the plus side, we're making good progress in research. Yeah, me too, because if this doesn't work, I gotta figure out what we're doing. Because realistically,
Take
after
a
this...
sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Because realistically, if this doesn't pan out, I gotta figure out if we're, like, packing in the tile and running. Because I don't have the tech I need to be able to counter it. Of course, it could also be that the Insanity Lance might be good enough. Yeah, no, I figured Treble would be a lot harder. As you can see, we just don't have the damage for the Revenant, so I'm having to bait it in here. Because it takes you so long to use a bow and everything. Literally, it went and took down our people, and we didn't even get a single shot off on it. So we didn't do enough damage to knock off a piece of flesh to do research. So, you get the idea. Yeah, and that's the thing, is, this next attack is going to happen with our situation the way it is. If we botch it, I'll grab and put more wood along the sides. And see if that'll, like, if we botch it, we can try it again. Why are you doing the train? There's no hype train. Chaos? Okay. Yeah, this is an incomplete square here. We already checked to make sure we can path through it. Then we find, like, the Revenant's smart enough to not try and go through incomplete tiles. So then it becomes the new meta to have your kill box with a bunch of incomplete tiles in front of it.
Yay.
Thank you for the 100 biddies. And he's saying, let's start one then and drop it 100 bits. I see you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh, come on, Revenant. I'm waiting for a regular raid to show up while this happens to screw everything. Because the regular raid, I have to leave here to deal with it. So the Lost Tribe start with the ideology that hates hurting animals or eating meat is such a mistake. So much regret. Yeah, that's a rough one. Come on, Revenant. Hey, Voodoo, how's it going? Betrayal. Look, man, you're a real jerk. You know that? Because now we're going to take a mood penalty because we're sitting in here with corpses. Yeah, no, it's not a freezer yet. We don't have the tech. We moved the research bench in here because, as you can see, we got 3 people knocked out by a revenant. And we're in the tribal phase, so I have like no real damage I can put into a revenant. So I'm trying like an idea people have for trying to cheese it, because it's very unlikely I'm going to be able to beat it the way you normally would. We just don't do enough damage. Okay, here we go. Alright, you're injured, go to that corner. You're injured, go to this corner. You 3. Go to this corner. It's on you. So zone. Allowed area 1. Bring it in. So Ichi Tenma. Complete construction. Oh, you want to do Sam? That's fine by me. Yeah, where are you going now? Can you walk through walls? We're about to find out. Well, dang it. Okay. Can you get out here in time to use your Insanity Lance? Alright, well, that still bought us a lot of time. Because it did eventually smash a hole in the wall. Meanwhile, we could research it again. Sounds like time for 5 thick walls. We won't have that kind of time, but the first thing we could do is unrestrict everyone again, disassemble that wall. You get in that right away. Who are we going to have research? You analyze the chunk. And then Ichi Tenma build this wall. Yeah, that's still good information to know it will do it to other people. Craven Horde has finished analysis of Revenant Flesh Chunk with a biosignature Viteratus Q3. He has learned about the specific Revenant's biology and the vocalizations it makes. Your colonists can now hear the Remnant when it's nearby. If you go hunting the Remnant and get close, you'll be notified that the colonists can see it. Now that said, we still need fire, disruptor flares, explosions, or EMPs to detect it. But at least that does give me the ability to know when it's close. That said, we're still going to run into a bunch of pain with that. I didn't get a good look at how much damage we did, nor did we get a chance to test the Insanity Lance on it. I really didn't want to do this way, but this is the way it's happening now. We have someone who's assigned to construction as a priority. Ichi Tenma, they've got some bruises. Get that corpse out of here. Yeah, so I didn't get a good look at how much damage we did to the Revenant before it beelined out of here. But the good news is we didn't lose any of our fighters in that fight, because it did go after the people who betrayed us that were knocked down. It was interesting because the character it went after was actually downed, but they were crawling. So it apparently can hit downed targets, which is an interesting thing because I just didn't anticipate that being a factor. The other thing I'm going to do is furniture. I'm going to put a torch out here. Over here. So get those 2 torches going, because that'll give me a little bit more of a heads up. Yeah, down targets and target control. Yeah, that's 2 big pieces of info. Then the RimWorld was saying that how they hid behind their prisoners to fight the Rev, and the Rev went after the prisoners first. Yeah. I mean, it very well probably just attacks whatever's the closest enemy, yada yada, that kind of thing. Well, the closest thing that's not friendly to it.
Take a sip.
Alright.
What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, so let's do the same thing on here again. Where we start the process of building this, and then cancel it. That's fine. Two work we can get done in seconds. Who is our highest social who's not currently knocked down? Probably you. Okay. Oh, and also a good thing is the Revenant doesn't heal when it leaves. Not meaningfully that I've seen, at least. Alright, so we can't take care of the Muffalo right now while they're out there. So we're gonna actually get rid of a bunch of Muffalo in the meantime. Yeah, so keep those. Because otherwise they're just gonna die out there, and that won't do us any good. Get the little bits of leather we got piling up. Is there anything I can use from you, though? That sucks. We'll keep the dye. And we'll keep the one big pile of leather. There's nothing here I care about. There you go. All that. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, because I'm not going to be able to take care of the thing. Beer brewing. I see your priorities are straight. I understand. Thank you, random research. Pava Monster's baby prep. It's really not a good time, Pava Monster. I actually don't know what happens if you go to have a baby while under Revenant hypnosis. I'm very concerned about this situation. So we should probably get that sorted out pretty quickly. Does random research interact with anomaly stuff? It doesn't appear to be working. Because, like, I do have the research button disabled. We can use books to make this all work. So that's fine. But, if I have to, I can disable random research by going into dev mode and just deleting the... it's not traits, not the right word. The thing that makes it so your settings have it, you can dev mode it away. I'm kind of wondering if it'll choose between these different trees, and we just haven't had that win. Fungible sleeping guys, maybe you can wake them up? No. They're hypnosis, they can't. Like, it literally says they will not get up until the Revenant is dead. Because that's the whole challenge of it. It just picks off one of your people after another until you eventually, either you eventually don't have anyone left to keep things going and your people all just starve, or, you know, you kill the Revenant. Gonna go out to the caravan? I imagine it would if the caravan is on the map when it attacks. That could be a thing it'll do. I haven't had that happen yet, though. Okay, we got beer brewing. Again, not particularly helpful. I'm not going to worry about it till we get this sort. Okay, so we've got all that together. Get back inside. Grow some hops. I mean, we will. First of all, none of that matters until we deal with the Revenant. Right now, we're dealing with a situation where we're getting picked off one by one. So until we manage to get that knocked out, we're on borrowed time. Because very genuinely, if we get down to like 1 or 2 more people, I have to make the decision of do we just caravan the 1 or 2 people off the edge of the map and be done with it. Because it's a game over at that point, unless the Revenant has a hit, like a thing that has 1 hit left on it, but yeah. So far the game seems to like keep raids, caravans separate from the Hellspawn. Yeah. It's probably because their interactions would cause them to just fight each other. Revenant attack. So how is its health doing? We have knocked 9 hit points off of its torso. We have knocked 9 hit points off of... We have done, like, no damage to this thing. Like, basically, effectively no damage. Alright. Everyone. You here. You here. You there. You here. And you here. This time I'm going right for the Insanity Lance right in the go. So again, it is on you to lock the door. Give us more time. Did it use the charge? It did use the charge. Come on, give me... do we have enough to slow you down? I don't get to see its movement speed very much. Mental state berserk. So it did technically work. Oh, you're way too fast. This is not looking good. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to repair it faster than I can damage it. It was damaging it for like a third of its health ago, and you heal it by like 1 hit point at a time. Alright, so who is our researcher now? There we go. Analyze that, because I might be able to get to at least the point where I can hunt it instead. Yeah, like 12 tiles a second. It's fast. You can injure it to the point that it slows down, which is what I was hoping is that with the 2 melee pawns hitting it the whole time, that we would have gotten enough damage in there to keep it from just being able to zip away real quick. Analysis progress. You have finished analyzing the Revenant flesh chunk. With the biosignature whatever, you have learned about the specific Revenant's biology and the method of hiding from sight. Colonists can now see this Revenant when nearby. Perhaps you'll be able to find it and kill it while it sleeps. It's time to hunt. Is anyone in good shape to go out for a hunt? At this phase, we're not gonna worry about moving those. At this phase, we're not gonna worry about trying to stay in here and do all this. Go ahead and get that deconstructed. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna rotate my people to 1 by 1, go hunt it, do a couple hits, chase it around, do a couple hits, and then as one gets tired near one, we're just gonna keep rotating them and keep the pressure up. But first, I need them to all get some sleep, get some food, and then we hunt. And we'll start with Craven. We go with that. So the thing is, I do have to find it, which, considering we have giant open spaces, we have no idea where it's going to be. Okay, so you good? You're good. Wake up. We saw it exit this way. Start going. So it went through the door. We see the scratch marks. Alright, you good? You need to eat? You're good. So what you're going to do is you're going to start over there. Because it doesn't move around much. Alright, you work on going straight down that way. The whole length. Go up. Go over here. Go down. Go over there. Go up. Go over here. Go up. Go over here. Right, so move over there. Don't even remotely care about animal flu right now. So I'm just combing the perimeter little by little. Trying to take it like a grid, as it were. Where did you go? There is a good chance it's along this left side here. We're looking for a revenant. We got what we need to detect it. I just need to actually succeed in detecting it. Okay, so you need food and all that. You're up to take over for them. So you're out. If you run the whole length down here, it could still be inside the walls. I saw the scratch up here, which is what makes me think it's inside here, but it could be inside our walls as well. There's a good chance if it is inside our walls, we would discover it by just random chance, though. By just colliding with it. Because if anyone gets close to it, we'll get an alert. Now, downsides by doing it this way is if it hunts while I'm running around like this. Alright, start running through the interior space. Revenant seen. Okay. Where? How are you doing? You need a break. You're ready to take over. Follow the scratches. You work your way up there. It's our turn to be the hunters. We're almost to the point we can go the same speed. I've lost sight of it. There was a scratch over there. Interestingly enough, it's not... Oh, it seems to be getting slowed down more? Okay, let's have you try and run interception. Oh, you get yourself food. I'm gonna need to box it in, because it does seem to be just running now. It did not go through the door. There's a scratch over there. You start trying to go a different way. So that way I'm not just having two people chase in the same direction. Oh, stop here. Get a position. Your aim sucks. Okay, you're feeding the people who are down, so I gotta keep you on this. We got scratches over here. I'm not seeing scratches going this way. There's scratches going this way. Okay, we're following it. You go slightly left, you go slightly right. It's over here on the left. At least I think it is. Where are you? Hit it. Alright, you start popping up here. You're out. Alright. My hope is as long as I keep the pressure up, it won't go on the attack. For the moment, you keep chasing since you have to be heading the right direction. Box it in. Get it. Alright, you need to get out of here. Itchy Tenma's on charge. Yeah, no, it's definitely hard to get any meaningful damage into it. If I had the backpack, I could sit there and whack it with the backpack, or with the flare, and stun it to get a couple hits. Alright. I think I'm doing enough damage to slow it. Yeah, we're catching it now. Or we were. It's so hard to tell. How are you doing? It's time for you to get in. I just want to keep rotating people out. Because we keep that up eventually. Because we are getting hits in, just not good ones and not often. Oh, it looks like it might actually move faster when I do successfully target it. Alright, Donkey, you go down there. I'll have you try and run ahead of it. Okay. I love you too. I hope you sleep well.
Wish me luck.
I do wish you luck. I love you too. Alright. Well, let's go quickly adjust the AC, because it's getting a little sweaty in here. Come on. There we go. Alright. Try and get ahead of it. Got a hit in. Have you cut down here. This thing is going to cost so much time. I know, right? It's so annoying. I mentioned the Revenant's the one that worried me the most. And this is exactly why. Starvation. You need to be feeding people. Get to work. Itchy Tenma over here is pulling MVP. Keep letting it go to the right. It can run to the mud where it's slow. We're gonna try and box it off again. It's going past the ancient danger, so let's keep going. How are you doing? You're still in really good shape, though we did hurt its eyeball. How are your needs? Not great. So keep going up this way. How are your needs? You go ahead and head back for a minute. How's Craven Nord doing? They're still recovering. You shouldn't have gone for the door. Get him. Meanwhile, you need to feed the people. They're starving. Craven Horde, go up here. Intercept. You went around the only wrong way, buddy. Yeah, juggle the stuns. Yeah. We are officially faster than it is. We're having a nice conversation with each other as we run around the corner, poking this thing the whole way. Oh, nope, it's picked up some speed. Alright, you keep pressure straight up, you cut left. Come on. It seems to get like a temporary boost in movement speed every once in a while. The torso's in the red. With 308 health left on it. Come on. How are you two doing? You two doing good? Yeah, you're good. Get in here. Because Itchy Tenma needs to get out. Go punch it. Don't even bother shooting it. Alright, you're out. You need to recover. Ring around the Revenant? I know, this is so obnoxious. But the more we hit it, the more we're going to slow it down. And the less likely they'll be able to get away from us. You're still recovering. You're eating food. Move. Move, Donkey Duff. That's too late for the others too. Actually. Devourer attack. A swarm of huge gate mod monsters are attacking. No, I'm busy. Go away. No, we don't need more threats right now. Alright, you need to still go back and recover. Where are they? So there's one of them. And you're running me right to the Devourer. Screw you, Revenant. Get home, take care of yourselves, we'll deal with the Devourer. Why do I have to hit the one wall I can't replace? Eat your food, take care of yourselves real fast, get some rest. Alright. Can I bait its jump? No! Not now! I'm busy! I've got 15 seconds to finish it off before Cerise the Mage just dies. And it's not looking good. Goodbye, Cerise the Mage. Finish it. Wait, what? You're not dead? What? Patch them immediately. You're not doing good. You're missing an arm and 2 legs, and I don't know if we can save you in time. But... we're trying. How are you doing? Go to sleep. Rescue them, but go to sleep. You just had a pretty bad day. Yeah, considering you got mostly digested. Yeah, no, the run might be over. I'm still going to try to make it work. So we're going to quickly let these two start trying to recover. Because we did get a lot of hits on the Revenant. We definitely didn't get anywhere near downing. But my hope is that between these two, if we can just get enough time with them rested, that we can start working on it again. What happened to the start of Spiral? It's the Revenant. The Revenant has one by one been picking us off, and we just don't have the damage to deal with it. But I need to get fully rested. And the moment they get fully rested, Craven's gonna go over here and eat something real fast. And then we'll get on their attack. And then Itchy Tenma will also wake up and start taking care of everybody. Or you know what? Let them feed everyone real fast. So we can fix our moods. And then with everyone fed, let's go. We gotta find the Revenant again. It ran up this way, and unfortunately we've got so many claw marks everywhere now. Oh, well that was fortunate. Wait, don't attack yet. Get him. You have so much health. It went left? Oh, you faked me out. It didn't work, but it did score me 2 hits on you. Come on. Just keep it going. It's at half health, basically. But every little bit we slow it down, I'm getting more hits in before it manages to get away. And then if we get stuff like this where we scar it, that's an injury that'll never recover, we don't have to worry about. Oh yeah, turn around to get hit more. Because I think we're basically at the stage here where I just have to stay on it as much as possible. The only thing is, like, if someone does get, like, a mental break risk. Because it's definitely slowing down a lot. Oh, come on. Score those hits, please. Yeah, it definitely has, like, a sprint ability or something like that where for a couple of seconds it moves a bit faster so it can get away from you, but it definitely feels like it's temporary. Because then most of the time I literally am just keeping pace with it. Whatever the cooldown is, it's not long. Come on. Yeah, we knocked it down another 60 health on its torso. Honestly, if you had a character who had, like, Jogger and an Architect leg or something like that, keep running through, you're gonna lose line of sight of it. Just get to the door before it closes. Ah, come on. Come on, keep it up. Yeah, juggle him. Oh, we got a proper stun! Come on, Craven, do it again. Does the thing not bleed? No, most of the, well, I shouldn't say most. A lot of the anomalies don't bleed. All right, we're under 200 health left on its torso. Some of its other limbs are also starting to get worn down. It's got a leg that's getting ready to... that's getting in bad shape. Gonna lose line of sight on it, probably. That's fine. Alright, we're down to 150. Just keep going for that torso. Torso and legs, that's all I want to see. Because we're on borrowed time here before it either attacks again or our people have to break because of starvation and exhaustion. Because they're probably pretty bad. Yeah, they're getting low. But it's getting slow. They just did some ring around the rosy on us. Down to 130. You winning, son? It's not great. If I kill this thing, we basically only had one significant casualty, which would be Cerise the Mage getting most of their limbs digested. Just gonna get right on top of him. Go for it. Yeah, starting to move real slow there, aren't you? Working those legs. Both of them are in pretty bad shape. Such a tanky thing. Archer cutting down, that's fine. Come on, give me torso hits. Alright, mild torso hit there. Okay, we're about to drop below 100. Yes! Die! I think it's basically the point to be considered downed is when smash it. Don't wait, smash it now. Don't let it get back up. Jeez, that thing was a pain. Delete all those spots. No, don't strip them. That's not what I want. Stop. Take all the beds. They're for colonists. Rescue them. Okay, and it gave you a shard. That's not a bad reward. No, it's not a bad reward. I can't do much with it right now. Go find some place to sleep. Go find some place to sleep. You've earned it. Jeez, that was a whole ordeal. Yeah, so the only major loss we had was Cerise the Mage. Wasn't even the Revenant, it was just we had another attack happen while the Revenant happened. And then due to that, you know, there's that. Your axe probably got... Yeah, your axe got put away, because you went down right at the beginning. So equip the bow. Equip the bow. Alright, so everyone's re-equipped. I do not have enough granite to replace that spot of granite in the wall, so it's just gonna have to be a wood wall for now. Oh, man. Yeah, no, that was a whole ordeal. I am finding, though, the melee strategy for the Revenant isn't the worst. Now the big one who lost out on this more than anyone else was Cerise the Mage lost an arm and 2 legs because the Devourer ate them. I actually didn't expect us to finish it off. When I saw the time hit 1, I was like, oh, Mage is dead. And then it spat Mage up at the last second, and we managed to patch them up so they don't die. So we gotta rebuild Mage. Mage has had a rough day. The moment we get Mage to the point there. So what does Mage do here right now? They grow stuff and then they handle the animals. So honestly, of the people we could have had get downed there, that's probably the one we could have afforded to have happen the most. Not that I'm happy about it. But like losing our researcher or our doctor or one of those other ones would have been significantly worse for us. Meanwhile, go ahead and get rid of that. Toggle it off. Don't rebuild that one. Yeah, we'll slap peg legs on Mage so they could at least do something.
Thank you, Leafy Pew, for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Leafy Pew.
Question mark.
Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. Wait a second, didn't you just sub? Wait. Didn't you already give like a Prime and then upgrade to a tier 1 during the streamathon? Either way, thank you so much for the sub. I'm just confused is all. But thank you for that. And thank you so much for supporting for 3 months. I really do appreciate that. Am I misremembering that? Because that was only like last week. Yeah. You like that you keep everyone on at least that isn't a Prime? Resubscribed with Prime. I am so confused at what... Because, to me, Twitch is saying you resubscribe with Prime, and I know the other week, like, literally, like, last week, you upgraded your sub. I have no idea what's going on. Regardless of what kind of sub it is you have supported with, thank you so much for that. Twitch is doing Twitch things. I suspect, for those who didn't catch what was happening with Twitch the other day, is there was an issue where a bunch of people got unsubscribed by mistake from people, and Twitch corrected it and made sure it wouldn't cost people their their subscription streaks. So I suspect they just kind of did a wink nudge fix kind of thing, and I'm willing to bet that's a side effect. So yeah, so I think you're still marked. Yeah, so you got the 3-month subscriber mark. I wonder if I click on your name, it'll tell me... No, yeah, so for me, when I actually pull up your profile, it says you're on tier 1 sub. Okay. Oh, sorry, I accidentally clicked a pin. I didn't mean to pin that. Unpin. One second, I gotta fix this. It's a problem I have when I use the window so small. Yeah, no, for me it does show you as having a tier 1 sub. It's just the alert is, or the action feed, whatever it is busted. I was briefly famous. Yeah, no, you're on a tier 1 sub. So I don't know why it did that, but thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I'm just gonna go by the activity feed is broken because of Twitch's oh crap, something broke, fix it real fast strategy. Because like I said, they did have an issue this past week or so that people were having their subs just end on their own when they didn't want them to. And it was causing them to lose their stream streaks. And they did fix it. Here, there we go. So you should be good. If it does have something where it doesn't give you the emotes you're supposed to have and all that, let me know and I'll see what I can't do to fix it. Even if I have to, like, pick it up myself or whatever. Because, you know, you paid for it. Is it true that anomalies are very weak to psychic attacks? I tried using the insanity thing on the Revenant, but it didn't do anything. So that said, it might be. There's probably things that there are strategies that you can use different stuff to deal with them. You're them, all your subs were canceled. Then you got unfollowed and refollowed to everyone. Yeah. So they had a serious issue and they fixed it. I imagine it was not a fix that was worked out at length so much as, oh crap, we need to fix this now kind of fix. Which I have been on that road where you're like, no, we don't have time to fix this right. We just need it fixed now. Okay. I was having someone sending one of my mods sent me a thing that they were like, hey, this other channel just had a big problem, like, just to be aware. It was a bot thing. But I'll deal with it after stream. Because they're gonna proactively ban a bot account. And then Leafy Pew had a 5-watch streak, so thank you so much for catching the last 5 streams without missing any of them. I really do appreciate that. I'm gonna say taking down. Oh, and congratulations, an extra 450 points. So you're gonna take care of it. I can just deal with it afterwards. Just typing in the name and all that will take me a minute. Actually, I'll deal with it in a minute. Toggle to study. So we have a twisted obelisk that hums with putrid psychic energy, gradually intensifies the approach of dangerous limit. You can send the colonists to suppress the obelisk and prevent it from activating. You can also mark the obelisk for study to try and learn its purpose and perhaps make use of it. You can also attack the obelisk to destroy it, but that would probably unleash some pretty terrible things. And then we've got Black at 7 stream streak. Really do appreciate that as well. How can energy be putrid? I mean, you just know. Alright, so operation number 1. Let's go ahead. I got confused when I saw, you know, install wood right hand. I'm like, but you can't. The arm's missing. And everybody was like, oh, like to get rid of it. Oh yeah, attack it. That'd be really smart. Yeah, I think what happens when you attack it is it bounces the activity up real fast. That's what I noticed when we've accidentally hit one of those in a fight. Yeah, so let me just go ahead. Oh, is Discord closed? Ooh, I don't know when that happened. Alright, the very last 13, you have yourself a good lurk. That said, that drug out fight that we had. Alright, so let me just go ahead and do this. Alright. Because it's associated, supposedly, with the bot raid. Or, sorry, the bot problem. Alright, so, investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It is an archotechnological device that seems to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, this activity will increase over time. We cannot tell what will happen when it fully activates. Cool. Bulk goods trader, I would like to talk to you. I have too much food, and I would like to have less of it. Oh, right, you're about to have a baby when all of this went down. I totally forgot about that. We're fighting the Revenant, and things are going sideways, and it's like, by the way, get ready, the baby's on the way, and you're like, what the absolute hell? This is not a good time. Okay, so we can get some research out of that book. So let's snag that one. We'll grab a recreation book. And we could still get more money out of you. Let's go ahead and say, how would you feel if I just went ahead and casually dropped 400 corn on your lap? There, we got ourselves a book. And a second book. Sounds like the Walking Dead plot. Run or attack. Wait, here's the baby. To be fair, that's not an unrealistic thing. Because it is a thing that people under very high stress can have a tendency to have kids early. Which makes a certain amount of sense when you consider, evolutionarily speaking, it would be advantageous to not have a baby when you're trying to deal with something that's particularly dangerous. Now, obviously, it doesn't help if the danger is immediately right there, but I don't think I have the materials for that. Yeah, no, that's a certain thing. Like, you hear about where people, you know, they soil themselves when scared. It's the same evolutionary thing of just get all the dead weight out. I shouldn't say dead weight because we were just talking about baby. But get all the excess stuff out now. It's time to run. Now, again, not really applicable if the threat is immediately there and you're talking about kid. There's actually a lot of animals that do that, where they unload whatever they got stored in on them before they run. Oh yeah, well you also have that as a separate thing. When a population is stressed of animals, a lot of times they will breed aggressively. Alright, did we successfully get a peg leg? Cool. Now it's time to get a second peg leg. We can rebuild them. I would say better, but look, we are giving them peg legs, so better I mean, better being they're missing limbs, yes, but better than they were before being literally mostly digested, not so much. Yep. Alright. So very clearly, the random research doesn't appear to be working with the anomaly side of things, which does sadden me quite a bit, actually. I did read that it wasn't working on its notes in the sense that there was a an exploit you could do to like bypass a random research, which is when the research got to the point of discovered, the cancel button appears, so you could cancel, because normally it discovers at like 15%. So if you started researching royal apparel and I didn't want it, I could slap cancel research and it would effectively randomly choose another research, which it could be the same one. But I've set mine so I don't know to like 95%. Because I don't know. That's just the kind of person I am. Alright, I need to move the entertainment. I forgot the recreation stuff is in there. It's really nice not having to worry about the Revenant for 2 seconds. And I do think we have a strategy for dealing with the Revenant in the future. Once we're aware that the Revenant is here, I do think dropping into what will eventually be our freezer was the right move. Because we drop in, we can get a bunch of damage on it before it goes away to guarantee we get a piece of flesh out of it. And just to score a bunch of damage in general. Surgery failed. You have severely stabbed their torso. Please don't do that. Yeah, someone said it doesn't work. Gotcha. I had people say that there was exploits with it. Yeah. That is the thing. I'll have to decide if I want to turn it off, because there is a way to turn it off by going into dev mode and just deleting the thing from the save. I'm also fixing this wall because I don't like the way this is. Because that was the way I intended to do it. But right at that moment, I was dealing with all the Revenant BS, so I had to deal with that now. I do think I'm going to put the ACs internal to this, so where we'll do the thing where I put the 2 ACs here, the barricades there, and then tear down the roof in that spot, so the AC is inside the freezer. But yeah. I wonder if we're going with a dev mode, like how easy it is to delete, because I know I almost never deal with dev mode, so I just have to remember where the heck it is. Okay. Alright. So let's see. Yeah, so it's not there. Yes, that's a curiosity. I'm just trying to look at the settings real fast. I can't read what that is. Enable random menu something, random disengagement. I was trying to change the thing. That is actually a thing. I wonder if I could toggle on the anomaly research from there. We don't really need double walls for the Revenant anymore. You can see them. Yeah, not well, no. So not finished now. I want to debug assign it. All right, let's get dev mode out of here because that's gonna bother me. Because right now we can't get any anomaly progress because I'm using random research that doesn't work with it. Random mental break, random disease. That would make sense. That was the reason I didn't want to mess with those. But yeah, it's not a huge issue right now. Because I can get the books, we'll just see it as like, we'll just assume this is like a hard mode. Where I've got to find the tomes, and I've got to be willing to deal with the mental breaks caused by reading the tomes. All the shallow roofs, that's fine. Okay. And once your torso injury recovers, we'll get you, we'll try and get you again patched up to have a peg leg. So at least you can move around and do stuff. Which will still be a struggle, but, you know. Papa Monster is in labor. Is our research still slowed? Yes. Our research will be 25% the normal speed because of Ritualist. And we don't have a crib yet because I didn't get that because Revenant. Go to it right now. You'd expect acid burn scars all over them more than missing limbs. Well, they were in there like within a fraction of being dead. But yeah, and I would have expected them to also have a bunch of acid burn scars because you can get those. There. Perfect. Crib on demand. Just in time crib. Dark visions. So at least you can walk around now you have a single peg leg. But yeah, no, research, like that's a big part of the run is the research is supposed to be painfully slow. I'm gonna go to dev mode and see if I can't figure out. Oh, permanently disable dev mode? Interesting. I'm just trying to see quick start settings. So when you start a run, there's traits that you choose for the map. Stuff like scenario. That's what I'm trying to find to just get rid of that for right now. So I keep going back and forth what I want to do because I want to do the anomaly stuff a bunch. But I do want the random research, and I can't have both. Let's just be patient. We'll just get books. As we get the books, we'll do that. Because the tomes, when we get it, all associate with something here. Something here. And so it's going to be a big thing about hitting one of these other ones first. It also could be that it's not recognizing that I can't do some of these. We'll see. Does the mod have settings to disable it temporarily? No. That's the catch. The way sick child. That's probably not going to be a child that makes it. Please tend to the baby immediately. We're going to try our best to get through this, but the chances we save this child with tribal medicine and an okay doctor, if we're being generous, not great. We also need to go here and get baby food made. So I won't name the child until we get it either it dies or it gets past grave sickness. Because I don't want to give people a pawn who's just going to die instantly. Please feed the baby. It's urgent for anyone. Anyone who's capable of feeding a baby, go feed the baby. Alright, meanwhile, health, operations, peg leg, right leg. Okay, we've massively cut up pretty much every part of Cerisa Mage. Who is down and why? Why did you dump the baby on the ground? What is happening right now? You're all patched up? Okay. Keep tending to that baby. We're at least getting really good 10s, but if that hits 100%, the baby dies, and we just have to keep the baby alive for a while. I'm going to use my one and only Glitter World on the next 10 to try and drag out that time as much as possible. We're not worried about that. We got our problems. 2 babies? Just 1 baby. You do this way change the normal research in the save file, but you don't have Anomaly to check on that. Yeah, I can look after stream and make a decision about what I'm doing with it. I'm also hoping that I might just get lucky and turn around and tomorrow they'll just be like, we fixed the bug. But honestly, pretty realistically, if the person is still super into RimWorld, they're probably playing. And if not, then... Oh, the reason you saw baby twice is it was labeling that the crib belonged to the baby, and then the baby was kind of collapsed on the, you know, they weren't technically in the crib. They are not winning this fight. They are losing this fight pretty badly, in fact. And I'm doing what I can for them, which is unfortunately not much. Which is the problem. Considering that's a 70% tend, and just handily losing. I don't even think we're going to get the chance to try and use the glitter. Why do you keep dropping the baby on the ground? Stop it. I understand it's because the room is slightly too warm. But still. To take it outside and chuck it on the ground, it's like, come on. Baby deserves better. That's gonna be a dead baby. Oh, that's actually a legitimate assault. Okay, I didn't leave the doors open. Like I'm supposed to. It's probably too late, because it usually decides the target before then. Everyone else, get behind the cover there. We'll see if we can't draw them to the door by opening it. Why did time slow down? Okay, door is open. So, fall back. Meanwhile... How long do you have till you need to tend? 4 in-game hours. I don't even know if the baby lives that long. Like it's looking really bad for the baby. Now, I suspect because the path is shorter here, they'll go along this... Where are you going? The door's open. Come on in. Let's attack the wall in the back. You know what? You're all being very inconsiderate. I opened the door and welcomed you in, and this is how you've repaid me. Alright, so Itchy Tenma to the right, you to the left, you beeline all the way over there, and then you just support in the back wherever you can. Let's get a couple seconds before they figure out what's going on. Stop running. Stop running. I'm not used to my enemies running away from me. Okay, I think that's all of them. Nope. Yeah. Oh no, there's one down there. So you took a head hit. Okay, so you're actually okay. So you smash this. You go smash that one. Are you two still alive too? You are. You smash this one. You smash that one. And then you three are on mission to get the last one. Okay. And you smash that one, and you go about your business. Okay. You got yours killed, you got yours killed, you got yours killed, and you got yours killed. Cool. Did you set to one shot instead of smash? I don't... What? I don't know what you mean by one shot instead of smash. Is there one in the base? Yeah. That's fine. Just go do your thing. You need to take care of the baby in just a second. They're feeding the baby, and the moment's that done, I'm gonna hit it with the glitter world. And either the baby's doomed, or we buy ourselves a little bit more time. I'm not confident in this. I do suspect we are getting rid of a glitter world that is not going to pay out, but I'm gonna try. I need you to finish feeding the baby, please. Please finish feeding the baby. Okay. Tend to the baby with the one and only glitter world we have. 130%. So that's the best we're gonna do. We have no more glitter world, no more good medicine. That's either gonna save them from death's door or they're done. And you need to be treated, because apparently no one's doing that. Alright. It's right there on the fence. I don't think this is happening. Even with a really solid glitter world 10, preach. Babies don't have an ideology, so you can't preach health them. How do you get the better medicine? Trade and quests, usually. Oh, go to food assignments, lavish, do not eat baby food. Yeah, see, I could target the baby, but they don't consider it the same ideology because it has no ideology. You can see why some people wouldn't like that. Yeah, no, that's with the children and all that, it could be a thing that makes people pretty unhappy, pretty uncomfortable kind of thing. And there's a lot of mitigating stuff you could do, but you can never fully eliminate the risk of that kind of thing. So you can go equip that bow. I don't know why I thought you could be able to run ahead of that. Be fast. Because the horse can actually do a lot of damage to them. Okay, so we're fine. Yep. But that is one of the reasons why in your default settings, you'll never have children raid. It's just not a thing that can happen. You can change the settings to allow it. But it is one of those things that's why. And it's also the things that, like, by default, when refugees show up and there's a kid in there, those refugees will never betray you. They basically make it so you should never be forced to just randomly fight kids or whatever. Now, if you have people have, like, a berserk break and that kind of stuff, that can cause those kind of things still. But there is that. Alright, don't tend to the kid right away. And the reason I'm saying don't, which seems counterintuitive, is you're not going to tend better. Why do you hate babies? I mean, honestly, why do you hate us? That's probably going to kill us. What I might have to do is caravan off the tile and wait out. Wait out the heat wave, because we don't have passive coolers, nor can I research them. Yeah, because when I tend, we're going to drop from 130% tend down to whatever the new tend is, which will be lower. I mean, I think this is very much a done deal. But, yeah, that's a good time tend. It doesn't matter. It's too late. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't have what I need to... We don't have a good enough doctor or that. Well. And unfortunately, that was Pava Monsters. So, Pava Monster can't preach to themselves. Your nephew baby died. Who is the other parent? Sniper Spice. Okay. Console them. Yeah, we're just gonna have you go over here real fast. So get everyone else staged here. Get all arranged over there. Alright, let's see if we can't bait it away. You get out of here because you're injured. Cool. Stone floor instead of dirt floor could help. Can't do it. Random research, no stone cutting. I've got a tiny bit of stone that we've got sitting around from taking buildings apart, but nowhere near enough to build any meaningful floors. Oh, how much moving it into a clean room? Yeah, I mean, moving in here actually might have helped a little. Now back to what we were doing. Is we're going to see if we can't counter the negative mood buff for Sniper Spice. Papa Monster just has to deal. They can't console themselves. Alright, it failed, so they're upset about that too. Yeah, no, like the stone here, but it is what it is. Not gonna worry about that. Alright. Meanwhile, operations, install peg leg right. Try again. Yeah, no, I think with the lack of a good doctor and only one glitter world, no matter how I approached it, it's just gonna be what it is. Turn off all the, well, don't refuel all those fires. Oh man, they're all like 120 degrees inside. Yeah, so... Alright. So what we're gonna do real fast, because if I stay on the tile, we're literally going to die. Form caravan, go to the next tile, accept everyone. Send. And get the heck out of here as fast as you can. What happened to the baby? The baby was born very sick and it died. It's just a thing that happens. If you got really good, like, Glitter World medicine and a doctor that's really good, you can save them. In this case, I did not have what I needed to accomplish that. Where are you going? You're literally going to delay the caravan and get everybody killed. Just in case you're wondering. Why would you leave that one behind?
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Pavamonster. Split. Pavamonster your own group. Accept. Go back. Enter. No, just pop. Oh, come on. Form caravan, leave, accept everybody. Don't go to sleep. I hate caravanning so much. There is no mechanic in this game that frustrates me more than caravanning. Because now they're all going to stand around and slowly die of heat stroke while they don't leave the tile because you can't get up. Yep. Remove from the caravan. Remove from the caravan. Add to the caravan. Because now that they're downed, I believe someone will grab them and take them. Can I manually tell them to carry them? No. Okay, so we're gonna take them to the edge of the map. Good to say they didn't fix this. Yeah, this is I really wish they would have just an update where all they do is deal with the caravan thing, because it's just like the stuff where it's one thing when they get into a cycle of problems. Yes, everyone's getting down from it, but I am hoping to get them off the side of the tile to recover. Okay, so they managed to get off the tile. And if this person gets down, we'll run back and grab them. To be fair, this isn't a normal problem you usually run into. Hey, Serious Mage, have a good one. Yeah, no, it's just caravanning with any number of people is just a pain. Such a big pain. Heat wave is over. Excellent. Everyone can come home. So your axe is right there, so go grab that. And I didn't see where you went down, so I can use search. There you go. And then you can grab that one. Okay. And that's because we're doing the random research, no research. That isn't a normal concern you run into with a run where it's like, oh, I don't have passive cooler and none of this other stuff. That's like not a normal concern you'd run into. But that's just our challenge. Obelisk mutation. While interacting with the obelisk, Pavmazer suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. As her lung began to twist and swell, her lung has mutated into a painful mass of semi-sentient flesh. This tissue is constantly regrowing and replacing itself, making it immune to the effects of lung rot and asthma. Well, that's definitely going to help your flesh mass lung. So it causes a permanent amount of pain, as well as environmental resistance. And if I remove it, it can become dangerous. Well, I guess we keep it. All right. That's a lovely problem to run into. Okay. Now put one last room over here. We'll need to go here, build roof. And then ignore roof on the others because you've already removed it. Shambler Assault. Oh, that's fine. We got Shamblers, so 3 over there. And 3 over here. That should be entirely handleable. So let's rally the troops. Let's get the ones on the left. They're closer. Okay. Wait. What? A Gore Hulk in here as well? You didn't say there's gonna be a Gore Hulk. You told me there's gonna be Shamblers. You just stay out of the series, the mage. Your injuries have got you too slow. You pop out of this as well. Yeah, you get out of there because you're all hurt. Yeah, they are gonna knock through the wall. Can we get there before he destroys it? It's gonna be close. I mean, he did destroy it, to be fair. We did. So that's a problem because I gotta get close enough to keep the Gore Husk from shooting at me. But also that's gonna put Craven right in the fray for the zombies. Please finish it. Please finish it. Let's get closer so I don't friendly fire. Okay. Well, at least that's resolved now. Wasn't smooth. And so you're already trying to 10 people. That's fine. Oh, well, there's Shambler Gore Hulks? I didn't even look. Maybe? I mean, it just says Gore Hulk, but it's possible. I was just like, wait, Gore Hulk, what? Alright. No, not food time. Patch people up time. Food time is later. No. Patch people up time. Alright, so we're going to need to get a hospital going because we are taking way too long to tend people just by the fact that where the injured people are going and where the medicine is are not the same place. I think up here is probably the best place to put the hospital, so it's by where we expect to do our main fights. So that'll help. So let's go ahead and get that lined up. But then we can go and get a floor in there, so you'll have better tens and all that. Okay. And everyone's patched up now, so that's been a colossal mess. How are you doing? You ready for... Okay, so you did get both your peg legs. Alright, so Cerise the Mage can now at least walk around and do stuff. That said, they're not doing so great. Their moving is basically at 50%. Their manipulation is going to also be at 50% once they're not under anesthetic. So that definitely hurt them pretty bad. But we'll get there. Little by little. So one of the things we are going to do is, I know... Oh, it's going to be so hard to brew. We're going to still try. I am going to get hops going with the intent of brewing. The issue is because I don't have much way I can control the temperature. Like, I don't have passive coolers and I don't have the, or heaters. That most of our stuff we brew is just going to go to waste. Like, the vast majority of it. But, that said, I don't really have a good way of making money. So it's still something that we can work on to at least get a little bit going. Oh, do we have everyone converted? We don't. Oh, you should probably actually focus on this more. 60%. Try to help Sniper Spice through this. Cool. So Sniper Spice, we got the penalty from them, you know, losing a kid. We've got that countered. You could do some tailoring if you want, Mike. This is true. We could also tailor for money. I mean, honestly, we just need to tailor to get our own clothes caught up. But yeah. Starvation, you're taking care of yourself. Who was a researcher? Ah, Craven. Gotcha. Well, we're actually getting a bit of research done because we are reading the book. Oh, that's interesting. So we are actually getting research done on being able to make carpet as well as whatever the other one was that book gave us. But because of random research, it's not like we're getting it, but it's not letting us see it. So recurve bow and carpet making. So we're technically working on either 2 or 3 research projects at the same time, but we just can't see the progress. Let's go ahead and go in here. I don't have furniture. I don't know what I'm doing. I was gonna say make some bookshelves, but we don't have the ability to do that right now. All right. Yeah, so I want to make a bunch of money that way when we have the exotic goods trader go through. We can keep buying books, and we will library our way into the new science. That'll be my workaround. To be fair, some of the new science is really, really strong, so that's all good. So bear with me for a minute, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink, stretch my legs, use the restroom and all good stuff, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. All right. Of course. Of course. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Got it. Intro of the Wilhelm scream. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. All right, and we are back. Okay. I wonder if we could realistically even keep something like a Revenant or whatever. Not Revenant, but one of the lower difficulty ones. It wouldn't matter yet because I can't make the machinery yet to to like get the bioferrite and you make electricity and all that off of them. But once we do get that, we would. But that's going to depend on the books. In the meantime, we're just going to keep the science rolling. Oh, here. And Bill's Brew, make wart forever. Combat supplier. Alright, let's talk. Can we make some money off you? I'm in need for money. Lots of money. Okay. So take my short bow. We'll keep the recreation book and all that we have. And you don't really want anything else? I could definitely use an upgrade of a light machine gun. Could also use the medicine. Light machine gun, medicine. Deal. So hey, Papa Monster, congratulations on your minor upgrade in equipment. And also, yeah, if you could just go ahead and... Oh, you don't want the bow. Never mind. Alright, so we got a very minor, slight upgrade in our equipment going from an ordinary bow to a light machine gun. So, you know, no big deal. Okay, we don't have enough wood right now to... Actually, we don't need to make it the fancy flooring. Floors, just regular old wood floor. We'll go ahead and get that set up. Then we can put medicine up here. And, you know, then we'll put, like, medical beds up there. By medical beds, I mean sleeping bags that are on the floor that are, you know, marked for medical purpose. Haul that short bow back as well. Just so it's not there rotting. So many stone chunks that are piling up. Alright, stockpile. Clear. Critical. Medicine. And... body parts. I'll go furniture. Entirely too many sleeping bags, and I'll make them all for medical purposes, and that'll be our new hospital. It's a bit of shame we don't get a vote midstream anymore between Anomaly and more Anomaly. To be fair, I honestly think if we did do the vote halfway through stream, it would probably be Anomaly. It's just a big draw to the channel. I did mention at the beginning of stream, though, I do intend to play Manor Lord sometime this week as well. Split our time a little bit, because that's another one that came out that I was excited for that, you know, it's be definitely one to check out. Between Anomaly and Anomaly, you always check Anomaly. To be fair, this is what, our third, fourth stream of Anomaly? And all that. Let's see, you're on the list of hats for Manor Lords? List of hats for Manor Lords? I mean, I got a key for Manor Lord. I mean, because I played Manor Lord on the stream when it was, like, its, you know, the demo where it had, I think it's like the first level or two of tech and you couldn't save. Like, it played during that time. What's the list of hats? Yeah, that's, I think that's probably just spell check getting them. Some streamers got an early key, unsure if all got fancy hats. Oh, I'm not aware of receiving, like, I haven't received any physical merch, if that's what you're talking about. It'd be like Stardew, where there were a couple of weeks where we were allowed to vote, and it was always Stardew, Stardew, Stardew. To be fair, a couple of weeks, it was genuinely like 7 streams. It was like a week and 1 day, and then we like finished it. Let's see, you learned more about the Obelisk. Is an architect machine that transforms flesh creatures into different forms. The device is damaged, so the new forms would be chaotic and unstable. A person or animal so transformed could become something totally unrecognizable. The obelisk level rises unless suppressed. If it fully activates, it could transform an endless number of creatures, creating nightmarish horde of flesh mutants. Craven Hordes thinks it to be possible to safely shut down the obelisk, but this will need significantly more study. Or you could intentionally provoke a response from the twisted obelisk. Neat. Or, you know what? So, that could potentially replace Cerise the Mage's arm with a tentacle arm. Nah, we can't do it yet. Meanwhile, we need to start working on actually converting people. So we'll try and take a round at that. Because that'll also help us build up our ideology, too, so... The downside is those flesh mass things, ineffective, that's fine. They do cause pain. Alright, Cerise the Mage. You're gonna take your gamble and see if you can't replace your missing arm with a tentacle. Obelisk mutation. While interacting with Obelisk, Cerise the Mage felt a sudden pain in her stomach as the tissue began to roil and mutate. Her stomach is mutated to a mass of semi-sentient flesh. The harsh acids it produces are painful but prevent food poisoning. Well, you're immune to food poisoning now. Now what we need to do is take our ideology in the direction of being down with pain and just, you know, lean in on this a little bit. Certainly nothing will go wrong with that. But yeah, now if a bunch of people got hats, I'm like, I know of one person who got a hat, but yeah, no, I haven't heard anything, and I don't think they have my home address or anything, so I would not anticipate getting a hat. To be fair, that kind of stuff is really cool, but also nothing necessary. Like the only one that's a surprise is my very first sponsored game on the channel, which was the Tenants. They sent me, like, your Uncle Steve, I think it was. They sent me a plush of it. I hadn't expected or anything. I just got this plush. I was like, oh, okay. Because I really enjoyed the game. I know a lot of people are more mixed feelings about the Tenants. I think it's a perfectly fine game. When it first came out, its variety was a bit limited on what you could do in it. But that said, It's come a long way and they've done a whole bunch. But it is one of those games that it has its game loop, and if you're not into the game loop, like, that's what the game loop is. There's not a lot of variance. It's pretty much delivers what you expect. Oh yeah, no, I honestly, of the people I know who requested keys, I don't really know hardly anyone who didn't get one. Now granted, it could be because they didn't say anything that they didn't get it or whatever. All that. Right, so we still don't have what we need. Oh, actually, we can do Neil pillows. Okay, so if we were to do this, so lectern, Neil pillows, altar, leader present. So I'm not gonna do the altar in there. Oh, there's Neil pillow, and Neil sheet. Neil sheet. That's fine. It won't be ready for this time, but at least we can get that. And all those things I believe you can move anyways. So we can, you know, get that all set up. I think we'll put like the actual temple back here. Right now I'm low on wood and I'm low on a lot of materials. Okay, and do not cut down the harbinger trees. Detached prisoner. Let's see. The God's Pope, Quant, wants you to stash a special prisoner for her. The prisoner is a 15-year-old reclusive child named Callie. Knows embarrassing information about Nellie's charm. Nellie doesn't want her to be freed. You need to keep the prisoner for 14 days until the scandal blows over. For a masterwork heavy submachine gun. Yes, no question. Congratulations, this is your bedroom now. You live here for the time being. You're a body purist who is only good at crafting. So I don't actually, like, this wouldn't be someone to, like, try and take from them. We will convert them, because we can. You watch 3 different streamers playing Manalords a day. None of them had the hat. Yeah, no, I think it was probably just particular people who had, you know, certain interactions with the devs and all that. Not like in a bad way or thing. But, like, the devs were excited to have them involved and whatnot. That happens. Like, that's very genuinely probably one of the reasons I got the Steve plush. Was I really enjoyed the game, so I kind of reviewed it pretty positively. And I know a couple of their devs were in my channel when I did it. He got bows and arrow, yeah. Keep this person for 2 weeks, and I'll give you a... Can you fire a gun? Like a big gun? Exactly. That's the reasons why, even if you're doing a run where you're, like, really missing out in tech, you can still make a lot happen. So we can actually begin the party, and we're missing the altar, and we don't have a leader. We can make the leader happen, too. Do we have anyone else's social who isn't terrible? It is not looking like it. It looks like Ichi Tenma would be our next consideration. I mean, we might as well. Oh. Oh, you're the wrong ideology. So Papa Monster actually beat you. So let's go ahead and make you the leader. Do that. And we'll immediately have you have the celebration since it's time sensitive. Okay, and begin the celebration. So we're only missing an altar, and then we have the leader. What? Oh, wrong ideology. Never mind, we don't want to do it. Get out of here with your conflicting ideologies, wanting wanting us to have your practices here. Come on. Don't you know we're all about rituals here? Okay. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do, and I probably shouldn't do this. Because it won't get done anytime soon. Is basically build the road that goes between here. So that the segment of the road that goes through my base looks nice. We don't have the limestone to it, but I'm just going to get rid of that limestone super fast. It's fine. It'll give us a little bit of mobility towards reaching our defensive position. Get rid of that one granite chunk so it's not literally cover as they come in the door. But ultimately, I'll probably put another road that goes, like, through here. You know, attach these points, probably make a little spot that goes up there. Maybe have it go up this way. You get the idea. We'll attach all this stuff later. But until we have stone cutting, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I got a couple of shards now that I can't quite use yet. Got a couple of books we're reading. We are slowly unlocking the research using those books, which is nice. Because that'll just speed things up, so as our recreation will also help, you know, do research as well. For right now, don't worry about the baby food. Meanwhile, start working on converting people. It'll take a while. I honestly do feel like for this run... Cool, so that's literally the book that did that. Because you'll notice we're still researching what we're researching. So yeah, so that is one of the two researches I could have gotten out of the book. So with that, we want recurve. I'm going to say to make 3 of them. Because we're about to get a heavy submachine gun masterwork for 1 person. So we can up-tech our bows. Yeah, so the books are going to be very invaluable for this. Because it does let me somewhat deterministically get some of my research. It also let me, you know, circumvent the issue where anomaly and random research isn't working right now. Alright. Okay, so Donkey Duff has some chance of romancing some people. You're already a couple. Shoot your shot with Craven Horde. Nope. Okay. Getting your anomalous research from tomes feels like very keeping in with the theme. Yeah, no, I think so as well. And it's also like when you look at the research for Anomaly, like you first of all have to do the stuff to figure it out. But a lot of these are really powerful. So it almost feels like when you're pursuing the psychic abilities, and you can get like that really good psychic ability, and it takes a lot to get there. Because even the lower level ones, like even just being able to skip abduct is an easy way to get free pawns. Or the chronophagy, where you can like de-age, is huge as well. So I actually don't feel that bad if we takes a while to get those, because they're powerful. And it's not, and I feel like the powerful you get out of them, it's not to the scale like the psychic powers where you can have a person who just hits a button and the whole map's animals suddenly turn violent. They're not that scale of powerful. They're more individually powerful. Kind of like how doing the biotech stuff can make one pawn really, really juiced. Or like, you get the pawn that's fully architect out and just watch them wreck people. Oh, meanwhile, let's do... Alright, Pop Monster is going to be having another kid, hopefully not sick this time. Because that debuff does stack for losing kids. It is not a good time. So you can make like a little corridor so you can reach, the meditation tree. And then once we do that, I will start committing them to meditating, because there's a lot of fun abilities we can get from that. But I don't want them that close to the edge of map where something can walk on the map. Like you have like the mech pop on the map and a Lancer just pops them in one shot before we even get a chance to retreat. Yeah, because we still want them to research those for the time being. Alex's many friends. A 4-year-old child named Alex is calling from nearby. She admits she has profaned a peace ritual between the fur of the Witcude and the vows. Now, they're both chasing her. Okay. So, we got a 4-year-old. The good news is, that means they shouldn't be able to have any traits whatsoever. So that's gonna be basically like a free kid skipping the entire beginning part of the of that. So we're gonna get ready for a fight. So Alex joins. So yeah, bio, no traits, no anything, and have them run immediately into the building. Grab yourself a bow. You grab yourself a recurve bow. You grab yourself a recurve bow. You grab yourself a recurve bow. We'll go to the schedule for Alex. We'll do this real fast. Work. That's fine. Actually, your schedule's gonna be this, because you are a child, so recreation the whole way. Please tell me you're not slowed. Okay, you're just slowed because you're in the mud. And were you an impid? Is that what I saw? No, you're a baseliner. Oh, it just, with the little clefts on there, it looked like they might have had horns. Meanwhile, we can go here and go to zones. Area 1. Actually, wait, did I see that up there was Area 1? Nope, okay. So Alex here. You stay in Area 1. You're not allowed out. Go grab the bow before the attack shows up. Actually, for that matter, everyone is restricted to Area 1, so no one's, like, out on the edge of the map when that stuff's... Is there a vanilla way to add a shotgun to someone's arm or something like that? No, there's no, like, gun arms in vanilla or whatever. You can get, like, power claws and that kind of stuff, but gun arms aren't a thing. You can get some pretty exotic arms that have like drills and other stuff in them too, though. So we're gonna go ahead and say raw materials. You can add steel here and uranium here, and we're going to remove the steel and uranium from in here. Royal Tribute Collector. This is gonna work out well. How long before they attack? In 1.6 days? Oh, if it's 1.6 days, they'll be long gone by then. I was actually excited to be like, yeah, you know what I want? The Empire Caravan to be here, and then, you know, 2 random pirate groups to show up. Because then I'll just stand back behind my little wall and let all that sort itself out without my involvement. I don't have an extra bedroom for you, do I? Yeah, we're just gonna pretend they're your adopted parents for the time being. Yeah, no, there's mods that'll add that sort of stuff. But, I mean, I don't think that'd be really a necessary thing anyways. Like, turning around gun arms cool and all that. But, it's just not one of things. Mechanically, the game's not built around that kind of thought. Because I'd have to set it up where you had a gun arm, but you also couldn't carry a weapon. So I could see it being something like you get the gun arm, but then it's effectively that arm has no manipulation as like a balance thing. Because then it's a gun you can't drop. Or like you have mobility problems and all, because that's what a lot of the melee weapons that are built in your arms and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you're gonna try using this again. All right, unrestrict all of you. You're gonna try using this again. See if we can't replace that missing arm with a tentacle. I have a feeling they're gonna leave before this attack happens, like just enough before that they're not involved. And what do we get this time? You got a flesh whip? What? A fleshy muscled tentacle with a blade at the end. The flesh whip makes an excellent melee weapon. It has its own neural structures and may become dangerous if removed. Okay. And Cerise the Mage's comment is, with the flesh whip, it never stops squirming. I hate it. Alrighty then. Yeah, no, I noticed this on the wrong arm too, which is a little bit of a bummer. Because, like, okay, we almost got what we wanted. Interestingly enough, that does mean if someone ran up to us and got into melee, might need an arm to convert. It might be. But I'm down to keep trying. Because sooner or later we'll have made all the changes we can make on Cerise the Mage. Yeah, so it'd be about 40 hours, give or take. Not quite 40 hours will be the point that the attack should happen. Yeah, they're leaving. A wild boar has self-tamed. Good for the wild boar. Now these visitors, on the other hand, they're 100% getting drawn into this. Oh, you have a Hellfire gun? Yes. Yes. Right now. Absolutely. How would you like a worn out shirt, some bows I don't want anymore, and a big old pile of cloth? Alright. Who's getting an unexpected upgrade? Who is actually my best shot? Actually, it happens to be you. Where is our gun that shoots fire? To be fair, the downside of the Hellfire rifle is I can't recharge the flamethrower part of it because I can't get the material to do so yet. But I just basically got an assault rifle. So, not too unhappy about that. And it won't be too much longer before we get rid of our book. Oh, you're getting mild heat stroke? Oh, I just realized we have a kid now, so... Where are you at? Not pants, you already have pants. Make a child shirt, make a child pants, make a child parka. You know, I never thought. Okay. I was wondering if the click and drag worked for this too. It does not. So 80%. 80%. 80%. Because not a whole lot I could do about getting some mild heat stroke going on. Yeah, let Pava Monster suppress that a little bit, and it'll tell everyone to get inside. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so 1.4 days, we're gonna get everyone inside. Okay, everyone inside the secure perimeter. We're about to have a fight. Oh no, they are leaving. Boo. Boo, I'm disappointed. I want you to stay and enjoy the show. And by that I mean fight my fights, you know, fight my battles for me. But preferably without my involvement. Come on, there's still time. Right here. Right here. Spawn right there. Do it. Do it. Come on, it's 1.6. Right there. No, no, don't leave. Yeah, it's too late. It's fine. Let's see. Fur of the Witkud are chasing Alex, so we've got their attack. They are packing 2 machine pistols and 3 clubs. And we didn't check, so they're attacking immediately. They don't have a whole lot of strategy going on to that. So the plan here is you 3 up there. Why are you all getting kind of mad? Very long outdoors. Serious pain. No recent conquest. And then you're hungry and you have a flesh whip. Alright, so all of you get to the battle stations, as it were. Oh, and then they get some boars. Val is chasing Alex. And they're all bringing their bows. So I don't know if they're going to fight each other or not. If they don't, this is going to be pretty rough. Hey, Itchy Tenma, you go to the other side. So get everyone standing behind whatever the best cover we can find is. I was really hoping we'd have a little bit more of a delay between... Okay, they are going to fight each other. That works out. So they can soften each other up and we can finish it off. And they did the shout to turn 1 rat violent. And that was it. Honestly, this is a pretty balanced fight. So what's going to end up happening, though, is these 2 are going to end up going down. If they didn't retreat with that, then very genuinely... Why did I see something shake? Oh, we had 1 boar that is circumventing our entire defenses. Okay. We've got Covert Ops boar moving in here. You all drop down here to get ready to intercept the boar. Yeah, see, if they didn't retreat from having their melee downed, I actually feel like they could have won that with those machine pistols. Okay, so they've got 4 up. And one of them's pretty beat up. So get down here before we have some mood breaks. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. 4 impids up. We have 7 people at range, 6 people at range, and then 3 melee ready to intercept. The biggest concern is them breathing fire on the melee and causing a lot of grief, which is a big concern. Alright, and you're all sorted. You're the only 2 who got hurt. Couple of bruises, no big deal. Are you someone we want to keep around? No. No, you're not. I'll take your bow. Have a nice day. Are your clothes any good? They could be worse. Oh, you're gonna do that? How about instead you get rid of those clothes? What about you up here? You got time. No, I'm good. Alright. And I've also forgotten that I intend on building a fire break around here. And I need to do that. So it's not going to help with this fire. But in the future, that's one way to help protect the area from fire being spread outside from like boom rats and, all this kind of stuff. Sad Wander, because they have a flesh whip. It's fine. You're really surprised they're fighting each other since they're part of the same event? Yeah, but the idea is like as a peace talks, and the person deliberately befouled it. Still, I do agree it would make sense for them to go after the one who messed it up, but then also potentially they get upset at the other person as well. Shambler's approach. That's actually quite a few shamblers. Honestly, we're already restricted to our perimeter. Oh, yeah, but I have to maintain that thing. So the good news is the shamblers will actually collapse on their own if we don't draw their attention. Oh, that's 3 days. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll take one of our researchers, and we'll make them available to deal with that. By that, I mean Cravenord. And we'll unrestrict you, so that you can go over here and suppress that. Not assigned to wardening. Okay. All right, that's not what I expected. All right, now put you back in restriction because they're getting closer. If they get spread out, then that'll even be better because then we could just get rid of them. All right. Yeah, because we suppressed it a decent amount. We didn't get as far as we wanted. I changed our restrictions to put them back inside the perimeter. Like, they're not the worst thing to fight. Like, we'd probably be able to handle them just fine. But they do close in all as a group. And I kind of just don't want to deal with it. So we can just work on the stuff in the base and just let them deal with themselves. Conversion. Callie is converted. Cool. Prisoner. Maintain only, because that's for a quest. Toxalope sitting. I'd probably take the goodwill on this one and slowly work our way up to getting allied. They honestly seem to be like slowly working their way across the map, you know, section by section. You just need short blade to work with shamblers and just some nimble. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. I realized I didn't set these to medical only. For right now, you can sleep there because I don't actually have a bed spot for you. I need to get one made. Because that geothermal is kind of in a bad place for working around a bunch of this. Where am I going to put some more places to sleep? Because we're going to probably make the temple up here. I'd fit up like 2 more places down here. Let's actually try and stagger them a little to make it a bit more interesting. Because we don't have enough for down there, so I could like stagger a little bit like this, make the road go up this way a little bit. You're down to 1 day. How's this thing doing? It's fine. Oh, they found a hole. There's a hole in the wall there. I did not know. All right. Rally. We're going to have to deal with the one that's coming on in. It's okay. We're terrible shots. Alright, so that angered them. Let's just accept we're fighting. Quit going around me. Alright, there's one left. Let's deal with it real fast. Okay, so he took a couple of injuries, got a bunch of scratches. Yeah, so Itchy Tenma got it the worst. We could deal with that. In the meantime, unrestrict everyone but the child. And get everyone running around doing their thing. We still have Viper. Viper is the only doctor around here. Okay, and you're already on treating people, so good for you. How does random research work? Basically, behind the scenes, the game just randomly chooses any one of the researches, and I can't see which one it's using. There's just the bar here, but you notice I don't have a research button. But really all it's done is it just goes, okay, of all the ones I'm allowed to research right now, it chooses one, and then the points start going towards that one. And then once, like, you can adjust it. Like, I think the beginning is like 15% wait for the research. It'll tell you what you're actually researching. But for what I've got set up is I've got it 95%. So I don't know what I'm getting till, like, basically I'm already there. Oh, wait. One of them got back up. There. All right. And we're just putting all their corpses under the meat-eating trees. It's just what you do. Gotta feed your trees. But yeah, pretty much think about it is like handing random to the keys to selecting what you're researching. It's pretty much what it's like. Alright, so you're back up. So keep converting. Want to slowly work this person down to be one of us. What? That's weird. They were in the middle of butchering. Oh. Did you get... I see. So in the middle of butchering, and then they threw up because of food poisoning, which canceled them butchering. And then they went to bed. Let's see, I wonder if you can actually get that random tentacle coming out of your back. I have no idea. I haven't seen it on anyone. I've only seen, like, the tentacles replacing the arms. That's part of the reason I'm messing with this thing and just tagging it again and again to see if we get some interesting stuff that we haven't seen. Because I've seen the different flesh masses on the inside. But I haven't seen... I mean, guess technically it's right shoulder. But I haven't seen anything to imply like stuff from the back or torso that much. I do like some of the silly stuff you can do with these obelisks, by the way. Alright, avoid cutting down the meat-eating trees. We do have everyone plan cut to 4. So if anyone does find any openings in their schedule, they can cut down some trees, because our torches are starting to go out because of lack of wood. Let me guess. Oh no, they're all going. I was waiting for it all to be like ruined. Because the hard one's going to be keeping it from going over 90 during the summer. But we'll see. Expand that menu. And this one. Research known smithing. Hey, you know what? Smithing's not a bad one. That means I get helmets, and that's the precursor for machining. So it's definitely one we'd want. I'd rather get stone cutting or electricity, but it's definitely not a bad option. Oh, you're reading a book. I was like, what are you doing? And then the added bonus is we can get everyone starting to put helmets on, which will help protect them a bit. It'll give us something to use with our steel. It's all good. Now goes this. Literally, they need to get all that full. We got plenty of people who are crafting. Like, for example, Viper. They're crafting as their main responsibility when they're not doctoring now. And we do have Donkey Duff, one of our cooks, will craft when they're not busy with that. So we do have 2 crafters. The Twisted Obelisk is ready to use again. Oh boy, can't wait. What are we gonna get this time? I'm hoping we can get something with our legs. Like either like a tentacle leg or blade leg or some nonsense. Oh yeah, your missing arm is back, baby. Let's see. While interacting with the obelisk, Cerise the mage felt her arm tingling. Moments later, her skin split open and a fleshy growth erupted from her body. Her arm has been replaced by a squirming tentacle. Cerise the mage has lost some blood, but otherwise seems unharmed. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? And now I look at her mood. Flesh whip, it never stops squirming, I hate it. Flesh tentacle. Get this thing off me. Excellent. Absolutely. But with that, if we look at their manipulation is at 99%. Actually, it's 110% now that the blood loss is letting up. Their movement's still terrible due to the peg legs, but that's fine. Alright, so we did get smithing. So that's good. So we're going to go here and go to production. Fueled smithy. Put that up there. Furniture. Put ourselves a chair right here. And then we can start making helmets. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Meanwhile, you can grab a recurve bow. It's better than what you've got. Major break risk. Because you lost your kid. Nothing I can help you with that. You just gotta wait. You're upset because you've been outside for a long time. You were insulted. You tried to get converted. You're an underground or outdoors. You ate without table is your fault because there's a table right there. We'll go through and add tables to like every other room if we have to. Yeah, with an extreme break risk, just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. And there's a good chance that you wake up in the morning, you'll be happier. You're such a wonderful child. Low expectations. Childlike joy. Very impressive dining room. Spacious interior. No slaves. Led by an Archotechnus. Not scarified. No recent conquest. Come on, kid. Be a more decent person, please. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. We'll go ahead and take the 3 Toxalopes. And they don't have, like, health things we gotta worry about? No. Okay. Dangerous Mechanator Complex. We can check that out later. Because we can make one of our people a Mechanator, which I would be on board for. No point in me doing it until we at least have electricity. Because, I mean, that'll be a real big problem with Mechanator if your mechs just go to sleep and have to recharge super slowly. Yeah, you were just, like, right on the fence. I fully expect them to break, though. Having family die in this game is a real tough one for your character to work through. I'm also curious to keep using it because I wonder if, with the arms and that, if it can effectively re-roll the arms and just get a different one. Otherwise, we just keep leaning in on this thing and see how far we can go. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping legs have options. That said, it could be while we have a peg leg, it can't have anything there. I'm not sure if I want to yank the peg leg off and have them interact with it and see what happens. But we'll figure it out. Corrupted Obelisk. Okay, so study that thing too. Alright, keep working on converting them. Alright, we're over halfway to having them converted. It is interesting that I can keep all the obelisks here and take, you know, the advantages of all the nonsense they do. Pretty soon that stove's gonna run out of wood too. And I'll probably have to like manually go through and be like, no, we're cutting down trees. Just, I don't know about you, I wouldn't sleep among the flesh-eating trees. Even if it is safe, that feels like a bad idea. Obelisk study in progress. Investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. This arco-technological device that seems to interact with organic creatures at distance. It probably is a piece much larger of an architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart a long time ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, it will activate. Its activity level will increase over time. You can't tell what happened if the device fully activates. Yeah, to keep suppressing it. And then I realized I had that closer to that structure than I wanted it to. We're still gonna do the thing where it kind of shimmies back and forth, but move it by one tile. And I feel like we would be able to put something here, like maybe that's where our mining or detector, whatever, goes at some point. There's options. Major break risk. Because you're in pain, you've got tentacles, it's hot and sweaty. You need your clothes replaced. A mad account is help passing by. Maybe we can help with taxes. Yeah. All right. How has that still got fuel in it? That should have run out a while ago, right? Because we haven't been managing to find enough time to cut down any trees, really. Which is a problem, because I've got a gaping hole in the back of my base. So I really should manually intervene and deal with it. One kind of scary thing about the obelisk, though, is... You have 6... Oh, sorry. I do have 800 wood in stock. I looked away because we had run out earlier, and we must have actually got some trees cut down recently. Yeah, no, we're all good then. All right. So now Papa Monster is running around having to interact with these more and more. That's what I was going to say is one of the negatives I could see is as you get more and more of these obelisks out here, it means you have to do more and more maintaining of wardening that you have upon busy doing that. Where if you run to a situation where you just don't have a warden available, you run the risk of all of these going off roughly the same time. So it is probably one of those things you want to decide one or two of those to keep and to shut all the others down. I've noticed we so far have not gotten the person who shows up and is like, I can teach you this. And then they have something wrong with them that they won't tell you about. Yeah, so there is overhead mountain on that one as well. That's fine. Oh, right. They're cutting down the trees because they're putting up that. You want the Among Us event? Where we have to like figure out who is the person who has the stuff, like who's got like the things that are dangerous in them and all that. I am curious. So it does seem like it will spread just on its own gradually, like really slowly. And I suspect what happens is if enough people get infected, like everyone, you know, has their thing pop out at the same time, and just all the injuries would just wipe you out because everyone would get downed by it. Carpet making. Okay, so with that, that means this book here, we don't read this book anymore because we got both the researches out of it. It no longer benefits us. Long Genius. A lone figure is approaching the colony. He wants to talk. You can send a colony to hear what he has to say. Ooh. You're just gonna casually roll in here with a Charge Lancer? I'm listening. Transmute steel. Configure steel at the atomic level, turning into a random valuable material. You can target a stack of steel, or steel slag chunk. Okay. You're not a good pawn other than that. You're abrasive, disturbing, which is not great, but I'm down to give you a go. What do you want? The strange figure keeps muttering about some scientific breakthrough. All he needs is a laboratory. If you let him stay, he will share his vast knowledge with you. It's hard to tell whether he's insane or a genius or both. Crother claims to an extensive knowledge of alchemical practice. He can, using unknown architechnological influence, transmute steel into various valuable resources. He may be very useful, but you also sense there's something he's not telling you. Join us. Immediately join us. Also, because I don't trust you, drop your incredibly awesome gun. Congratulations, small child. You now have an incredibly awesome gun. Alright, so let's go to our schedule, get it all figured out. So put you here. You go to left slightly, work. You're a genius who is also a Neanderthal. Sure. Sure. We can go with that. Alright. That's fine. Meanwhile, we can go to your schedule. We're all good here. And what is your ideology? Because it looks like you're pissed off about something. Collectivist? Okay, so why are you angry? Wielding a recurve bow. Weapons noble and despised. Oh, well, my bad. You could just be unarmed then. Alright, children assigned to recreation. Look, buddy, you're just gonna have to deal. With that, though, we're gonna go ahead and do this button and welcome in White Jaguar. You get to be the person who can do alchemy. So I want to immediately test this. So transmute steel. And you made it into uranium. Okay. We're going to be vaporizing a lot of steel. I can already see it. I'm assuming there's something that goes really bad. Don't try to transmute people. That's how you get Chimera. Yeah, no, it's only steel and steel chunks that I can use it on. New lovers. Viper wooed Donkey Duff by implying good things about his own stylishness. Donkey Duff was attracted and is now Viper's lover. Aww. It's always nice to see romance on the rim. Oh, I don't need that anymore. There we go. And we'll just keep working on converting people little by little. It's fine. Jaguar friend? We don't know. I'm assuming they are, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine too. Someday, we'll get an actual bed. And I'll be happier about it. Today might not be that day, but someday. Alright, so we got one mood debuff dropped off, off Paramount, so that's good. We can go to you. And try that again. Transmute more steel. There's gotta be a drawback to this, by the way. Plasteel, thank you. Like I said, there's gotta be a drawback to doing that. Like, either one of the outcomes is something dangerous to us, or, like, there's a random chance that something happens to White Jaguar. Shuttle has arrived for Callie. I totally forgot Callie wasn't one of ours. Here, go ahead and get them out of here. 75 plasteel? Heck yeah, absolutely. And they're a really good researcher. And And we got ourselves a heavy machine gun, or heavy submachine gun masterwork. Research known stone cutting. Thanks, man. So we're up-teching in a big way. Alright, so we got ourselves stone cutting. That is a huge win for us. So production, stone cutting. Let's do that. Furniture. Do this. I'm pretty sure we don't get the tool cabinet. Yeah, not until we get complex furniture. And we are starting to make beer. I do suspect when we hit summer, we're going to lose the occasional thing. Uranium isn't that dangerous? Radiation is not a mechanic in there. And then there's a difference between uranium and activated uranium. Activated uranium is the one that gets real nasty versus like just regular uranium. Generally speaking, isn't that big a deal as long as you're not doing something like sleeping on it or something. Versus activated uranium is the stuff that's like straight up a bad time. That's the whole thing where they do like centrifuges and all that. That's them taking uranium and being like, what if we just shoved more electrons in them? All right. Well, interacting, felt her arm tingling for a few moments as the feeling passed. It tried to mutate Cerise the mage, but failed. Alright, well that answers that question. Yeah, enriched, yes. The dangerous stuff. Well, if we go anything by that, if we see it mention a leg, we know a leg is an option. Used, well, I mean, look. If you're gonna throw a fit about using a recreational drug, that's on you. You chose to do that to yourself. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Another stack to transmute. What do we get this time? Twisted meat. Not exactly what I had in mind. Gonna be honest. So the question is, do we go to our neighbor that is in trouble and check their stuff out and try and fight that? We got some firepower. Well, there's your downside. Yeah, so basically I just destroyed some uranium to make gross meat. Which we're just gonna go right down here and say storage. Twisted meat. And we're gonna go over here and say storage. No twisted meat and no twisted meat. That way they feed the trees the twisted meat. Alright. Dark visions, because you used a recreational drug. So what I'm thinking is, if I send an away team, so grab like those 5, send an away team over to the other area, and just grab what goodies we can and leave, there's a chance we could score a tome. The downside is we got a lot of people who are kind of struggling right now to keep their stuff together. Because, you know, like, just dealing with a bunch of that stuff. Oh yeah, you have a baby on the way, that's right. But yeah, because we could send people, and if they're over there, we have the chance of being able to, again, score some tomes to start trying to progress this, that kind of thing. I don't want you to build a roof over this. I'm pretty sure the tree doesn't work if you do that. That's fine. Alright, so we've got our fire break around the entire outside perimeter. Hostile obelisk duplicate. Okay. So let's have them both run. So start running down here. We'll latch that open as you cross through. Melee team, go. Ranged team, support. Okay, we managed not to kill them. Mostly. Okay, so congratulations. That's a prison now. And also, let's queue up making more beds. And more lights. Alright, Viper, you're gonna capture that person. And you're gonna do your best to patch them up when they go. No, you're not leaving, buddy. Alright. Oh, wait, we can't do that again right now. Let's keep an eye on you. We want to patch them up before they bleed out. But it is a clone of Craven Horde, which is fun because Craven Horde is actually one of our more capable pawns. Unfortunately, they are a melee pawn. But honestly, getting a researcher, crafter, and plants person, I can work with that. I can do a lot with that. So for right now, we're going to say health. Don't use medicine because you don't have the time. And prioritize tending to them. Hopefully they patch that heart first. Mech cluster with a weather machine. You suck. So I'm going to send a caravan to do that. Let's actually do that. So the group that's going to go is we will have Ichitenma, Sniper, and Pava Monster. Send caravan, return trip, except, where you go? Ichitenma, Sniper, and Pava. And we can grab a couple of Muffalos. So Muffalos aren't making any meaningful amount of time difference. We'll send 2 Muffalos with them to try and make that go faster. So get out of here. Well, yeah, no, the last time we did this event, the one that spawned hostile did not get the duplication sickness. Whereas the one that we deliberately made did. But we did find ways of curing the duplication sickness. With a little RNG risk. Alright. And meanwhile, you're already our ideology. So we will begin recruitment. So that way we can have 2 Craven Hordes. Okay. We're gonna make that a temple. Medical treatment needed. They've just got bruises, luckily. Second member of the Craven Horde. Disease infection. I figured that was almost a near guarantee that they were going to get an infection. Considering how much they got diced up and how it took me a while to patch him up, and we didn't use medicine. But it is what it is. We'll work on it. They'll either make it or they won't, and we'll live with it. Yeah, so caravan over there, deal with that real fast. Exotic goods trader. Heck yeah, this is the one I want, because these are the ones that carry books the most reliably. It's a shame our best social people are not here on the tile, so Donkey Duff's going to have to do their best. But that's okay. Alright, so what books do you have? Intellect, mining. So there's books for that stuff. Honestly, I'll take those. Skill books are always good. Meanwhile, you can have the book I finished that I don't have any use for anymore. I don't really have the... Oh, if only we had that Ageless. Ageless would be a real good book to have pretty early. Alright. And honestly, I think we just leave it at that. Yep. Okay, so we got 2 skill books. That'll be good. Yeah, the second member of the Craven Horde. Alright, so we got that spicy nonsense down there, so we don't want to mess with that. They're all asleep for right now, so let's try and run up along the edge here. Claim the door, run in. So we're basically just sneaking in behind, destroying their weather machine. That might EMP when it explodes at the end. If that happens, we need to run. But if we run up, we should be perfectly fine. Alright. Okay, that's right. They fixed it so we can't just reform caravans, so let's run back out of here. And we outie. The weather control machine sorted. We're the Craven Horde? Yeah. Like I said, I'm down to lean in on that meme. We've got 18 intellect, crafting, plants, and melee. Like I said, I would rather they were shooters because it's easier to take advantage of a large number of shooters than it is a large number of melee. But... Oh, they fixed up caravan problem? Not a problem so much as a way to cheese. Where what you could actually do with the caravanning a lot of times is you could do that where all the things were asleep and it'd be considered not hostile, and you could caravan out and it would let you complex furniture. Heck yeah. It would let you grab like unstable power cores and all that without taking the risk. All right, so with that, we're about to start working on a lot of things. So first off, let's get this sorted. I don't really have a lot of the stuff we need for taking full advantage of this. But the storage room here is about to get busy. It'd be much better to make this out of stone because we're basically making this whole place extremely flammable. But you know, sometimes you just gotta make a place super flammable. And also what we'll do is we'll go in here. Put some wooden bookcases up there. That way we have a place to put our books in this area. So they're by where we've got table or chairs to sit so they don't run all over the place to try and find a seat. Okay. Alright, and Ichi Tenma's over there, so let's have them talk about their heresy once again. Someday they'll get with the program. Yeah, we're getting pretty good. We're getting pretty close to 20% per conversion attempt, so we should be able to get there pretty soon. Alright, so with all that said, we are getting to be... No, snooze the ad. No ad. Okay, I got it in time. So with that, we're getting to be about the time that I normally wrap up stream. Stop doing stuff, game. The wrap up stream. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, if you'll hang out for a minute over here on Twitch, we're going to go find someone to raid, probably playing RimWorld. I should have plenty of options of people who are friends of the channel to do that. For those over on TikTok and YouTube, the stream will be ending because there's no such thing as rating on those platforms. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you haven't liked, subscribed, followed, whatever's appropriate on your respective platforms, don't forget to do that. Twitch is my main platform if you're ever trying to see where the most of the stuff is happening. But all that said, thanks so much for tuning in and thanks so much for that follow. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find for us to drop a cheeky little raid on. For those over on YouTube and TikTok, stream's about to end for you, so you know, that's a whole thing. Alright, so let's see who we can find to drop a raid on. As a reminder, I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I might do more RimWorld.